Welcome to the live broadcast of the 55th Annual Republic Bank-sponsored Inter-Secondary School Games. We're coming to you live from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in St. George's. 25 schools in competition, including for the first time the Gateway Christian Academy. There is also the inclusion of two new events, the heptathlon and the octathlon. It's going to be exciting 3 days of events, keen rivalry on the tracks. The defending champions are the Grenada Boys Secondary Schools and the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. Who will it be in 2023? Well, we have a team of competent commentators, and so to bring you all the action on the field and on the track. And on that note, I would like to turn you over to our commentary team.
All right, well, thank you very much, Sherry Ann, and thank you very much again to all the viewers. And well, they say records were made to be broken, and I have absolutely no doubt that a few records will be thrashed over the next 72 hours. We're looking forward to what will possibly be one of the greatest Intercol games and it will go down in history. All right, we've witnessed a few of these memorable moments who a lot of folks would tell you that this journey would be a journey that would have been etched in history and will continue to be etched in history. The glory days of folks like Brian Pitt at Pennsylvania, George Goatee Robinson, Eugene Licorice, Jeffrey Neptune, Leon DeCoto, Dave Antwine, Dylan Oliver, Robbie Celestine, Big George and Trevor Modest, Sean Lambert, Josh Botang, Rondell Bartholomew, Ali McIntyre, Hazeland Regis, Rhonda Henry, and the list goes on. Also the gateway to some of our international superstars. They would have walked through these gates here, the Intercol Games. Kirani James, Lyndon Victor, Dylan Felix, Arlene Francique, Anderson Peters. A journey for them which no doubt they will remember. Here we are, as Sherry Ann said, as the 55th Secondary School Games, Intercol Games, powered by Republic Bank. We've got the national anthem being ready to be played, so we're going to pay some national pride, and then we're going to come back and bring you all up to speed with everything that's Intercol and more.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let the games begin. One.
Well, on a day that Meteorological Office has predicted that we will have some mixed weather patterns. We should be maxing out to a high 20, dropping to low 20s later on this evening. With me this morning is John Antwine. And Antwine, good morning. My name is Jason Skeet. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And welcome to 55th Intercol, Republic Bank Intercol Games 2023.
Thank you, Jason. And it's Bernard.
Bernard Antwine.
The John is okay. If there's one thing that we can tell you here as we start, it's a beautiful day. And the weather is just fine. And the setting is all there prepared for a good Intercol 2023. And one of the things that we'll be expecting right throughout the season with the mini meets and so forth, we have seen some rather sterling performances. And the rest period, if you want to call it that, the 2 years of inactivity and the 4 years of some sort of a hybrid or sporting events here and there, nothing properly organized. But for the first time in quite a while, we are back to Intercol as we know it.
Yeah, you mentioned the weather, but what do you think would be some of the possible outcomes? Because with the weather being predicted to be generally overcast for most of the day, and we had some rains over the last few hours, very late last night and the early hours of this morning. How do you think that's going to affect stuff, especially out in the field when it comes to the field events?
It depends on the field events. Rain definitely would impact all the jumping events. And to a certain extent, the winds will affect, positive or negative, the javelin, for example. You do have some, if the rain is heavy, you would have some issues with the shot put and the gripping of the discus itself. But for the persons on the track, the 1500 meters, which is scheduled for later, they don't mind the rain at all.
Yeah.
They don't mind the cool weather.
And that of course could not just the 1500 but some of the sprint events, because earlier on the first day we were looking at a couple of qualifying events for the 400 meters, sub junior boys, sub junior girls. That too should really aid them. This kind of weather condition should really aid them.
Definitely. And just to bring you up to speed, for the morning session we have 17, that is 1-7. We have 17 events. 11 of those events are finals, and in the 6 preliminaries and all the preliminary events and on the morning session, and the 400 meters sub junior boys, sub junior girls, 400 meters junior boys, senior girls, and junior boys and junior girls. So that's the morning session, and for the afternoon session we have 23 events, all finals.
Wow.
We are in for a remarkable afternoon.
No more can you say day 1 and day 2 is mediocrity, and then we'll go to day 3 for the big hullabaloo. That is not going to happen. Every day is like a final.
Every day.
The defending champions in the boys, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, have you had any opportunity to see them as they prepare, look at them at their annual sports meet, and what are your predictions for their performance that we can expect?
I did. I did. In fact, viewed all the schools. One thing that seems to be a constant theme this year, there are no clear favorites. There are no clear favorites in any event. And South City Rising Stars, which is a club that is closely affiliated with the GBSS, they have had a stellar year. A lot of their athletes have done quite well. So one would expect the GBSS to do quite well in 2023 also. But again, in times past, you could have predicted who was going to win event number 1, event number 2, not this year.
All right. Now, let's take a quick look at some of their rivals, because you mentioned that, the GBS has been associated with the South City Rising Stars. When you look at, because you would have had the opportunity to visit all the secondary schools, or most of them, at their sports meet, who do you think that would be occupying the top bundle? Not to give anybody the opportunity to say that they're clear favorite, but who do you think would be occupying that top bundle of schools right there? Let's say the top 5.
The top 5. Male, GBSS, SAS, PBC. Looking for McDonald College this year. Looking for McDonald College. And the dark horse, surprisingly, in the sprint events this year, I predict would pass through St. David's.
All right. These
are your 5.
The defending champions, the girls St. Joseph's Convent Grenville, they came through like a bullet last year, like last Intercol season, I should say, like a rocket, and they shocked mostly everybody. And what do you think of their chances this year? Have you had the opportunity to see them, and how do you think they look?
Again, all the schools, what you can say, what we have noticed with all the schools this year, is that the schools that are affiliated, especially closely affiliated with the clubs, they are well prepared. They are well coached. And just like the boys, I don't think there are any clear favorites. But there are 1 or 2 real standout athletes this year.
Name them quickly.
Well, I can say for one, Shafona. And let me give you a quick rundown of that young lady. She represents Anglican High School, and she's affiliated with the South City Rising Star. 12.28 seconds in the 100 meters, 24.68 in the 200 meters, 56.43, that's a good time, in the 400 meters, and then 800 meters, 2 minutes and 21.57 seconds. Long jump, 5, that's a complete athlete.
All right.
And we should hear, as the day progresses, as the Intercol progresses, we should hear something about Shafona.
All right. Well, she seems to be participating in mostly all the events, especially the sprint events. We're going to get into the details of that as we go through the course of the day, because many folks will tell you that sometimes when you get to a certain point in your career, you want to be able to zero in and identify a two or three and not stretch yourself too thin.
Absolutely, especially with she has some grilling events. The 200, 400, 800. These are serious events that are really, really, really taxing. So one would expect as the time progresses. In fact, Shafona is also one of our selectees on the Carifta team this year.
Okay. 25 schools competing, one new school coming into the play this year, the Gateway Christian Academy. You had any opportunity to visit them and see what they look like?
Unfortunately, I did not. I did not. I did not look at Gateway's sporting event this year. What I can tell you though, some of the athletes again are affiliated with clubs. The club's structure in Grenada is growing,
Right.
and with that, the filtering to the schools from the clubs have sort of a level the playing field in a lot. So one expects a bit of. We should see Gateway distinguish themselves today. Maybe not in a sense of winning, even that could be a surprise, but not in a sense of winning, but representing themselves quite well.
All right. Thank you very much, Bernard Antoine. Myself and Bernard Antoine will be here for the next few hours taking you through the Intercol broadcast. Good morning to all our friends right around the world. Friends enjoying the pay-per-view broadcast. It is the first time that there's a pay-per-view broadcast for the Intercol games. Not the first syndicated broadcast, but the first time for a pay-per-view broadcast. We'd like to say a very special thanks to our sponsors of Intercol 2023 and our sponsors for a while, actually, the Republic Bank Grenada Limited. Also, good morning to our friends at TNR Communications. They've been working exceptionally hard to bring to you the kind of quality and standard that you're going to experience for the next 72 hours here at Intercol 55 in the year 2023. All right. My name is Jason Skeet. Bernard Antoine is with me. We are going to be joined as we go through the next couple of days. We've got Joseph Cador, Leslie Smith is going to be joining us, and a whole host of others. So make no mistake about it. There will be a packed commentary booth for you, and as we go through the couple of days, we're going to be speaking with a couple of officials and of course ministry officials, government officials, sporting officials. We're going to be chatting with them as we go through the course of the day. Now let's take a quick look down on the field and let's see. We know that the track was repainted a few days ago, and you know, a lot of work went into the final preparation for these games in particular, specifically knowing that it was going to be a pay-per-view broadcast and the quality had to be stepped up. Let's take a quick look at the track. Bernard, what are your thoughts?
Traditionally, what the athletes would tell you is that this track in Grenada here is a fast one. So this is a track that sprinters love be on, and one would expect today that we should have some good performances. We should have some. One expects that, quite frankly, with the high test and right around track and field, right around the world, we would have seen maybe the rest period would have done athletes right around the world some good, because the performances to date have been rather spectacular. And with the fast track, with the weather as it is now, the wind speed is very low. One expects some good running on the track today. Your concern earlier with for the field events, if the rain would stay away, we think we would not have much of an impact on what takes place on the track, on the field.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're hoping for good weather, great weather we're hoping for, actually. And according to our friends at the Met Office, as we said earlier on, we're going to max out to 31 degrees, but it's going to feel like about 32, 33. All right. And so that's not too sticky with the overcast conditions, like a 50% cloud cover as you go through the course of the day, and a 61% chance of rain. So there might be a little drizzle here and there, especially more to the northern side. So that could be all right for down here, basically. But as we say, it's going to have some kind of impact as to what we can expect on the track and in the field.
The the field is again the concern really in terms of the rain is really for the field events. They have scheduled some of the longer distances. Let's say in the 1500 meters, the 1500 meters today, and whether it rains, that's not going to affect them much. We expect this morning, this morning that the competition to be quite keen, and we supposed to start with the hep. Supposed to start with the hep girls this morning. The 100 meters hurdle is open.
All right. Well, as you said, a host of events started for today, and 17 of those events in the afternoon would be
All finals.
all finals. So we're looking forward to what will be a day of storytelling, because no doubt the end of the day today will start to paint the picture of what we can expect over the next couple of days, and it would give the schools themselves a better idea as to what they need to do, how they need to do it, and aid in their whole strategy moving forward.
Absolutely. What has been rather interesting in the development of track and field in Grenada, we are beginning to distinguish ourselves, if you want to call it that, in the multi events. We can think about our Lyndon Victor. And so this year, again, in the HEP, it's a multi-event. The hurdles, 100 meters, then we have the 200 meters, 800 meters, high jump, long jump, shot put, and javelin. You are beginning to see more and more schools participate in events like this, and it's good for the sport.
All right. Grenada has been placed on the map in recent years. Over the last 2 decades, Grenada has been placed on the map with the emergence of Arlene Francique, Kirani James, Rondell Bartholomew, Lyndon Victor, Kurt Felix, and in more recent times, Anderson Peters, Josh Boateng, of course. So the world is really paying close attention to what Grenada has to offer, especially at the premier track and field events, Intercol 2023. What do you think scouts are going to be looking for, really?
In the past, it's arguably Grenada Intercol games was rated second only to Champs Jamaica. Might be a little bit of bias here, but the product was a good one. And we don't expect anything different in 2023. More than anything else, what we do expect is the competitiveness.
All right. Well, competitiveness, there'll be no lack of that, I can tell you for sure. All right. We've got to get some of the color schemes, of course, so we could be able to easily identify a lot of these schools, a lot of the schools, and 26 schools, actually, not 25, 26 schools, 25 plus the new one, 26 schools participating in Intercol 2023. Let's take a quick throwback. I don't know where Sherry Ann is, but we can take a quick throwback to Sherry Ann. And Sherry Ann, if you're there, you can jump in and let's get some feel as to what's happening down on the ground. You're somewhere down there. You can always jump in and speak with us.
Whilst we're waiting on Sherry Ann, with 26 schools, again, this really augurs well. This really augurs well for our school system. It augurs well for our young people, and we hope that this continues. That the support, and again, I cannot help but go back to the budding club structure, that some of which feeds directly from the secondary schools.
Who are some of the major clubs in Grenada? I know of Speed Zone and there are a couple others, but who are the major ones that has been playing, a real significant developmental role in our athletes?
MVP, it's a huge club. Albert Joseph, They one of the new clubs and that have really two new clubs have really distinguished themselves. Fusion. Fusion feeds athletes from primarily from PBC, and the South City Rising Stars, of course, the long-standing clubs like St. David's Trailblazers and Ace. They are, but you can see the growth of these new clubs and what it has, the impression it's making in the school systems. When you finish line, actually, that's another club that has been doing quite well recently. Finish line, in fact,
Where are they based? Where's Finish Line based?
St. George. Most of the athletes come from St. Joseph Convent. Like Fusion, most of Fusion's athletes come from PBC, St. David's Trailblazers. A lot of the athletes that come from the St. David's area, not just the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And the South City Rising Stars, a lot of the athletes there would come from GBSS and Anakin High School. And MVP, they take athletes from just about anywhere, but again, you have a mix of athletes from the St. Joseph Convent, Anakin High School, and certainly among the female. And those are some of the clubs that have been really distinguishing themselves in recent times. And the growth has been rather an interesting thing to see. In fact, building up to this sport, you would have gone to one of our premier grounds for training and so forth, and it's a mass of young people that you will see there. This augurs well for the sports. It says a lot, really.
All right. Well, we anticipate a great day of track and field and a great day of Intercol, great 3 days of Intercol Games 2023. All right, we've got some a schedule now that would bring us right up to speed with some of the events of the day. And the first event of the day that we're going to be looking at, as you said, is the girls' 100-meter hurdles open.
And Jason, we also now equipped with the colors of the school, so we can probably go through those to keep our viewers and listeners in tune with what's happening. So the Anglican High School, traditionally they have been in white. They continue to be in white. And their competitors' number would be from 1 to 70. So numbering from 1 to 70, Anglican High School. Beacon High School, royal blue and sky blue. And their numbers is 71, that is 71 to 140, and then 141 to 210. Beacon High School in royal blue and sky blue. Bishop's College, coming out of carriacou. Bishop's College in red and royal blue. Red and royal blue for Bishop's College. Their numbering system will be from 211 to 280, and then 281 to 350. That's Bishop's College, red and royal blue. Boca Secondary School. Boca Secondary School, their traditional gray and white, very distinctive. Traditional gray and white, Boca Secondary School, numbering 351 to 420 and 421 to 490. One of the newest, well, not one, the newest school in the block, the Gateway Christian Academy Secondary, gray, and this is an interesting color, baby blue and white. Gray, baby blue and white. And 701 to 770. So seemingly they have an interesting contingent of athletes here from 701 to 770. The Greater Boys Secondary School, GBSS, in the traditional green, 491 to 560. You can't really miss them really. The Greater Christian Academy, Colombian blue, black and white. Colombian blue, black and white. The Greater Christian Academy. Then the Greater Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive School, white and green. Grenville Secondary School, the traditional orange and black. Happy Hill Secondary School, you can't really miss them, purple and white. Hillsborough Secondary School at a carriacou, yellow and forest green. Yellow and forest green at Hillsborough Secondary School at a carriacou. J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, orange and purple. McDonald College, maroon and white. Presentation College, royal blue and white. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS, navy blue and white. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, red and white. St. John's Christian Secondary School, royal blue and yellow. St. Joseph's Convent Grenville, white and red. St. Joseph's Convent St. George, green and white. St. Mark's Secondary School, beige and maroon. St. Rhodes Modern Secondary School, royal blue. St. George's Institute, one of the newer schools, turquoise green and black with white and gold. Wesley College, traditional yellow. Westerhall Secondary School, they're fluorescence green, you cannot really miss them. And Westerhall Secondary School, royal blue and white.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you there very much, Bernard and Twine. You brought us up to speed with all the colors, and as you say, some of them in their traditional colors. Obviously, we'd understand why, because they've made their mark in those colors, and nothing would change really for them. All right, so we are now at a point where we're getting ready to start the events. We will keep you up to speed on that. In the meantime, we just want to remind our viewers that this is a pay-per-view event, so feel free to message somebody and share the link with them. Let them know how they can apply, how they can, be a part, purchase the link for the Intercol game, so they can be right up in on the action. All right, tizig.com. Let them know that just go to www.tizig.com and they can order their one-day pass or a 3-day season pass. All right, so a 3-day season pass thing starts at $25 and then of course individual days today, tomorrow, and Thursday $7, and on the final day $12 US. So those are the quick details. So feel free to share them with your friends and let them know. Hey, why not check in on the pay-per-view and support the Intercol Games 2023, the Republic Bank Intercol Games 2023. There have been a lot of stalwarts who we would have been able to to enjoy over the years of Intercol. And my mind goes back to one of the stalwart officials of these games, always colorful. He transitioned about 2 years ago, I think. Always colorful, always exciting. Very energetic. You can see him at the starters list with his pistol. You can feel his energy from miles away. We're speaking of no other person than that famous Chunts. You remember Chunts?
If you are into any area of track and field, you must know Chunks. In fact, everybody does. And he had become one of the staples in track and field in Grenada. And when you look around and you don't see guys like that anymore, you miss them. In events like this, you miss them. Because you would know once they're here, things are happening. Once they're here, things are not just happening. He was passionate, as you said, Jason. He was passionate in what he did. He enjoyed what he did. And it was demonstrated in how he brought this out. It was demonstrated in all that he did. We have some good young officials coming up, and they would do well if they take a page or two from Chunks.
All right. Well, may his soul rest in peace, and may
his soul rest in peace.
And may he rise in glory.
We are getting ready for some action, ladies and gentlemen. So not too long from now, we should see some action. We just want to remind you again that this is Intercol 2023, coming with the kind compliments of the Republic Bank. We are at the Karani Track and Field Stadium and in St. George, Grenada. And for our morning sessions, just to repeat, if you're just joining us, our morning session, we have 17 events, 17 events. 11 of those events are finals, and we have 6 preliminary events, all in 400 meters. But for the afternoon session, there will be all finals, 23 events on the afternoon session. We are in for a long afternoon of track and field. So wherever you are, we want to welcome you. We want to welcome you to the Sights and Sound of Intercol 2023 from the Karani James Stadium in St. George, Grenada. Jason?
All right. Well, we'll be also having the female long jump junior as the finals, the male short put, a couple of finals events, the female discus throw, the male high jump, and the female heptathlon 100-meter hurdles open finals. We've also got the 400-meter dash, the preliminaries in the 400 meters dash for male, female, junior, senior, and the sub-junior. So those are some events there, some preliminary events. And the 400 meters, the finals are going to be this afternoon as well.
This afternoon.
So this day one is going to shape up into some level of excitement as we go into the afternoon, but more so, these preliminaries, especially for the 400 meters, they're going to paint a story because everybody now is looking at Grenada as the catalyst for 400-meter athletes.
We have distinguished ourselves, rightfully so. We should be recognized as the 400 meters stable, if you were to call it that. In fact, a lot of our athletes have begun to take to these middle distance events and distinguish themselves.
Mm-hmm.
The period, with the morning period and the preliminaries, there's sufficient rest time for the athletes to come back in the afternoon, Jason, to do the finals.
Mm-hmm.
We expect the junior 400 to be extremely competitive. And if you were to ask around the people in the know for this year, 2023, where is your money? Where is who will walk away with the 400 meters senior? It's up for grabs. This has been a competitive season among the seniors that we have, both in the 100, well, not both, but in the 100, 200, and in the 400. But so we think that all of these 400 meters, especially the under 17 boys and under 7 and seniors boys, it should be extremely competitive. But as you said, a picture would be painted early in the preliminaries. Let's see what's happened. Let's see what happens there.
In the afternoon session, we're also looking at a couple of finals events, as you mentioned, the male long jump, the female javelin throw, the female high jump, the 60-meter special invitational for sub-junior boys, and the 1,500-meter run for sub-junior boys, 1,500-meter for junior and senior. So some of those final events into the afternoon period. Also, the high jump for the senior and sub-junior boys, and the short put for the junior boys. All those finals are going to be decided this afternoon on day one.
Don't miss day one. It's traditionally that a person would have thought that day one was a day for preliminaries only. Not this year. I know, Jason. We have two special races today. And for the organizers, really hats have to go off for the organizers. 60 meters, special invitation, sub-junior, special invitation for both male and female. And that's a nice touch. That's a really nice touch to include to include athletes who are not able-bodied, fully able-bodied, to have an event with a showcase like this and a stage like this. This is good thinking.
Yeah, well, Paralympics is the next big thing, and so this would be the perfect stage for them. At the recently held annual sports awards a few months ago, a lot was made of the athletes that represented Grenada at the Paralympics, And so I'm quite sure that a lot of folks will be looking forward to that, and even the folks involved in the whole preparation of the Paralympics and all of that, they too will have their eyes set on the 60-meter dash for male and female.
Yeah, very much so. In fact, during the Grenada Nationals, they also had a nice pace carved out for para athletes to perform there, and they did with distinction, and very, 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 very popular events with the crowds. And again, I like this touch. I think this is a really good thing to have in an event like this.
Well, we were scheduled for a 9 o'clock start. It is now bordering on 5 minutes before 10, and we have not seen any definitive action on the track as it relates to an event getting started. But no doubt, I'm quite sure that they are working on that. But in the meantime, the long jump junior girls, the short put sub junior boys, and the discus for senior girls, those are some of the events that will throw off the morning session on day one. Any particular athlete from any particular school you think that you're looking at because you've seen them?
There is a very interesting athlete, St. Joseph Convent. In fact, she dominated the 400 meters in St. Joseph Convent. So that should be a good clash when her time comes around with the athlete from, the names escape me now, with the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, but there were two outstanding athletes in the 400 meters, and that should be a good rivalry. And let's see what that brings there. Similarly, the 400 meters senior boys. Now, traditionally, we did not have as competitive as we are seeing this year amongst the seniors, because there were so few and far in between. But somehow this year, we have a very competitive crop of senior athletes, and this really says something to us. And hopefully, we could get a taste of what our Carifta team would look like, because the number of these guys that would be on showcase today, they would be forming part of our Carifta team, and we have a 4x400 meters male in the Carifta team on the 20. So this should be, they would be on show today.
All right. Let's look at the long jump junior girls. The long jump junior girls, a record that has been standing since 1994 by Mary Claire Mitchell of St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, 5.58 meters. Now, 5.58 meters. Now, that's some distance for long jump junior girls, and the record established way back in 1994. You see that going down today?
Not today. not today. But we have to recognize where our limitations are. They are not sufficient, in my opinion, jumping pits around the island. And so if you are in St. George, for example, and you are jumping athlete and you want to do a long jump, you would have to come to the stadium here. Whereas in the not too distant past, there was a jumping pit or a jumping area in the canteen area that one could have used.
Right.
So that 5.58 meters. That's a significant distance. That's not going to go down today.
All right. Bernard thinks it's going to hold up. Talk to me about the short put sub junior boys, because this record was established not too long ago, 2016. Trent Simon from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 15.42 meters. What are your thoughts on that?
Again, 15.42 meters. 2016. I am not seeing this to be under any threat today either.
Have you seen any of the what do you take of who do you have you seen any of the short put athletes at some of the sports, and what's your takeaway from them?
I followed the shot put this season in the Grenada Nationals, and at this level, the distance was not in this ballpark.
All right.
Not just yet.
Another long holding record, 1996, by Kathy Ann Hopkin of St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew, in the discus senior girls.
I wish I can be surprised.
36.64 meters.
Jason, I wish I can be surprised, but I think that's another safe one. Let's hope that we get some surprises today and some athlete dig deep and erase these records as it were. But 36.64 meters. There's a reason why it's still standing.
Yeah. Yeah, that particular discus had a rocket attached to it. All right. High jump sub-junior boys. Jason Alexander, who attended the PBC, he established that record back in 2014, 1.77 meters. You think that's gettable on a day like today?
Not at the sub-junior level. In fact, some of our junior athletes, this is the ballpark they're running, not at the junior level, 1.77 at sub-junior level. That is safe.
Okay.
I wish somebody surprises us today.
You're calling a lot of these records safe. What has changed? Because you would think that this would be the benchmark for a lot of the athletes, so that they would aspire to get to that. And when you start to call it safe, even after, in most cases, 20, 25 years, what's your takeaway from something like this?
It depends. It depends on the event. The field events in particular, from my vantage point, they were save and accept the javelin, which St. David's Track Blazers have distinguished themselves in the training methods and all that under Coach Paul. The field events, the equipment, the facilities does not lend itself for regular practice as, say, the events on the track. However, I think that there are a few track events, the records in a few track events may be under threat today, Jason.
All right. Well, you're anticipating records in the track events will be broken, but the field events, well, that's telling a whole different story, really. Jonathan Jeremiah, the discus sub-junior boys, a record established back in 2015, 39.32 meters. You would think that's safe as well?
It's
39.32 for Johan Jeremiah, actually. Johan Jeremiah, record established back in 2015. Johan Jeremiah.
It would take much for that record to be broken today.
All right. The possibility of anybody in the 100 meters running 10 or under 10, even up to the senior level?
Under 10, not today, but good low 10s one expect. In there is a young athlete. Let's see if I get his name here. There's a young athlete from the GBSS in the 100 meters. He'll be juniors. The name would come, and we will come back to that. I expect this young man to distinguish himself. One or two of the records could be on the thread today.
All right. Well, let's wait and see how that goes. We're nearing 10 o'clock this morning, and of course, we've got a quick break to take. We're going to take that in a minute or two, and then, of course, we're going to come back and try to get things started here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's Intercol 2023, the 55th Republic Bank sponsored Intercall 2023 at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in beautiful Spice Country, Grenada. And for those of you visiting Grenada, please feel free to join us down at the National Stadium, because this is where the action is going to be for the next couple of days. We've made contact with Sherry Ann Noel. Sherry Ann Noel is down on the field. Sherry Ann, let's throw it over to you.
Thank you very much, Jason. We are here with the coach of the Presentation Brothers College, Lloyd and Kato. Kato, you're here with your team. It's day 1 of 3. We've been seeing the performances of some of your athletes during the recently held national champs. And so speak to us about the crop of athletes that you've brought to the Intercol Games in 2023.
First of all, let me say how exciting I am to be here at the Games this year. Coming back to 3 days, it's really exciting. We've been preparing for this at least a year ago. We've been building a program at the college whereby we could get athletes that would be. I believe that's our goal this year. The goal is to come to execute. We have character athletes in our team in the name of Ricker Telemark, Aiden McIntosh, and also Adriel Mitchell, who would be traveling just a week from now. So we're looking forward to this year's competition. We have enough boys in the camp, as I said before, to be competitive and to challenge for the trophy this year. So it's exciting. I'm really happy to be here. I'm happy to be at the Intercol, and hopefully over the 3 days we could have injury-free performances and great performances in terms of times.
Over the years, we've seen the improvement of the Presentation Brothers College athletes in terms of the track events. Are you fielding any athletes in the field events?
Yes, of course. As I said before, the goal is to compete for the trophy. And to do so, we look at holistic development as it relates to the field as well. We have Jelani Barnes, who trains also with Track Blazers. We have a host of athletes in Noah Cummins. We also have Stefan Strawn, who is with MVP. So we have a lot of field event athletes who would be very, very competitive today. We have also Caleb Alexander. So we're looking to be competitive in all the field events and the track events. So we're just hoping for the best, as I said, and hopefully everybody could remain injury-free and be confident enough to execute a great performance.
One of the events that would be looked forward to today, based on previous interviews, is the 400 meter. You have a couple, you have the names of Telemark, you have Aiden McIntosh, and so you have 2 of the favorites who run the 400 meters. What are the expectations in terms of how prepared is Telemark? Because he seems to be the competition.
First of all, let me say that for the viewers that Telemark wouldn't be doing the 400 at the Games this year. As I said before, he was selected for the character this year, which would take place next week. And we're just being a little bit careful in terms of how much mileage he produces at the Games this year. So we're trying to limit the amount. So you would see him in the 4x4 for sure, but you wouldn't see him today in the 400. He would take part more in the short sprints. So, however, we still believe that we have competitive enough boys. We have Aiden McIntosh as well, who would compete in the 400 today, and we're looking forward to him giving a good performance and remaining healthy, because that is the key, being healthy and being able to perform. So Aiden would be there. Raquel, we would see him tomorrow and on Thursday. So that is what we're looking forward to. But besides 2 of them, we have other guys who would come in and be able to be competitive in the competition today in the 400.
It's good information, but a bit disappointing information for some, because people are really looking forward to him and his performance. But on the same, congrats to all those who you have participating in the character, and we want to extend, best of luck to you and the team.
Thank you very much. We look forward to it as well, and I look forward to him. Although you won't see him today, just look forward to him in the character games at Bahamas this year, and we're hoping to bring at least a medal back home to Grenada, and personal best, of course. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We were speaking here with the coach of the Presentation Brothers College. It is now time for us to go back over to our commentary team.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Sherry Ann. And, of course, one of the questions I would have loved to find out from the coach of the PBC, I mean, they had a close call in the last Intercol games. A lot of folks thought that they were going to just nip the GBSS and go all the way through. His chances for this year, I'd love to get to know how he feels about that. Anyhow, Sherry Ann is always down there, so I have no doubt she's going to come back with him at some point, because they two seemingly to be one of the schools that Bernard and Twine has said that you can look out for in the boys category. We are just bordering on time for a quick commercial break. Don't forget the Intercol broadcast being sponsored by the Republic Bank, Grenada Limited, and the broadcast being facilitated by TNR Communications and the folks at TNR Communications. Feel free to check them out because they too very competent bunch of folks making sure that you get the quality and the class of Intercol games and that you're receiving. So Bernard Antoine is with me. Joseph Cadeau is going to be joining us shortly. Jason Skeet is my name. We've got Kenroy Batiste, who's going to be here at some point, and a couple others who will, make their presence felt. Leslie Smith is supposed to be joining us, if not today, tomorrow, definitely, God's willing. So a nice crop of folks. First time I'm working with you, Bernard. First time I'm working along with you. Yeah.
It's my pleasure to learn from the pros. How can you go wrong learning from yourself and Joseph Cadeau? You can. What you have to do is to soak in the education, and that's what I intend to do. What we have seen though, right throughout the season, and I listened to the coach from the PBC talk about one of his star athletes, Telemac. Many persons would have been looking forward to the competition this year with Telemac and the athletes from St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
All right, so good. Hold that thought right there. We're going to get to it because that in itself is something that would require a lengthy bit of a discussion. All right, quick commercial break coming up. We're going to do that, and then we're going to come right back with some more right here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium from Spice Country, Grenada.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think a Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenience. Think Republic.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Republic makes home easy.
Wow, that was such a breeze.
Own your home with ease.
So whether laying that first brick or purchasing an existing home, we've got you covered. Republic Bank will get you those keys hassle-free in no time.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Apply for a Home Easy Loan today for a chance to win a cash prize. Getting your new home is easy with Republic Bank.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Terms and conditions apply.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think a Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenience. Think Republic.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Republic makes home easy.
Wow, that was such a breeze.
Own your home with ease.
So whether laying that first brick or purchasing an existing home, we've got you covered. Republic Bank will get you those keys hassle-free in no time.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Apply for a Home Easy Loan today for a chance to win a cash prize. Getting your new home is easy with Republic Bank.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Terms and conditions apply.
Building or renovating.
Back to the Karani James Athletic Stadium in beautiful Spice Country, Grenada, on a 31-degree maximum Tuesday morning. Tuesday, the 28th of March. Intercol Day 1. Intercol Games Day 1. Sponsored by Republic Bank Grenada Limited. And Jason Skeet, together with Bernard and Twine, to take you through the first session of the action on Day 1. And we're getting ready now. We're seeing athletes making their way onto the field. So some action, no doubt, will start in just a minute. And folks are eagerly anticipating what will be keen rivalry and exciting competition. Bragging rights for the most part, and bragging rights that will last for the next 12 months. Intercol 2023. Yeah, John, Bernard, sorry, you were speaking about, these two athletes who you think may have some kind of rivalry.
What we would have noticed for the season so far, the athletes from Presidential College, the athletes from GBSS, and the athlete from St. David's Trailblazers, one was expecting throughout this intercall, you will see some rare competition among these young men. But apparently this is not to be. I'm listening to the coach from the Presentation College earlier. He intimated that Telemac, one of his star athletes, in the 2 and 400 meters, would not be running any of those events during this meet. He will take part, he said, in the relays. So that rivalry, we are not going to see that unfold today.
Disappointing, you might say?
Disappointing indeed. In fact, for the under 20 boys, the Samuel Green we expected in the 100 meters, Emilio Bishop in the 100 meters.
All right, well.
On the track, it's the 100 meters hurdles open.
Okay, yeah, the HEP girls 100 meters open. Kishona Roger in lane 3, Khadijah Bristol of the Happy Hill Secondary School in 4, Andy Ann Courtney of Boca Secondary School in 5, and Thalia Dissant of St. David's Catholic Secondary School in 6. So athletes from SAS, Happy Hill, Boca, and St. David's in the HEP girls 100 meters hurdles open. Up and off, and Courtney seems to, already established her presence. She will come through. All right, so it seems to have come from lane 5 in Courtney, representing the Happy Hill Secondary School, I think it was.
No, that was the Hillsborough Secondary
Hillsborough Secondary School, sorry. Hillsborough Secondary School.
Hillsborough from lane 4. So that's the start of action on the track. And the first of the in the this multi-discipline event for girls, and there we see there in lane 4 the athlete from Hillsborough Secondary School winning this particular discipline.
Yeah, well, you've got to get into a rhythm, especially for the hurdles. The hurdles is more about rhythm and making sure that once you find your rhythm and you get your step, clearing these hurdles becomes almost robotic, so to speak. You've got to, get into your rhythm, and she took a while to get into the rhythm, but maybe within the last 40 meters, she kind of, got into that rhythm, a rhythm that she should have been in very earlier on. But with any serious challenge coming, it would have been not as easy as she made it out to be there.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. And that was the heat number 1 in the girls 100-meter hurdles open in the multidiscipline event. And as you know, there's seven events in this particular 7 disciplines in this particular event.
All right. Well,
heat number 2.
Heat number 2, Destiny Langine of the Anglican High School is in 3. Letitia Williams of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School SAS is in 4. Denisha Scott of St. David's Catholic Secondary in 5. And Shamir Joseph in 6 for St. John's Christian Secondary School. So lanes 3 to 6 being occupied in the heat of the HEP Girls 100-meter hurdles open. Let's see if we can maybe find a little bit more rhythm there. It also requires someone with a little bit more length so that you can clear these hurdles and find your rhythm a little bit earlier. Long legs play a role. Normally, traditionally, the taller sprinters would try to get into an event like the hurdles.
So they are on the starters orders. Lane number 3 is Destiny Langine at Anglican High School. Letitia Williams from SAS. Denisha Scott, St. David's Catholic Secondary School in lane 5. And in lane 6, Shamari Joseph, St. John's Christian Secondary School. It's a multidisciplinary event. The girls pent. It's heat number 2.
The flags tell a story, because the story that the flags are telling in the background is that the wind is not really heavy, and generally you would want to have these kind of conditions, especially in an event like this. You use a lot less energy, and
one of the most technical events it's hurdles. Very technical. It's raw speed with level or degree of control. So we are off to start on the track and on the field. Intercol 2023.
all right. So how many events are in the heptathlon? Talk to us about that.
Traditionally, it's 7 events, and the events are the 100 meters hurdles, which is what we are witnessing now. Then the 200 meters, then the 800 meters. And there's high jump, long jump, shot put, and javelin. And in recent times, we have been that is Grenada has been distinguishing itself in these multi-discipline events.
All right, well, credit to Kurt Felix and Lyndon Victor, the inspiration, many folks would say. And in the girls, well, let's see, someone will emerge in the not too distant future and lift the flag of Grenada. And who knows, this may just very well be uh, the birthplace of another female in a category like this. All right, so we're getting ready for start of heat number 2. I'm looking at Langine of Anglican High School, but Joseph with those long legs. Yeah, Shamari Joseph. Remember we spoke about those long legs and got into rhythm. She didn't have the best of starts. She really didn't have the best of starts, but finding your rhythm early and using your length, clearing the hurdles without any disruption or very little disruption, always aids in the process.
So that was Shamari Joseph there with a time of 16.85 seconds. 16.85 seconds. Remember, in event like these, you're already racing against the clock. You get points. Points are awarded based on the times that you would have posted, and you, at the end of the 7 events, the highest scorer emerged the winner. So it's Shamari Joseph of St. John's Christian Secondary School, 16.83 seconds. Destiny Langine, Anglican High School, 18.65 seconds. Denisha Scott, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 19.55 seconds. And in 4th position, Leticia Williams of SAS in 19.64 seconds.
All right, keep your eyes on Shamari Joseph as we go through the day, because she seems to be a little bit more focused than the rest. From what we're seeing on camera, she seems to be a little bit more focused. So keep your eyes on her. 16.83, not bad.
Not bad. The beautiful thing about events like this is that it's like a wave. There are events that one athlete is stronger in as compared to another athlete, and so there's always a jockeying of positions before you get to the end of this event. The different disciplines offers speaks to the individual strength, and obviously there are some athletes that are stronger in certain areas, but it's collectively, when that's put together, then you get the multi-event champion.
All right, well, thanks a lot there, Bernard Antoine. He's always on top of things.
The equivalent to this is the octagonal for boys. So the oct for boys. Up next, seemingly on the track.
We've also got a couple of field events that are getting ready to take place. The javelin for the sub-junior girls, the discus. We've also got some high jump activity getting ready to leap off down on the track. So we're going to make way down there to Sherry-Ann in just a little bit. And Sherry-Ann is going to bring us up to speed with everything that's happening down there. She's running around and keeping us informed. Sherry-Ann?
Well, while Sherry-Ann is queuing up, let me just bring you up to speed with the athletes who are lined up for the 100 meters open boys. It's Jared Stafford from GBSS, Aviel Junior Williams from SAS, Shema Fleming from Boca Secondary School, Zelon Cox from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and from Hillsborough Secondary School it's Brent Edmond. So on the track, momentarily, 100 meters in the oct for boys, open. Heat number 1. and you would have seen some shots taken there for in the shot put. Young man is warming up there. It's a nice crop of young men sitting, waiting for the start of the event. That will be the shot put male sub-junior. Shot put male sub-junior. That's what we, the group of young men that the camera is now showing. And they are allowed to do some practice throws before they settle into a rhythm and have their throws. So event number 34 in terms of number, the oct for boys, 100 meters dash open. Jared Stafford in GBSS in lane number 2. Aviel Junior Williams, SAS in lane number 3. Shema Fleming is from Boca Secondary School in lane number 4. Zealand Cox, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, right of lane 5. And Brent Edmond, Hillsborough Secondary School in lane 6, Jason.
All right, well, we're getting ready for that. We've got some field events taking place, and we're going to bring you up to speed on that as well. Intercol 2023 at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
So it is GBSS in all green and with some white on the side. So green and white, it's GBSS. Avia Williams, SAS, it's blue with some white, little tweak of white. It's actually there's no white in this. There's all blue. Shema Fleming from Boca Secondary School. He's in lane 4. And in lane 5, St. David's Catholic Secondary School is red and orange, or red and yellow, rather, Zealand Cox. And then out in the green and yellow, from Hillsborough Secondary School, or the carriacou, it's Brent Edmond. Brent is in lane 5. Lane 6, sorry.
You're going to speak to us about the octathlon in just a little bit and break down that event for us. We're getting ready for the start of the first heat in the boys octathlon, and keep your eyes on Shema Fleming of Boca Secondary School and Jared Stafford of the Grenada Boys Secondary School in lane 2. Ah, well, this was quick. 11.66. Williams of SAS pulling through in lane number 3. Was a heat, but he had some work to do. Nice clean start from everybody from the get-go. It was always tight. Everyone was up good, stretching, good rhythm. So Aviel Junior Williams of SAS 11.66, and everybody there running under 12. Keen race it was.
Competitive. It's an open event. And 11.66 seconds, the top performer here from SAS. So that's the first of the multidiscipline for this particular event. We'll give you a bit of a breakdown on the event momentarily.
Yeah, talk to us about that, because a lot of folks would want to find out what really is the octathlon, and you know, how if my children are involved in athletics, how they can, you know, get involved in something at this in an event of this nature. Heat number 2 in the boys octathlon 100-meter dash open. Rondell John of Boca Secondary School. He is in lane 1, and the starters list just disappeared from us for a brief moment, so no doubt we're going to get that back in just a little bit. But with 11.66 in the first heat, you would think that obviously this would be some point of concern for the athletes participating in the second heat, because 11.66 is not bad at all. All right, so Rondell John of the Boca Secondary School in 2, Caleb Lane of PBC in 3, Jordan D. Lewis of SAS in John in 1, Lane in 2, Lewis in 3, Jonathan Newton of GBSS in 4, Shane Lett of Happy Hill Secondary School in 5, and Cale Lewis of St. David's Catholic Secondary in 6. So 1 to 6 lanes occupied, and with 11.66 being established in the first heat, what are we expecting? What are we anticipating? Not heavy wind at all at the athletic stadium today, so the athletes no doubt would pay attention to that, because it's a good day if you're a sprinter. Records are in your sights. Feather banners are quiet in the background. Well, I think St. David's Catholic Secondary just came through at the tape. Now this, for a heat, this is competitive right here, very competitive. Let's look at it again, Bernard and Twine. I think Boca Secondary School, Rondell John was really pushing out there in lane 1, but he had it just in the nick of time, but he was beaten just at the tape. K. Lewis of St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 11.85.
Slightly slower than the first heat. The first heat was 11.6 something.
11.66.
Thereabouts. So it's this. So this is the result of heat number 2 of 2, and the for boys, 100 meters dash. They will compete over these events over 2 days, and we are going to keep a running score for you. This event is based on points, on times or distances, and really they are competing against themselves in one sense, and then at the end they're competing against each other.
All right, well, let's throw down on the field. Sherry-Ann Noel is there. Sherry-Ann, you've got it?
I am right here, Jason. I'm with the coach of the St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. We have Shane James, and the SJC St. Andrew are the defending champs in the girls division, so I thought it fitting to bring in the coach at this time. Speak to us about the crop of athletes that you brought out today, and how compact is that team as the defending champs?
Well, good morning, everyone, and as you said, my name is Shane James. Well, I bring out a lot of athletes to defend. We're coming to defend our title. We're not giving up easily, and we have athletes in all different areas you could think about. So we are ready to defend our title.
So speak to us about the preparation process for today, and who are some of the athletes that, viewers and spectators right here at the stadium and those on the live should be looking out for?
Well, firstly, preparation was, I don't want to say 100%, but because everything there were challenges. In terms of athletes, you could look out for athletes like Zania Belfon, who is doing the long jump, 100, 200. Also, that's in the junior category. You have Jaden Batiste in the senior doing the 1, the 2, the 4. Sub-junior, you have Brendiana James, Samara Noel. Just a few who you could look out for this Intercol.
Ongoing now, we have the discus throw. Do you have anyone in that particular category, and what can we expect from that throw?
We have 2 athletes in the discus throw, senior girls. We have Monique Noel and Kimberly Belfon. And once they execute what they have learned in training, I believe that they should do well and be in the top 4 positions.
What are the distances that they're throwing?
I'll leave that a surprise. I don't want to say nothing on the distance as yet, because we never know what could give you a distance, and on the day we never know what could happen, so I don't want to give you a distance as yet.
So all in all, you are confident that the crop of athletes that you came down with in 2023, this is basically just day one. We'll do it for you, and the trophy will be returning to St. Andrew.
Without a doubt, we come to defend. And if you want it, you have to fight for it. We don't be giving up easily. So, yes, we are ready to defend.
Thank you very much. That was the coach from St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew, Shane James, and he spoke to his crop of athletes. They are the defending champs. It is only day one, so we'll see what happens at the end of day 3. Now back to our commentary team.
All right, well, thank you very much, Sherry Ann, an enthusiastic coach there for St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. No doubt he has all the reasons to be there, the defending champs, and as he said, you want it, you got to come get it. He's not going to just give it up just like that. A little bit more from Bernard and Twine, and then Joseph Cador is going to slide into the chair. Joseph? Bernard?
The next event on the track, it's the 400 meters. We have a number of 400 meters, and for the 400 meters junior girls, it would be the top, the first place finisher, plus the next 4 best times. So we have 4 heats, and it would be the top finisher plus the 4 best times. In heat number 1, we have an athlete from St. Mark's Secondary School, Jada Moraine, Zenique Roberts from Grenada Christian Academy, Amaya Chandler from Boca Secondary, Shaffonia Houston. And Shaffonia Houston is the one to look for in this event, Cador. Shaffonia Houston from Anglican High School, from St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Kayla McIntyre, Shani Sylvan from SAS, Tony Lewis from Grenada Christian Academy, and Talia Nayak from Grenville Secondary.
Well, good morning to you, Master Antoine, and good morning to you, all our listeners, wherever you are, across those of you here at home, across the different parts of the region. Yes, indeed, we say thanks for being part of Intercol 2023. And Antoine, it is prepping us up. The build-up is here for what we anticipate is going to be a really great day of Intercol number 1.
So far, no disappointment. The first 2 events on the track, they're highly competitive. The young men seems to be, and the young women in the multi-discipline events, they seems to be all geared and raring to go. Posting some competitive times among themselves.
And I'm happy with the growth we've seen with Intercol over the years. And certainly we say thanks to our sponsor, Republic Bank, and the additions of these multiple disciplinary events, the HEPT and the OPT. Certainly it's really augurs well for the sport, the growth and the development and it shows that at least the sponsors, they are getting their money's worth for their investment.
Very much so. They're grueling events over 2 days. You have to be fit to be competitive in these multidiscipline events. And we have mentioned before, we have had at least on the international stage, Kurt Felix and Lyndon Victor. Lyndon Victor, in fact, he is the reigning Commonwealth champion.
That is correct, and I think it augurs well for the sport. In the past, we've had persons saying, "I want to be a Josh Boateng in the shot put and the discus. I want to be a Kirani James. I want to be a Kishara George." We were hoping for the day when you hear persons can say the conversation can be, "I want to be a Lyndon Victor. I want to be a Kurt," and certainly the hope is that stemming out of the Intercol games, that athletes will find a new appreciation for that which those disciplines they actually offer.
Very much so. Getting ready on the field is
again, for those of you that's viewing wherever you are, certainly, if you are following Intercol for the first time, for those of you that, because it is a pay-per-view event, certainly, Antoine, persons might be looking at the stadium and they're probably thinking, well, why is it there seems to be there's not much support for the event? Traditionally, and I know that the organizers have made attempts in recent times with a mix of, as you hinted to it, 17 events this morning in session 1, which is a mix of events, and now you have these other disciplines, hoping that you can get a complement of this. Yeah? So, but I mean, it only shows that it is growing, and the hope eventually, though, is that as we go through the couple of days, we can assure you that come tomorrow, when we get to Thursday, it's going to be a floodgate. I mean, the bleachers, there will be no space to contain the students. So, giving you that an appreciation, it has nothing to do with a lack of an appreciation for the games, but it's just a culture that is growing where persons tend to stay away, but the organizers are attempting to fix that.
From the Hillsborough Secondary, Tiffany Charles.
That's introduction there of the girls.
From the Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Utisha McQueen. From the Grenada Christian Academy, Kellyanne Julian. From the St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew, Kimberly Belfon. And rounding out your field from Bishop's College, Ashley Hosford. Your field for the girls, discus throw, senior division. The game's record for this event, 36.64 meters, set in 1996 by Kathy Ann Hopkin.
In case you missed it, it was the girls' discus throw for seniors that were being introduced. The record stands at 36.64 meters, set in 1996.
A record has been there a bit. Maybe today, Intercol 2023 may just probably be the year that the record gets touched and probably more so even shattered. But it is yet early times, and we certainly hope as we go through the day. But we're getting ready for yet another event on the track, event number 49. It's a girls' 400 meters dash. The lane assignments. Jada Moraine, St. Mark's Secondary. Zanique Roberts is in Grenada Christian Academy. Amaya Chandler for Boca Bishops for Boca Secondary. Shafana hosting, and certainly she goes in as one of the favorites, Antoine, for the Anglican High School. There is Kayla McIntyre, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. Shanae Sylvan for St. Andrew's Anglican. There is Tony Lewis, and completing the lineup is Talia Nayak. Lane assignments for event number 49, the girls' 400 meters dash. Going into this heat, Antoine, and Shafana from the Anglican High School, she certainly goes in there as a favorite.
She does, and look for both lanes 4 and 5. And remember, they have 4 heats. It's the winner of each heat plus the 4 best times that makes it to the final this afternoon. So look at lane 4 and 5. Shaffonia Houston from Anglican High School, Oak White, and Kayla McIntyre, St. Joseph Convent St. George in the green.
In the
green and white.
In the green and white. Slight overcast here at the Kiwana James Athletic Stadium. Certainly provides just about adequate covering for the athletes.
It's a cool morning.
Very cool morning. Event 49.
400 meters junior girls.
Again, keep your eyes on lane 4 and lane 5. McIntyre in 5 for St. Joseph's Convent. Hosted as Shaffonia in lane 4 for the Anglican High School.
Shaffonia is also one of our Carifta selectees, and one is expecting Shaffonia to represent Grenada well at Carifta this year.
And quite a talented athlete she is. I mean, on the track, in the field.
All-round athlete, as you would say. Yes.
Quite a complete athlete.
Yes.
The 55th edition of the Republic Bank Intercol Games, as they go on the status orders. Early days yet. Session 1. And they're off. Clean start. We got to keep our eyes focused on lane 4 and lane 5. Shaffonia for the Anglican High School, McIntyre for St. Joseph's Convent, as they make their way down the backstretch. Let's see how this one pans out. It is Anglican High School, Shaffonia, that is, of course, making the early charge as they hit the top of the 200 meters. Certainly holding form. Nice stride. And she certainly, as we did intimate, but that's just intended to be an easy one for her as she hits the 100-meter mark. Not much of a challenge from this one for her. I think she probably would just take this one, Antoine, as a little warm-up, as though to say to them.
As predicted, a walk in the park, as they would say. A little competition for the minor places.
Yes, I mean, I think it works both ways. One, it just gets the blood pumping, and certainly it's just to stamp her authority to remind the others that I'm not just here with name, but I'm here in person, and I'm here to deliver.
Yeah, it looks like Talia Nayak in second position there, and Kayla McIntyre for third. These are unofficial placing, but certainly there's no doubt who the winner is in this heat. It's Shaffonia Houston from the Anglican High School.
Indeed, and we seem to have, is this the strangler as it is? I'm just trying to, it's always good though when you see athletes are making the effort to complete.
Finish the race.
To finish it. It goes beyond, it shows the maturity in the athletes that I've started a task and it's important that I complete. Even at this very young age, it's lessons, as from my old alma mater says, that athletics, intercourse, sports, it is education away from the classroom. So much to be learned.
Absolutely, and in fact, there are many articles written on the value of physical education in sport. Many young persons will tell you that their success in life had a lot to do with the discipline that they exercised during their athletic season, whether it's netball, football, track and field. They learned quite a lot. In fact, on the track and on the field, some form of physical education. It augurs well.
And we have the athletes that's getting ready for the high jump. They have been introduced to us. We can tell you in that final that previous event that Chifonia, she stopped the clock officially in the time of 58.41 seconds, and Nyack in the time of 1 minute 04.89. So Houston, 58.41 seconds. As we continue now with the introduction of the athletes for the high jump.
From the St. David Catholic Secondary, Ronald Hosford. From the Boca Secondary, Jamal Andrew. From the Western Hall Secondary School, the under 17
bronze medalist Shaim Phillip. From the Boca Secondary, Kristen Cambridge. And rounding out your field, from the St. David Catholic Secondary, Cameron Antoine. Your field for the boys high jump sub-junior.
We're back on the track for Heat 2. Heat 2 of 4 in the 400-meter junior girls. Running out of lane 1, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Kenaya Phillip. Lane 2, Grenada Christian Academy, Shabina Lewis. Lane 4 from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Kamaya Tellisford. Lane 5 from the Hillsborough Secondary, Akela Roberts. Lane 6 representing the Happy Hill Secondary, Makeda Joseph. And running on the lane 7 representing the Bishop's College, Deanne St. Bernard. Those are the athletes in the start list for Heat 2 of 4 in the 400 meters junior girls.
Event 49, the girls 400 meters dash, and we've just been given the introduction, and certainly we are expecting, as we look at the middle of the track, Tellisford and Roberts representing St. David's Catholic Secondary and Hillsborough Secondary, Happy Hill Secondary, as it is. It's Heat 2 of 4, event number 49, the girls 400 meters dash. And one of the things where we see Antoine, and she shows, it augurs well for the growth of the games. The multiple rollout of events, simultaneous rollout of events, while there's the 400 taking place, simultaneously there is the athletes getting ready for the long jump. So
keep your eyes on the middle of the track, lane 4s and 5s. St. David's Catholic Secondary School is a favorite in this one.
400 meters in the girls division. It's Intercol 2023. A faulted start there. We see whether or not it's one of those punitive infringements. But what is the response from the officials on the field? See the likes of Mr. Ralph Lord. I heard earlier this morning yourself and Jason were talking about some of the perennial figures of athletics in Grenada. And certainly, as you scan the canvas the field, you still see some of their presence here beyond those that have passed on.
And they are called back. They are called back once more. We were introduced earlier to the field, and this is really refreshing for the boys high jump sub junior. 21 participants in this event. 21, a high jump event.
Indeed. The athletics is growing, and there's an interest not just for what happens on the track, but also on the field. As they await the girls 400 meters dash junior.
And yet again, we have a faulty start. I'm not saying a false start, because nobody seems to have been penalized in the first two faulty starts. So let's see what happens in this one. Going back to the field event with the high jump, 21 young men participating in this one. This really speaks volume.
I think what's driving that sort of energy and hunger for these events. We talk about the club structure. Years ago, you would school guys just ran because that's what they knew. Now, you have a greater cadre of qualified coaches at varied levels. You have athletes that are now into clubs, where you have folks that are literally teaching them, taking them from the basics and grow them. And now guys are realizing that the high jump is not just about me hurling myself over a bar, but being able to appreciate the technique and being able to execute.
Okay, we back at the track. The 400 meters girls.
400 meters girls. Let's hope for a clean break this time. Nothing does worse than having your mental space affected. Again, this is the fourth. It's officially off. I think now they are officially off. It's the girls, the heat 4 of 2, the girls 400 meters dash. As you look at the athletes, as they motor their way down the background, you have G.W. Fletcher is on the inside, St. David's Catholic is there, so too is the Anglican High School. Let's see how this one pans itself out. Event 49. .400 meters, junior girls. Let's see as they make it down. Heat number 4 in the out there. We have Telesford, who came into this one in just a minute, but no, there's a shift. We're looking at the athlete there out of lane number 2. That is Unique Roberts, who's certainly on the outside of lane number 2, who's going to just take this one to the line. Roberts out of lane number 2, and St. David's Catholic taking second place. Antoine.
Yes, define the odds. We had the hands-on favorite for this one. We had Telesford coming here. Telesford from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, but we had some good running there on the inside from Sabina Lewis. There's some good running there from Sabina Lewis from the
out of lane 2. Yes,
out of lane 2 from the Grenville. No, the Grenada Christian Academy.
Yeah, GCA. Yes,
Grenada Christian Academy in the blue.
And some may probably say a bit of an upset in the context that if you look at the entry times, it was an expected toss-up between Telesford in lane 4 and Roberts out of lane 5. But you always find, and I think certainly the question comes down to Antoine as where they are mentally to be able to position yourself, not just on paper, but come the day, come the hour, can I deliver? And certainly we're seeing that Lewis came in there to take the first position in heat number 2, which is heat 2 of 4, the girls 400 meters a dash.
It's a winner plus the 4 best times.
The winner first plus the 4 best times, and as such you can't always take yourself out of contention because you're never really quite sure. We are seeing simultaneously an athlete there from St. George's Institute, one of the newest schools to the game.
One of the newest schools. In fact, they held a sports meet, one of the later sports meets to be held. That was quite interesting. Not in Tanti, not in the athletic stadium, but in one of the small villages. That's quite an interesting meet it was.
It is the discus throw. It isn't necessarily
shot put.
Sorry, the shot put. It isn't necessarily a discipline that is just power. It has quite a great measure of technique to it as to So keep in mind, multiple events taking place on the field. We've just seen there's a shot put in progress.
And it is a shot put for sub-junior boys.
Sub-junior boys, yes. And quite an extensive, it's 27 athletes. And again, we continue to show these non-traditional areas. You see, because normally when you come to the track, you know they come into the droves. But now it shows there's something happening out there that augurs well. Next 10, 15 years, 5 years down the line, we may just be able to say, listen, we've not just broken through on the track. And well, we have on the field, but in the non-traditional areas, long discus, short put. Maybe what you're seeing there, though, is what you're seeing is the likes of the George Boateng in more recent times that have given some credence to those events.
Absolutely, and they have 27 athletes doing shot put at a sub-junior level. It's a good thing.
It is a good thing. We get ready for the next event on the track. It's event 49. We continue heat 3 of 4. The lane assignments. Maya Noel occupies lane number 1 for St. Joseph's Convent, St. John's Christian Secondary. Then we have Tamaya Thomas for St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, SAS. Chenier Peters for Westerhall Secondary. We have coming in with the fastest time in the middle of the pack, Akira Moraine for St. David's Catholic Secondary. Then there is Happy Hill Secondary, a minute 4. That's for Kyler Alexis. Abigail Williams. She occupies McDonald College in lane number 6. And Ashara Joseph, lane number 7. And Sitton in lane number 8 for J.W. Fletcher in the person of Alexis Smith.
So that's the girls' 400 meters dash juniors.
You had just remember, Antoine, just the other day we were introducing J.W. Fletcher as a newcomer to the games.
They are established now.
They are established.
They are showing the way for the Gateway Academy and the St. George's Institute now. They're the new kids on the block.
It's not as difficult as it seems. They probably tapping themselves down and saying, that was us years ago. No, we're in the big league. We're big boys now, big girls as well.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the competition is in full swing. And the third of 4 heats in the girls' 400 meters juniors.
Let's keep our eyes peeled from the middle of the track. Lane 4 and 5. Maureen from St. David's Secondary, and Alexis. Intercol 23, the 50-50 edition. It is session 1, day 1 of Intercol. The 400 meters is just about getting started, but already in progress is the high jump, which is within our view. And it's a clean, no.
It's actually it's quite unusual to have so many fourth starts in a 400 meters. And we had 3 fourth starts of 340 starts in the last heat. Now here we are with a fourth start in this heat. 400 meters, that's not common.
It's not common, but it would be interesting to find out what is it that's giving rise to it, whether or not it's a technical issue or if it's just agitation. From where we sit, it doesn't seem to be as there's agitation from the field. But either way, we hope whatever the issue or issues are, that it resolves itself as this is session 1 and 17 events again as we get ready for session 2 later on.
Yes.
It's going to be quite the excitement is going to heighten that one.
All finals in the afternoon.
All finals in the afternoon.
So it's heat 3 or 4 in lane 1, St. John's Christian Secondary School. SAS is in lane 2. The green iguanas from the Westerhall Secondary School in lane 3. St. David's Catholic Secondary School in lane 4. Hillsborough in lane 5. McDonald College in lane 6. Happy Hill is in lane 7. And the lane 8 is open. But the athlete in lane 7.
That's from J.W. Fletcher.
She is the J.W. Fletcher, so that must be Alexis Smith.
Yes.
So they had some slight change with the order here on paper.
But you imagine some of the supporters on the bleachers, they're probably telling themselves, well, I'm here all by myself. Where are my friends?
Like Fridays would be a total different story.
Yeah. Well, Friday's celebration. By Thursday, now, sir, I can imagine the place would
Thursday.
It would be packed, no doubt.
So that was a false start, and well, the field have been given a card, so the next false start would be out.
Again, remind you there is varied events happening simultaneously as part of Intercol 2023, the 55th edition of the Republic Bank Intercol. We awaited the start of the 400 meters, heat 3 of 4. Girls 400 meters in the junior category. And
so false start number 2. Okay, something is amiss, and to coach you, Joseph, we need to find out what's causing false start in a 400 meters.
I mean, a false start at any level, it throws you off. There's always a question of what's happening mentally. We probably need to get an appreciation. Seen as one, there's a meeting of the congregating of the officials. One can only assume that it is to probably try to get an appreciation as to what are some of the challenges that they are experiencing.
Yeah, so you said it is unusual to have so many false starts, or rather faulty starts in 400 meters. So maybe that's what they're attempting to sort out among themselves as officials. But ladies and gentlemen, we are awaiting a continuation of the girls 400 meters for juniors. We have had 2 heats, and we are in heat number 3. It's the first finisher in each heat, plus the 4 fastest times amongst all 4 heats.
The time, the record, the game's record, set back in 1998, 56.40, set by Kishara George, and the record, I guess time will tell whether we'll find an athlete yet to challenge it. Maybe this year, 2023, is the year that happens. As we await the start. Heat 3 of 4. The girls 400 meters. The top finisher in each heat advances, followed by the next 4 best times overall. So in this case, the 2 fastest finishers they go through automatically to the final. Intercol 2023. Again, we say thanks to Republic Bank. As we go through session 1, day 1 of the 55th edition of the game. Let's see where the athletes are mentally as they get ready for the start. And we can safely say it's a clean break. Keep in mind that the top finisher advances automatically, because the top two they go ahead on time. As they go down the back stretch, we're looking at Smith from the J.W. Fletcher. There is McDonald College, and the person of Abigail Williams as out front and making for it. As we continue to keep our eyes on the clock. But we continue to fall out of lane number 1 from St. John's Christian Secondary. It's Noel out there in lane number 1, and she's going to just about cross the finish line just about this time. Unofficially, it is Noel from lane number 1, and Abigail Williams from McDonald College from lane number 2. The unofficial finish there for heat 3 or 4 event number 49. Again, I'm going to say this. It just shows the maturity and the spirit in which the games have been held, when athletes are seeing the need to finish the event, and not just walking off the field prematurely. It really it speaks well for the growth of the games and the maturity. So what we've seen, for those of you that's followed us, this is part of Intercol 2023, a TA production. And again, remind you that the coverage of the game is coming to you by pay-per-view. Day number 1, you probably could WhatsApp a friend, let them know that you're on the live. And again, Antoine, a new dimension for the championships. It's pay-per-view.
Yes, to reach a wider audience, I imagine. And persons in the diaspora, persons who are interested in track and field, local track and field, it augurs well for the future.
And certainly, we have to commend the production team, TNR Communication, for providing us the clean, top quality production that we've seen unfolding here for the 55th edition of Intercol 2023. 26 schools?
26 schools. So the winner of that event, 1 minute 01.66 seconds.
We're going to bring you an update in just a bit as to some of the activity that's happening on the field. So after the first round, in the discus throw senior females, you have from leading at the field, it's Jamelia Nicholas of St. David's Catholic with a distance to the throw of 33.24.
Final in this batch, the
Avenel
100
Nicholas,
meter dash junior girls, event number
24.84
49.
from, and
Running out of lane
bringing up
two,
the
representing the
third
Grenville
position
Secondary
is
School,
Nathaniel Stafford
Rakela Charles.
from the Anglican High School, 24.66. So we continue to monitor multiple events. We're getting ready for a continuation of event number 45, the girls 400 meters dash in the junior division. The lane assignments for the upcoming event. Lane 1, Rikala Charles occupies lane number 2.
Rounding out Grenville, Sharice Alexander. Those are the athletes in this one. The final heat, heat 4 of 4 in the junior girls, 400 meters. Top finisher automatically qualifies, and the next 4 fastest times across the 4 heats.
On your mark.
And it's a clean break.
Inside. 400 meter dash junior girls, heat 4 of 4. Grenville Secondary, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Anglican High School, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. They're coming on the 200 meter mark. 200 meter mark, St. Mark's Secondary, McDonald College, out front.
We just saw the completion there of the last flight of events, of prelims, that is, for event number 49, the girls 400 meters dash. And certainly, again, we continue to recognize that. So what we're looking at now is the replay of that previous heat, as we see out of lane number 5 from St. Joseph's Convent, Camilla Phillip. In fact, she came in with the second fastest time, behind that of Emma McIntosh of the Anglican High School. But again, she held former Antoine to come away with the victory. You saw that McDonald College kind of snuck in on the outside there to take second place. So we look at the official results from the heat 4-5. Kamali Phillip of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, stopping the clock. A minute 01.83. Peaches Panthrew, who came in to split them up. The McIntosh Phillip little conversation in 1 minute 03.31. And Emma McIntosh of the Anglican High School, she took third position.
So the table is set for the finals of this girls 400 meters junior, and distinctly there's a distinct difference in terms of the time. Shafona Houston at 58.41, and then the next best times all 1 minute plus.
Again, while we get ready for the 400 meters, that's the 400 meters dash in the junior boys. We continue to keep our appetites watered by some of the other events that's happening on the field. We have in progress the boys, the high jump, and certainly we also have shot put in progress. But the lane assignments for we're getting ready for event 50, the boys 400 meters dash. That event is on screen. Again, reminding you the record 45.30, set back by the man himself back in 2009.
I think it's we can say that record is probably safe today.
Time will tell.
This is the junior boys.
As we await the lane assignments.
400 meter dash, junior boys, record in this event, 45.3 seconds, set back in 2009 by our Olympian Grenadian Kirani James of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Heat 1, running out of lane 1, representing the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, Shem Smith. Lane 2, representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Deron Sincere. Lane 3, representing the Happy Hill Secondary, Nathan Hilaire. Lane 4, representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, Keelan Moses. Lane 5, representing the Westmoreland Senior School, Sebastian Plantagenist. Lane 6, representing the St. Rose Modern Secondary, Shamar Andrew. Lane 7, representing the Bishop's College, Jamie Matthews. Running out of lane 8, representing the Grenada Christian Academy, Rickelson George. That's your start list. These are the starters for Heat 1 of 4. 400 meter dash, junior boys.
On paper, Kado, this should be quite a competitive race. They all seem to be coming in with similar times for this one.
Should keep an eye speed for lane number 4, coming in with a time of 50.11 seconds. The boys 400 meters dash in the junior category. Early days yet, Intercol 2023, day 1, session 1. They await the status orders. A gentle breeze blows across the stadium as they are off for the start of the 400 meters dash. Let's keep our eyes peeled. From Grenada Christian Academy, you have young George that's motoring away down the backstretch. Bishop's College is also there on the inside. From Randy Jones, also in the mix from the J.W. Fletcher. We have young Shem Smith. Let's see how this one pans out. It's 400 meters. It is a combination of speed, strategy, and poise. As they hit the top of the 100 meters, we are in the middle of the pack there from St. David's Catholic Secondary. It's young Moses, and Moses followed by the athlete Smith from J.W. Fletcher. But he looks over his shoulders as he completes and crosses the finish line. And it's for Keelan Moses of St. David's Catholic. He came in with the fastest time for what was the event number 45. Event number 50, the boys 400 meters dash.
So I think this went as expected. The Keelan Moses was expected to win this one, and then the others, they all had similar times coming into this event. And this is how this actually panned out.
Again, very often when you look at the 400 meters, There are some athletes who they have the luxury, as you see on the international level, where guys are now sprinting the 400 and the 400s. But there are those who take a more tactical approach to it, where they position themselves, they start, maintain, position themselves, and then they eventually strike. But as you see, the official times for this one, Keelan, a bit slower. That is entry time into the event. He came in with a time of 51, but he stopped the clock now at 52.34. You have Nathan Hilaire of Happy Hill Secondary, 53.37, and Shamal Andrew of St. Rose, and occupying the third position.
Yeah, with about 25 meters to go, I think it's fair to say that Moses shut the engine down.
Yes, I mean, I think he understands. He understood what needed to be done. He's already won. He goes through automatically. Conserve energy. Let's wait for round 2 as we get ready for. Put our eyes back onto the track. Heat 2 of 4, and this one is certainly we'll be looking at what's happening out in the middle of the pack. Cornell Pear, he comes with the fastest time from the Grenada Boys Secondary, 51.51, and Hillsborough Secondary, Khalil Lendo in a time of 53.40. So we'll see how this one pans out. Heat 2 of 4, and certainly the excitement awaits.
Lane 3, representing the St. Rose Modern Secondary, Izion Fraser. Lane 4, representing the Grenada Boys Secondary, Cornell Pierre. Lane 5, representing the Hillsborough Secondary, Khalil Lendor. Lane 6, representing the Boca Secondary, Nicholas Frederick. Lane 7, representing the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, Joshua Fullerton. And running out of lane 8, representing the MacDonald College, Cameron Jeffrey. That's your start list. Heat number 2 of 4, 400-meter dash, junior boys. A reminder that 53.96 is the time on the bubble. If you want to qualify for these finals, 53.96.
Event number 50, boys 400 meters dash. St. Mark Secondary is there. SAS is there. St. Rose Modern Secondary, GBSS, Hillsborough, Bishop's College, MacDonald College. Event 50, heat 2 of 4, the boys 400 meters. And it's an all-even start, 400 meters dash. Let's see how this one unfolds as they make their way down the back stretch. MacDonald's College, Cameron Jeffrey taking the early push for this one. Boca Secondary, Nicholas Frederick is also in the hunt. Let's see how this one unfolds as they approach the 200 meters, 100-meter mark. It is Nicholas Frederick from the Boca Secondary. Frederick, who's motoring away out there in lane number 6. GBSS Cornell Pierre is trying to make a push for it. But it's an easy win there for Nicholas Frederick from Boca Secondary, followed by unofficially from Cornell Pierre of the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
This one is a more competitive one, and let's see what the time looks like.
It is good, though, that we've seen more. Intercol has had its perennial competitors. As we look at the replay, and it's Frederick, the young Frederick of lane number 6. Seemed a bit labored, though, in his style of running.
It's 52 seconds. That's the fastest time to date. But of course, Moses really eased up in the first heat. So, but 52 seconds, that's good running.
Again, folks, the athletes, they come in with varied styles. Some are just happy to qualify. They're just happy to qualify, while others are probably more conscious of the clock. Yes, but
So
again,
to date, we can say the first three athletes from this heat, plus the winner of the last heat, are the ones who would be on the bubble, so to speak. That's where your top four would come from so far. The first three in this heat, and the winner of the first heat.
we continue to see things as they unfold down here at the Carriacou James Athletic Stadium. It's Republic Bank Intercol 2023, and the live broadcast being facilitated by TNR Communication. It's a pay-per-view production, and certainly you can WhatsApp a friend so they can start garnering some interest as you continue your support for your favorite team, your favorite athletes, family, and friends over the next couple of days.
So this is heat number 3 or 4. Heat number 3 or 4.
Getting set for heat 3 of 4. 400-meter dash junior boys. Running on the lane 1. Representing the St. Mark Secondary School, Anson Aberdeen. Lane 2. Representing the MacDonald College, Javard Nelson. Lane 3. Representing the Presentation Brothers College, Caden McQueen. Lane 4. Representing the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Tashon Purcell. Lane 7, representing the Happy Hill Secondary, Delani Patrice. And running out of lane 8, heat 3 of 4, representing the St. George's Institute, Ruben Lau Batista. That's your starting lineup. These are your starters for heat 3 of 4, 400-meter dash, junior boys.
We see how this one pans out. Tashon Purcell comes in with the fastest qualifying time of 52 seconds. Adon Daniel, 53.34, lane 4 and 5. But let's not count out McQueen from the Presentation Brothers College. That's a clean start, and they are 400 meters dash, junior boys. Early days still. We give ourselves time for the race to develop. St. David's is there. There is Purcell in lane 4. Daniel in lane 5. Running on the outside is Labastida for St. George's Institute. Well, as they head to the final 100 meters, it is out of MacDonald College, Javed Nelson. He's been stretched there on his outside in lane number 1 by Anson Aberdeen. Aberdeen on the inside. He's probably just trying to. We'll wait for the official results from that one. And this one developed a little bit. And that's what we keep saying. There's always the anticipated result. And then there is what unfolds and presents itself on the day. We're looking at the results and the replay. MacDonald's College's Nelson holding his own. But there we see Anson Aberdeen in lane number 1 making the push. And so too, as we did say, McQueen from Presentation Brothers College. I think unofficially we'll wait for the official results. Officially, it was in fact Anderson Aberdeen from St. Mark's Secondary in the time of 53.80 seconds. Javed Nelson, MacDonald's College, 53.89. And Caden McQueen of the Presentation Brothers College, 54.37. You top finishes, Antoine?
So as it stands, our top four finishers. Our top four finishers is three from heat two, and two from heat two and two from heat one. So nobody from heat number 3 would have made it into as the fastest losers. Now this heat number 4, one of the projected stars of this game, Ethan Sam, the GBSS, is in lane 4. He's one of those that has been spoken of highly.
And I think he's also on the character team.
He is on the character team in quite a few events too.
Wherever you are, those of you here at home, it is Intercol Day. Intercol 2023, the Republic Bank Intercol Championships. We're coming to you live here from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, the picturesque Kirani James Athletic Stadium, for what is session 1, day number 1 of Intercol 2023, and certainly the day. It's a day that has been provided with just sufficient cloud cover, and it sort of certainly augurs well for track and field, and we've had the luxury of events on the track, while simultaneously we have some 27 athletes that's competing in the high jump, and there's also the shot put that is in progress. But we get ready for the next event on the track, the boys 400 meters dash. That's heat 4 of 4. The ones to look at for, we keep our eyes on Sam in lane number 4. That's Ethan Sam and Joel Clement from Hillsborough Secondary School, 52.90. Event number 50, the boys 400 meters dash, Intercol 2023. Again, remind you that the top finisher, the first place in each event, makes an automatic qualification, and then the top 2 finishers, they go through.
Field events continue. They're making to the places, to their rounds. Top 8 from each of the field events qualify for the finals. We'll have additional 3 attempts vying for the medals. Each of the field events.
I can well imagine, Antoine, that there are folks wherever they are, while it is yet early days, there are some persons who don't wait for the meet, the championships to unfold. They come in with their own preconceived notions, their own natural biases, as you can well appreciate. And then there are those who certainly they wait and see. But you hinted it just quite nicely this morning as we wait for the introduction.
Representing the Presentation Brothers College, Aidan McIntosh. Running over lane 4, representing the Grenada Boys Secondary, Ethan Sam. Lane 5, representing the Hillsborough Secondary, Joel Clement. Lane 6, representing the Bishop's College, Randy Jones. Lane 7, representing the St. John's Christian Secondary, Cheddy Augustine. And running out of lane 8, representing the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, Rodell Bowen. That's your starting lineup for the junior boys, heat 4 of 4, 400 meter dash.
On your mark.
Heat 4 of 4, prelims, 400 meters, juniors.
This should be a good one. We have 2 Carifta selectees in this one.
That's a clean
They're
start.
up and they're off. The final of 4 heats, 400 meter dash, junior boys. On the outside, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. On the inside, Hillsborough Secondary, Grenada Boys Secondary. Presentation Brothers College is coming. They're going down the back straight. Hillsborough Secondary making a move. Bishop's College chasing. Grenada Boys Secondary, Presentation Brothers College. Coming around the bend, 150 to go, 400-meter dash. If they want to make it to the finals, 53 is the time to beat. Presentation Brothers College. Here comes the GBSS. Here's Morrow Secondary on the outside. Bishop's College. But it's PBC, GBSS, PBC, GBSS, PBC, GBSS, GBSS. Unofficially taking this one. Ethan Sam of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Qualifying automatically to this evening's finals. We await the times to see what the other qualifiers would look like.
We await the time. It's one of those races, though, as we look at the replay, as they hit the top 100. It's sort of difficult. Everybody's well measured. Presentation Brothers College is there. GBSS in the mix. Hillsborough Secondary, and you're looking at Sam from the GBSS and McIntosh, where they're measuring each other, and you know what's giving rise to that, and we hinted to it though. These are athletes that they've met each other, they understand each other's strength, Antoine. So officially, it's Ethan Sam. He stopped the clock at 51.10 seconds, and Aiden McIntosh, the Presentation Brothers College, 51.18. Randy Jones of Bishop's College, 51.99. Your winner and top two finishers for Heat 404 of the boys 400 meters dash, Antoine.
Well, what we can safely say here in this was the fastest heat by a lot. This was the fastest heat. And interestingly enough, in this race, both Sam and Aiden McIntosh, they are both Carifta selectees and will be running in the 4x400 meters at Carifta, as well as our winner in Heat 1, Keelan Moses and Nathan Hilaire. That's our quartet right there. Nathan Hilaire, Keelan Moses, Ethan Sam, and Aiden McIntosh. That's our 4x4 quartet for the Carifta games. And living up to their billings, they are all into the Nathan Hilaire seems to be on a bubble right now. We'd have to verify this if he's actually into the finals, because the last heat 4, is in fact quite a quick heat.
But we are in fact going to wait for the official results as compiled by the track, by the game's official. But certainly we want to say thanks to you wherever you are. You're looking at Intercol 2023, and on screen now, we are continuing with the boys' shot put. Again, happening simultaneously, there is a shot put that's taking place, and we get a shot now of the bleachers. Early days yet for those of you that's probably questioning what in your mind may unfold as a lack of interest in the sport. Antoine, we know that is the furthest thing from the truth.
It's tradition.
It is just tradition on day one. And as you remember, it's day one, session one. And on day one, even as the day stretches on, you would recognize that more patrons, even more athletes, are going to come in. But day two, we can tell you, it's going to tell a different story. And day three, well, there's going to be a crescendo.
Yeah, the tradition is that the young people would turn up on day one. It would be the Form 1s, some Form 2s, day 3, Form 1, 2, and 3. And the third day, everybody.
The full kit and caboodle.
Including past students.
Including the past students.
In the numbers.
No doubt. Sometimes I feel sorry for them. Just having to sit there. And it's not called the bleachers for no reasons. They get a good bleaching. A darkening more so though. But they come prepared for it. I think probably, but as you say, we continue to also keep our eyes. There's the short put that is in progress.
That's a short put. We'll give you an idea of who is in this event. It's a long list of young men in this event. It's a short put sub-junior boys. We have 27 athletes in this one. 27. And they're representing all the schools. It's the well, most of the schools. I'm seeing maybe we have SAS, McDonald College, Gradient Christian Academy, J.W. Fletcher, Boca Secondary, SGI is in this one, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Hillsborough Secondary, GBSS, and PBC, and Westmoreland Secondary is also here. So
Quite.
Most of the schools are represented.
Quite the field.
Yes. Not in Gateway, but other than Gateway, all else seems to be represented here. Of course, on the male side, you're not going to see the St. Joseph convents in this one.
But the build-up continues for what is anticipated to be 3 days of excellence on the track and in the field. Intercol, the 55th edition of the championships. And we say thanks to Republic Bank, who certainly has done an excellent job in ensuring that we get an opportunity to promote our young athletes on the great stage.
As soon as we get an update on the shot put or the other field events that are taking place right now, we have the shot put for sub-junior boys, and simultaneously we have the girls discus throw for senior girls. That's also happening at the same time with 25 athletes again. This is very, very, very nourishing. 25 athletes among the senior ranks. It's nourishing. Generally, we don't have these numbers for senior athletes. Anyway, we are back on the track.
We are back on the track. Event number 51. It's going to be heat 1 of 4 of the girls' 400 meters dash in the senior division. The game's record set by Kishara George back in 2001, 54.31 seconds.
We're on the track. Event 51, 400 meter dash, senior girls. Heat 1 of 4. Running out of lane 1, St. Mark's Secondary, Kasima Langain. Lane 2, representing St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Jadine Batiste. Lane 4, representing St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Shantae Augustine. Lane 5, representing J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, Cargel Frederick. Lane 6, representing the Anglican High School, Rhea Flanders. And lane 7, representing the Grenada Christian Academy, Daniel Crony. Those are the starters. Heat 1 of 4, 400 meter dash, senior girls.
On your mark. Stand, everybody.
St. Joseph Convent, St. George. Shantae is another of our Carifta selectees. And in this heat, coming with the fastest time. Back to the track.
Event 51, the girls 400 meters. And as you said, Antoine, we keep her eyes peeled in the middle of the pack. Shantae Augustine. She comes into this one with a qualifying time of 57.21 seconds. Let's see. Shantae Augustine from the St. Joseph's Convent. Rhea Flanders is also making an early move for it, running out of lane number 6. Anglican High School, Flanders. Shanti Augustine, St. Joseph's Convent St. George. Cool, well-measured strides as she hit the top of the 100 meters. It's Augustine. Quite a cool, measured run from her, Antoine, as she heads for home. Nice, strong.
No surprises in this one, Kado. We expected Shanti Augustine. She have had a remarkable season build up to this Intercol Carifta Games. In fact, in the St. Joseph Convent St. George Sports, she broke a number of long-standing records.
Indeed, yes.
So we expect good things from this young lady at the Carifta Games.
As you watch the replay, what I like about her, she has a well-measured, calm composure. She knows her ability. She understands what is happening on the field, and certainly she's just a matter of executing on the day, and that is exactly what she did.
And with all the noise, the athletes from Rhea Flanders from Anakin High School, she had a good run also.
Indeed, she had a good run to complete the top 2 for Heat 1 of 4.
10074.
Intercol, the 55th edition of the Republic Bank Intercol 2023, and certainly the session 1, day number 1, and we can assure you as the hours progresses and the days certainly as well, what we've seen today would be a tales of 2 different proportions when you come to tomorrow, and certainly, Antoine, on Thursday, when the cavalries they come out with their horns, their flutes. I know you and I, we've had our own experiences of what it was years gone by, but certainly, I think every school child ought to experience an Intercol at some point in time of their life in secondary school.
I share that view. That's why it was so unfortunate that some kids would have gone through secondary school without experiencing an Intercol, really, because we have been off real competitive Intercol for 4 years.
Yes, but if you miss it this year, it's no fault of your own. The pandemic, as it is, has given way. And while we say it's not over in its entirety, COVID as it is, but certainly we're here enjoying the glorious, the picturesque setting of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for session 1, day 1, Intercol 2023. High jump in progress. We have the shot put also in progress. And as we look into the immediate near on the screen, we getting ready for Heat 2 of 4. The girls 400 meters dash in the senior division.
Lane 2, representing the McDonald College, Francesca Henry. Lane 3, representing the Anglican High School, Curdine Phillip. Lane 4, representing the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Kemisha Dominic. Lane 6, representing the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, Janisha Hosford. And lane 7, representing the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Katie Simon. Those are your starters. Heat 2 of 4 in the senior girls 400 meter dash. A reminder, 1 minute 14.53 seconds is the bubble time you're trying to beat if you want to get into these finals. The record in this event, 54.53 seconds.
On your mark.
Event 51. In the senior division, the girls 400 meters.
Keep your eyes in lane number 4, Kamisha Damnik. She has had a good season.
She comes with a time of 58.20 seconds. And they're off. Clean start. 400 meters. 400 meters in the girls' senior. As you look at them, as the race unfolds down the back stretch from St. David's Catholic, Kamisha. Yes, that's Kamisha Dominic. Also in there from the Anglican High School, it's Philip. McDonald's College's Francesca Henry is also in the mix. That's the top 3. Let's see how this race unfolds. But it is the favorite in the race that continues to hold her own. Kamisha Dominic as they head for home. Dominic out of lane number 4. It is Dominic out of lane number 4. Trying to make a comeback, running out of lane number 3. It is Philip. But I think it's going to be an easy one as she heads towards the finish line. Antoine, it's Kamisha Dominic out of lane number 4, taking the top position in this heat. No surprise?
No surprises. It's true to form in this one. She has had a good season in the build up to these games. She has had a good season.
Some they come, they deliver. Others they disappoint. But as I was saying to someone, the Intercol games, sports as it is, just participating is indeed its own reward. And for those just being here, as we look at the replay, it was quite a cool, calm, measured, calculated run out of lane number 4 by the athletes from St. David's Catholic, Kamisha Dominic, and certainly Antoine.
A pretty good time.
Assume, yes, and you can only assume that she feels she'll be pleased with her performance as she sets her eye on the final round.
Yes, this is the fastest heat so far.
59.48. 59.48. McDonald's College's Francesca Henry. The time of 1:00.77 seconds. And Kadeen Phillip from the Anglican High School, 1:01.20 seconds.
Now in the next heat, the Aliyah Harry. This is an athlete who have had a remarkable season also from St. David's Catholic Secondary. So we should expect good running from Ged Harry in this third heat.
And we sort of hinted to it, we continue to hint to it that up until now we've gone through the heat, we've seen you can't in any way say this one school, Antoine, is going to win. It continues to be a mix. Some we anticipated. In the boys, there are the perennial contenders, the GBSS, the SAS. There's the Presentation Brothers College. You've seen the McDonald College, Boca Secondary. You look at what's happening in the girls. Convent in St. Andrews as the defending champions. Anglican High School as one of the perennial contenders. And certainly Convent, again, they continue to see that mix of athletes that certainly in no way form allows you to start gauging and saying too early, you know what, this is where the games is actually heading. And I think it just really speaks well to the organizers and the owners of the game. So what Intercol has really and truly evolved itself into.
And certainly for this edition, that is so true. We're back onto the track.
We getting ready. Event number 51, the girls' 400 meters dash. And certainly the man, Jason Skeet, is going to make his way back in just a bit. Event 51, girls' 400 meters dash.
The field events continue. The high jump sub-junior boys in progress. The discus senior girls into their final rounds. The long jump junior girls making their paces, and the sub-junior shot put for the boys. But we continue on the track with heat 3 of 4 senior girls. Heat 3 of 4 senior girls, 400 meter dash. Running out of lane 2, representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Tara Joseph. Lane 4, representing the St. David's Catholic Secondary, Aliyah Gidari. Lane 5, representing the Hillsborough Secondary, Norlana Harry. Lane 6, representing the Happy Hill Secondary, Amia Harris. Lane 7, representing the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Josheni Fortune. Those are the starters in heat 3 of 4, senior girls, 400 meters.
So that you have the late assignments for the upcoming event. Antoine, I'm not a man of luck and turns and bets, but if I had to make a reasonable, calculated determination, I think even Jason would probably even pitch in on this one. We probably would put our chances on young Harry.
That's a good bet, actually. And Harry, incidentally, is one of our character selectees, not in this event, but one of our character selectees. In fact, she's down to do the javelin and the hep at Carifta. Good athlete, had a very good season.
Let's see. It's the girls, 400 meters dash, 400 meters as they make their way down the back stretch. It's Gihari running out of lane number 4. Also in there from J.W. Fletcher. We have St. David's is also there. Yes, that's Gihari in lane number 4. Let's see as they hit the top of and they make their way home. It's Bihari, seems quite measured. Not much seems to any challenge to be offered, coming either from the left or from the right. And she's all on her own. 400 meters, Gihari, and certainly just establishing her presence as she pulls away from the rest of the pack. Unofficially, it's an easy win there for her. Stopping the clock in one official is 1 minute 01.7 seconds. We wait for the official time from the field. But indeed, she lived true to form, Antoine.
True to form.
Came away with an easy victory.
Easy victory. And as expected, a pretty good athlete she is. And one of those athletes that do very well in the multi-disciplines.
So it's Intercol 2023. We're coming to you live along here from the Carriacou James Athletic Stadium. And certainly, we're getting ready to make 2 changes. One, we're getting ready for a commercial break that is due. And in the meantime, we make a change in the commentary team. Jason Skeet rejoins us as we continue our live coverage here at the Carriacou James Athletic Stadium of Intercol 2023. But first, we take the commercial break.
And winning this event, establishing a new record, 37.98 meters from the St. David Catholic Secondary, Jamilia Nicholas.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think a Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenience. Think Republic.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Republic makes home easy.
Wow, that was such a breeze.
My name is Jason Skeet, together with Joseph Cador and a host of others. Intercall 2023, live back at the National Stadium, the Carriacou James Athletic Stadium, in beautiful Spice Country, Grenada, the Mecca sporting event in this wonderful country. And so many superstars would have gone through these gates. We're getting ready now for the lane assignments of the third heat, I think it is, in the girls 400 meters. Joseph Cadot?
The girls 400 meters. Jason, thank you and welcome back. And as we continue with it, Intercol 2023.
And the next best 4 times. The next best 4 times will join them in this evening's finals. Lane assignments, heat 4 of 4. Running out of lane 2, representing the McDonald College, Verandel Roberts. Lane 3, representing St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Arona Cape. Lane 4, representing the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, Amia Samuel. And lane 7, representing the Boca Secondary School, Mary Manwaring. That's your start list for heat 4 of 4. Senior girls, 400-meter dash.
All right, so the heat 4 of 4 in the girls senior 400 meters. Don't forget the 2 fastest times from each heat will progress, and the finals will be ran off this afternoon. We've got some updates to bring to you in the form of a new record which was established in the female category. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, of course, the feature school right there in the first round of the senior girls discus. The senior girls discus, Jamila Nicholas, in the first round, she eclipsed everybody with a throw of 33.24. And then she went on to break the record, a long-standing record. The record of 36.64 was eclipsed, and she did that by some distance, a new record, 37.27 meters. So Jamila Nicholas of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in a 4th throw, breaking a 1996 established record by Kathy Ann Hopkins, and that record is now in the wind, and it belongs to Jamila Nicholas.
Well, as anticipated, at Intercol, come the day, come the athletes. Jason, there's always the expectation that records will be broken, and certainly as athletes, they come to set their mark on the games and etch their own little way, stamp their big history as it relates to Intercol 2023. The 55th edition, though, and certainly we have to say, Jason, that over the years, it has developed quite a rich tradition and legacy.
Of course, many folks, as we said earlier on, would be no doubt prized in understanding that they went through these gates. Even some of our international superstars would have gone through these gates. Anderson Peters, Kurt Felix, Josh Boateng, Kirani James, Rondell Bartholomew, Arlene Francique, and a host of others who represented Grenada long before them. Didn't get to the medal podium on the international scene as they wanted to, but no doubt represented Grenada well. Eugene Licorice, and a few others, Dylan Antwine, Dylan Oliver and Dave Antwine, remember those? Also, we had folks like Brian Pitt back in the day, George Goatee Robinson.
Quite an illustrious history.
Yeah. A few well. And Leon DeCoto, Robbie Celestine, Rhonda Henry, Hazelyn Regis has done very well representing Grenada on the international scene. And all these superstars would have gone through these gates right here at the Intercol. Some of them at the old Queen's Park. That was, well, that's a whole other story for another different day. But, you know, they would have gone through the gates of the Intercol, and no doubt these young folks here will be looking to make their mark to stamp their place in history.
I was just about to say, Jason, while many would think that you're 16, when you start referring to the old Queen's Park, it only exposes your hand when it comes to your age. We've all had fond memories of the old Queen's Park, and in one way or the other, the memories that's been etched in our minds as it relates to Intercol. Each of us, individual memories that provides a kaleidoscope of really, really true excitement of colors for what is yet to unveil and unfold itself, Jason, over the next 3 days.
All right. Well, we've got a whole lot to talk about. Sherry Ann Noel is down on the field, and she too has a whole lot to talk about. We just had a record being broken in the female discus. Sherry Ann, you've got talent with you?
Of course, I have the first gold medalist of the day. I have with me Amelia Nicholas. She is one of the senior athletes out of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Now, Jamelia threw a record-breaking distance of 37.98 meters to erase Katyan Hopkins' 1996 record of 36.64 in the discus. Congratulations to you, and speak to us about this particular moment for you.
Thank you very much. Well, this moment, I'm very happy. Yeah.
How did you arrive at this stage? Speak to us about the process, the preparation, the coaches, the discipline.
Okay. Well, I've been into throwing since primary school, and I did 5 years of training in the Anglican High School. I started training with the Track Blazers under Coach Paul Phillip. And in preparation for Intercol games, we had training morning and evenings. So, yeah, I could say that the work paid off. It was difficult, but yeah, made it.
What's next for Amelia?
Well, I'm looking forward to going to Carriacou, but I didn't make the standard, so maybe next year. Looking forward to it. Other games, I'm looking forward to throwing over 40. And yeah.
Well, congratulations to you. And as you said, hard work definitely pays off. That was the first gold medalist of the 55th Republic Bank sponsored intersecondary school games. The athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Amelia Nicholas, 37.98 meters, girls discus senior. It's now back to our commentary team.
Yeah, well, I remember Bernard Antoine saying earlier on that record is a safe record when we had our little discourse earlier on in the morning. And, well, nothing is safe. Clearly, we can see nothing is safe because she went. I mean, this is not a record that is broken just right there. I mean, it cleared at least 1 meter.
Yes.
So, I mean, she has actually shown that, and she's pretty young. She's still developing, obviously, and she has the potential, clearly, to do a whole lot more. So I do believe that she can, get into the Carriacou team next time around and even take this thing to another level. Jamelia doing really good there.
The one thing that I think we all agree on is there's a hunger, there's a thirst, there's an appetite for victory, for athletes to come to the fore and deliver come the day. And I think what we've seen, again, what you think in terms of a safe record, certainly with the appetite that these athletes are bringing to the games, Jason, you know what? The sky's the limits.
Yeah. All right. Well, a record that stood there long enough, as a matter of fact, stood there since 1996. And Bernard Antoine will be beating himself right now because nothing is safe.
Nothing is safe.
Sherry-Ann is going to give us some details a little bit later on about what we're seeing down on the pit now. We're still in the high jump for the senior boys, I think it is.
Yes.
And Sherry-Ann is following that, so she's going to give us an update in a minute or two. But in the meantime, we've got some track events to run off. We're still waiting for the start of the 4th heat in the girls 400 meter. Yeah, the girls 400 meter senior. We're waiting on heat number 4 for that.
Currently sitting in 3rd from the Anglican High School, Shafwana Houston, with a jump of 4.85 meters. From the St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew, Zania Belfon. And currently leading the field with a jump of 4.89 meters. From the Happy Hills Secondary School, Elena Di Cotto. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 8 finalists for the girls, long jump junior.
All right, so the sand pit is going to be activated in just a little bit. The girls' long jump is coming up, and that too is going to be a very interesting one.
No doubt. I mean, all the athletes, you see them, they seem quite pumped, quite ready to represent their schools. And some of them, it goes beyond the school. I mean, there are athletes who have their own personal desire for success beyond at Intercol. And certainly they're here. You've seen a lot of the colors, Jason, athletes are here to represent. And certainly, as you said, a little bit of excitement in the pits in just a while. We see here there's also some excitement taking place with the high jump, and we couldn't help but acknowledging earlier myself and Antoine the large field of contenders, Jason, that's been competing in some of the non-traditional areas that would be televised as part of Intercol games.
Yeah, well, Intercol Games has definitely grown. I mean, it has grown leaps and bounds, and many folks who would have started, as I mentioned, from the days of the old Queen's Park would know and understand that transition, the transition that we've made, and with the fact that Grenada, now on the international scene when it comes to track and field, I think anything really is not a surprise anymore.
Nothing's a surprise. From the days of the wooden bleachers at Queen's Park to here an internationally acclaimed stadium, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, it certainly shows that during the progress of time, we've grown, and we've allowing ourselves here in 2023 to provide you this coverage here of Intercol 2023 pay-per-views. We want to say thanks to TNR Communication for ensuring and bringing this coverage to you live where you are. We've seen you getting a view of the bleachers, early days yet, some of the athletes that have come out. I'm seeing a mix of mostly athletes from the Anglican High School that's within our view now, who are boasting themselves of having been here on day number 1 to be part of the Intercol conversation. We seen within the review, high jump is in progress, and so then we'll, as time progresses, we take you downfield to get a better appreciation as to where Jason, where the competitors and the jumpers, where they are as it relates to the high jump. But no doubt, as we inching closer to the end of session 1, day 1 of Intercol 2023, it's indeed shaping itself up. See the athletes there. He's just putting his mark for his run-up. He gets it. And Jason is interesting as we look at it. We look at the athletes. We see some of them. They get into their pre-runs, their rituals, and that's as to where and how they are going to deliver and attack the jump. But certainly, for just being at Intercol, I mean, I say to a lot of athletes, just being at Intercol, Jason, and being able to participate. Winning is one thing, but I think participation by itself, being part of the entire environment that makes Intercol what it is, I mean, that is a success all by itself.
Yeah, well, these are what the games are about, so,
The games are made of the participants. It's the sights, the songs, and the colors of Intercol 2023 in the Republic Bank Intercol. 55 glorious years of excellence being unfolded right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Early days is day 1, and we can well appreciate as the days advance. Today advances itself, and the other days it presents itself that we'll be looking for some mouth-watering and really, really, really superb and spectacular days of track and field excellence here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. But so wherever you are, again reminding you that the coverage is a pay-per-view one, and you want to appreciate that, you can ensure that you call a friend, let them know that Intercol, wherever you are, Intercol is available pay-per-view and comes to you the kind courtesy, certainly, of TNR Communication. You can either decide to get yourself a day pass or you get yourself a season pass for certainly what has been and what is a really, really, really exciting build-up that is to the next couple of days. Great athletes, great anticipation of excellence by the different schools. But Jason, while we look at the jump though, and I know each and every one of us, if you were to go back, the throwback, any What are some of the memories you've had of Intercol in your days at the Presentation Brothers College?
Going to Intercol and having fun.
That's a nice way. A nice way to summarize it.
Yeah, going to Intercol, having fun, and just being there to support. Intercol wasn't really my thing. Athletics was more fun for me. I had my sights set on other sports.
Okay, but I think for all of us, the excitement and the anticipation of Intercol is something that lives on with us years after we've transitioned the walls of our various secondary schools. But high jump in progress. Fold attempt there, as indicated by the official. Wherever you are, you can feel free to be part of this conversation and let them know that Intercol 2023 is in fact on. It's a TNR communication production, and we're coming to you live from the world famous, the picturesque Kirani James Athletics Stadium, nestled. I think there's no arguments over the beauty that the Kirani James Athletic Stadium provides. We have the Dabo Hills, the ocean, that constant breeze that covers the face blows through the pavilion, and it really and truly, today's a bit of a cloud cover that just provides just about the adequate bit of a covering for the athletes down here at the National Stadium. We're keeping in mind 3 days. "26 events. And we can promise you that as the day lengthens, the meet stretches into other days, that the students are going to be out, so too would be the supporters of the individual schools. But we're getting ready to pilarize onto activities back on the track. For what should be event number, Heat 4 event number 51. That should be the final flight of the girls' 400 meters dash.
All right, well, we had the starters list already, and now the field has been cut down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4 actually, from what we're seeing on screen. So no one in lane 5, 6, and 8. So we have Roberts, Cape, Samuel, and Manwarin. The final heat in the girls' 400-meter senior. And Cape seems to have some serious intentions, but I'm quite sure Roberts of McDonald College, well, she's asking a few questions here now. They're going to just run through this one because they understand that the top 2 who come through will go into the finals. So clearly Roberts now, Vanandel Roberts, she's clearly in command, and with about just under 100 meters to go, she's going to slip into cruise control right now and just allow the momentum to carry her across the finish line. No need to really pump and go through and exert any serious energy, but it's basically a trot for her now, a slow race. For that I can tell you.
Yep.
And so nothing really surprising there, because Vanandel Roberts of McDonald College, she went into this heat as the favorite. Doesn't even seem too jaded, really.
Not at all. Just a walk in the park. I think a walk in the park is almost an understatement for what she just did. As you look at the replay, hit it home, quite calm, well composed. I like her awareness of appreciating where she is in the race. She's clearly away from the rest of the pack, and all she needed to do was just to stroll away over the finish line to make it official. for what was the final heat, heat 4 of 5 of event number 51. As you look at the official times, from Roberts of McDonald's College, a time of 1 minute 02.14 seconds. Manwarin in second place, 1 minute 07.96, and Emilia Samuel of St. George's Convent, St. George, a time of 1 minute 08.63. Yes, so that was the official times there. The end of event number 51, the girls 400 meters dash in the senior category, Jason.
Yeah, well, I think what was going to be interesting now is the times that these young ladies would have run, because that is going to impact on the lane assignments.
Correct.
So right now, Kamisha Dominique of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, she had one of the fastest qualifying times, 58.20, and she would no doubt be looking at a nice comfortable middle lane for the finals. That's always a good position to find yourself in. So when you run in the preliminaries, it's basically, yes, to qualify, but you also want to make sure that you run to secure a good lane. Anywhere between lanes 4 and 6 is really a decent lane for you. We've got the lane assignments for the boys 400 meters now coming up.
In the senior, that's in the senior division. So we wait for the lane assignments of the upcoming event. We look for out of lane number 1. It is Jolan Langain as you take the lane assignments.
On your mark.
All right, so Langain of Boca Secondary in 1, Williams of SAS in 2, Williams of St. David's in 3, Jules in 4, and Holas of PBC in 5 in 7. So 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7. First heat, boys, 400 meter senior. The time here coming in to this one, the boys 400 meter dash senior. Elisha Williams of St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 47.76, his qualifying time. So, something to look forward there. St. David's Catholic Secondary, that's Williams and Williams of SAS, Williams of St. David's Catholic Secondary School. They both will qualify once they hold on to their own, but Elisha Williams of St. David's Catholic Secondary School wants to walk away with the bragging rights for the heats and find himself in a good position. He ran 47.76 to get into this one, and let's see what his time will be like in this first heat.
Well, we look to see how it unfolds. I remember seeing him at the national champs, and certainly he offered a mouth-watering delivery on that day. And we'll see as the evening unfolds as we get into the finals, as to wait for the rest of the other events, the rest of the field to do that delivery in the prelims. But certainly, as you look at him, Jason, certainly he understood what needed to be done. He came, conserve a bit of energy, because he understands that some of the other heats are really going to offer some challenges. As we look at heat number 2, where you have the likes of Tegan Peterkin and Kevin Martin from Wester Hall and the GBSS, 48 and 27 seconds. But the official time for that one, Elisha Williams from St. David's Catholic Secondary, 49.86 seconds. Lennon Williams from SAS, 52.31. Nathan Hollis of the PBC, 53.50. You have Jordan Langain as we look at the replay on screen, and there with Williams. Easy run there for him.
All right, so we're getting ready for the second heat, the second of 4 heats, and this one we've got some names worthy of being mentioned in this one. 48.27 take on Peterkin. He came through the ranks from the days of prep right up to where he's at now, a senior. He has always been a force to be reckoned with, Tegan Peterkin. And also we've got Kevin Martin, 59.33 of Westmoreland Secondary School. So that right there is going to tell the story. A full clip from 1 to 7. Let's go down to the field now for the lane assignments. They already did that. Didn't even realize we missed it. But St. Louis of J.W. Fletcher in 1, Thomas of McDonald in 2, Frederick of Happy Hill in 3, Peterkin of GBSS is in 4, Martin of Westmoreland in 5, Sutton of PBC in 6, and Dakota of Bishop's College in 7. This is going to be a quick one.
Let's see how it unfolds. The 400 meters dash, seniors.
Next event on the track, the boys high jump. The field is now down to 3 athletes.
On your mark.
Peterkin also being selected to represent Grenada at the upcoming Carifta Games. He's going to be running the 4x1 and the 4x4. So this is really a pet event for him. It's an easy trot so far. Even Steven, some separation there, but look out, because this is where things are going to start separating. We're going to start separating the speed from the slow now. Peterkin seems to be in charge. He seems to be in control of his race and himself. It's a nice stride, good, comfortable, confident stride, stretching forward. A challenge being mounted there by DeAndre St. Louis, J.W. Fletcher. But Peterkin is looking over his shoulders, just wanting to establish his position. So I think he took a little bit for granted there, Peterkin, and he started to shut down just a little too early. And St. Louis of J.W. Fletcher said, you know what, nah, not today. But all's well that ends well, he would think. But that should teach him a lesson.
Should in fact teach him a lesson. It's never over. It's never over until you cross the finish line. And he seemed to have a difficulty in trying to position exactly where the athlete was, shutting him a little bit too early, Jason. And certainly you would hope that that is something he would remedy as he goes into the second half. But we look for the official time on this one, taking Peterkin from the GBSS, 50.68 seconds. And DeAndre St. Louis of J.W. Fletcher, 50.94. Thomas from McDonald's College, 51.78. Randy Frederick, 54.84 seconds as you look on the replay. He was pushed again there from J.W. Fletcher, and certainly you would assume as he makes his way to the final that he would appreciate that you have to run right through the tape. We also seen within review there's the long jump for senior girls that's in progress. That field has been dwindled down to 8 athletes. And we're also making our way back to see continued action on the tracks for the boys 400 meters. And this, in fact, will be heat 3 of 4. Again, reminding you that the top athlete in each of the flights of heats will advance, followed by the top 2 in each event, and the top 4 best times automatically they're going to go through.
All right, so heat 3. Rohan Bernard, Jahim Tika, Bishop's College, Shaquan Olive, St. Mark's Secondary, Kyle Victor, GBSS, Chad Samuel, Hillsborough Secondary, Joshua Greenwich, J.W. Fletcher, and Junior Alexander. Grenville Secondary School. In lane 1, Rohan Bernard of the Grenadian Christian Academy.
There you have Grenada lane assignments for the upcoming event. Again, it's always happy when you see some of the non-traditional schools that they have athletes that are representing them. And Christian Academy, certainly one of the newcomers to Intercol as it is in its traditional sense over 55 years. But Intercol 2023, the 55th edition, sponsored by Republic Bank. Bernard, Tika, Olive, Victor, Samuel, Greenwich, Alexander. Lane assignments for your upcoming event. Record on this one, Jason, 47.40.
Oh no. Oh no. Chad Samuel of the Hillsborough Secondary School in a tight situation. He's between a rock and a hard place and he doesn't have a sledge. This is not what he anticipated. Yep, his weight was transferred too much in front of him, and that induced the false start. No way he was contemplating trying to jump the gun in a 400 meters. It's not the type of race to even consider that, but I think his weight was just transferred just a little too much in front of him, and he has found himself in a tight situation, being credited with the false start. What does that mean for him?
I think the agony, the anguish on his face tells the story all by itself as he awaits the official response on the field.
Well, the anticipation of death is worse than death itself. So no doubt this is his dying moment. He is there waiting because he understands the story and what could very well be his fate. But the other athletes, a wake-up call for them as well. It's sometimes very unfortunate. It's just a transfer of weight, trying to lunge forward, and so he's got a warning. He's got a warning.
Another lifeline.
Got a warning. It's a green card, so he's got a warning. The red card would have spelled out you go, but he's got the opportunity to make some amends, so he's got a green card. That's a warning, so no doubt he is going to thank his lucky stars.
No, he's received a lifeline, as they say.
Hillsborough Secondary School, that's Chad Samuel in lane 5. This time everything works well. 400 meter senior boys, heat number 3 of 4. No major separation just yet. Out in lane 7, that's Alexander, but Alexander would know that he's in a very difficult lane. So he's pushing and giving it just about everything he's got. Does he have it to sustain? Because running out there in lane 7 is a task, but clearly he is not taking anything for chance. And Junior Alexander of Grenville Secondary finishes comfortably. He's followed by Kyle Victor of GBSS in lane 4. So it was a quick race. I believe it's under a minute from what I can gather. But this young man, he ran an awesome race. Junior Alexander of Grenville Secondary School. He left nothing for chance, understood that it was a heat, and by the time he got to the top of the straightaway, heading into home, he was clearly out in front. Exerted a little bit more energy than he wanted to, but when you run 49.76 in the heat to qualify out in lane 7, it means that you've worked yourself to getting a good, comfortable lane on the inside for the finals, and that's a good thing.
Well, monster run, no doubt. Stopping the clock at 49.76. Kyle Victor, second place, 51.9 from 9-2. Joshua Greenwich from JW Pleasure, 53.68. I think if you ask me, Jason, he probably surprised the field. I think as running out of the outside lanes, you have to take something special. And we've seen it at the international level. Running out of lane 8, 7, I think not much person they anticipated. That's okay. When we hit the bend, he's going to give in. But certainly he understood. Listen, I'm going to run for my life. If that's what it takes, that's what I'm going to do. And he pulled out a victory in the heat. We'll see how that translates into the finals. So that's the completion of heat 3 or 4. We get ready for the next heat on the day, completing that suite of events in event number 52. The boys 400 meters dash in the 400 meters.
All right, well, time being of the essence, so the house announcer is going to skip all the lane assignments. So what we're looking at basically, Joshua Collins of Hillsborough Secondary School, 52.70. We've got qualifying times also for Jamie Penny of Boca Secondary School, 53.48. So they're two to watch. Junior Alexander just ran 49.76. They'll be looking at that. They understood that he had to run for his life running out of lane 7. And the anticipation is building because this finals this evening is going to start to separate the men from the boys, so they say. The 400-meter finals.
It's going to set the tone for what happens on day 2 as we're in day number 1, but we're quite a long way away from that, Jason.
Michonne Hostin of Happy Hill Secondary School in 2. Nobody's in lane 1. Ashton Daniel of St. David's Catholic Secondary in 3. Joshua Collins of Hillsborough Secondary in 4. Jamie Penny of Boca Secondary in 5. Romel Charles of St. Rose Modern Secondary in 6. And Sass Johim Sylvester in 7. So 2 through 7. Hostin, Daniel, Collins, Penny, Charles, and Sylvester.
Official just offering some words of advice to young Collins, who for some reason has opted not to use the status block. Event 52, boys 400 meters dash.
It's a good clean start.
They are running off in the final heat, the 4-4. 53 is the time to beat in this one. They're chasing a spot in the finals. Senior boys, 400 meter dash. Then handed on against secondary on first, then Rose Modern Secondary. Boca's there, Jamie Penny. Happy is secondary on the inside. Here's Borough Secondary, nice and smooth. St. David's Catholic Secondary. It's a 200 meter mark. They come here with Sass on the outside. Sass on the outside. Joshua Sylvester.
Another good run coming out of lane 7. Fantastic run coming out of lane 7 from Johim Sylvester of Sass. Yeah, we just saw it, and here he comes. Well, here we go again. And lengthening the distance. And I think he was running for a personal best there. He treated this one as if it was a finals. He took nothing for chance. Johim Sylvester of Sass running out of lane 7 and stretching the field. and doing pretty well. Looks a little bit jaded, but he understood his position, was very aware of where he needed to be, didn't take anything for chance, and by the time he got to the straightaway, there was absolutely no catching him. We thought that he would have actually gone into cruise control, but he saw, I'm quite sure, what happened to Tegan Peterkin earlier on, where Peterkin had some fighting to do. So Sylvester said, no, not me, 49.07. And that's the fastest qualifying time in the boys' 400 meter senior.
49.07 for young Sylvester. Hostin, 452.11. I think what we've seen is the shifting tide of the 400, where guys are now adapting. And we saw it, the South African, his name, Wade van Niekerk, where he's opted run for your life out of lane number 8. Catch me if you can. 2 exceptional runs, well measured runs there out of lane, the outer lane in that 400 meters.
So 49.07 for Joachim Sylvester and 52.11 for Nishon Hostin of the Happy Hill Secondary School, rounding off the field right there. So the tone is set, the stage is set for the 400 meter final senior boys. And the names to watch would comprise of Joachim Sylvester of St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Junior Alexander of the GBSS, also of Grenville Secondary School, actually. Junior is of Grenville Secondary School, and Kyle Victor of GBSS. Also Tegan Peterkin of GBSS, he ran 50.68. And we are in for what could possibly be a sub-49 in the boys' senior 400 meters.
Well, whatever the finish is, it's going to be a mouth-watering one. As we move to event number 47, girls 400 meters dash sub-junior. All lanes are occupied.
So Mahon in 1, James in 2, Campbell in 3, Brown in 4, St. Bernard in 5, Regis in 6, and Regis in 7. Fletcher, St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew, Westmoreland Secondary, Boca Secondary, Happy Hill, and McDonald College. The field is stretched now. Clearly there's some separation, but Arisha Regis is nowhere in this one, but this looks like Brown. This looks like Brown. Ananisa Brown. And she's going to trot through now. Really, she's not going to take anything away from the other athletes, but she got into cruise control a little bit early and just kind of, walked her way through to the finish line. So no real threat there for her. Annalisa Brown of Boca Secondary School.
A good measured run, 59.29 seconds. As we look at the replay, Jason, and she came through as she hit the top of the 100 meters. She was pretty much aware as to where she was and comfortably ahead. And she just took a stroll away into the finish line just to ensure that she makes it official that she is qualified for the next round. No doubt conserved quite a bit of energy to stop the clock again at 59.29, event number 52.
She was 5 seconds ahead of her closest rival in the person of Montisha St. Bernard of Bishop's College, who came through in 1 minute 4.85 seconds, so a comfortable win there for Annalisa Brown. Heat number 2 is coming up. Just before we get to heat number 2, I can tell you that we've got some results coming from on the field. Sherry Ann Noel is down there and down to the final throw, down to the final jump, I should say. The new height in the boys sub-junior high jump, 1.74. Christoph Kalis of SAS and Nickel Abraham of GBSS going at it. 1.74 is the new height. So a battle there for silver and gold. So we're waiting to see what's going to happen. 1.74. Sherry Ann Noel is down there, and she's going to bring us up to speed. She's going to send up some more information to us as we go through, waiting for the results of the boys' sub-junior high jump.
In what continues to be clean sweeping commentary from all end to end, thanks to TNR Communication, as we continue to the live coverage of Intercol 2023, the 55th edition.
On your mark.
Heat number 2, girls 400 meter dash sub-junior. Hannibal, Barry, Bain, Modeste, Bethel, Durand, and Gresham.
Sub-junior girls, heat 205. Making a move early. It's on the inside, Grenville Secondary. On the outside, the athlete of the Bishop's College making a move, Renice Bethel. J.W. Fletcher on the inside. Anglican High School. St. George's Institute is there. Grenville second on the inside. St. Mark's Secondary on the inside. Bishop's College, Renice Bethel. Making an early step. Here comes the Anglican High School. J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. Grenville Secondary on the inside. Coming on the bend into the straight. Anglican High School, Denaya Modeste. Final 100 meters, sub-junior girls, heat 205. Anglican High School, Denaya Modeste, all the way to the finish line. Anglican High School. Here comes the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. Bishop's College. Grenville Secondary. Unofficially, she should take this one. Anglican High School. Denaya Modeste. Sub-junior girls. 400 meter dash. All the way down. Heat 2 of 5.
All right, so heat 2 of 5 just completed. A snail pace, really. Nothing to write home about there. But it's completed. And the athlete from the Anglican High School, Denaya Modeste, really trotting. Just not feeling threatened at all in any way, really trotting.
Well, she came in with the fastest time on paper, a minute 01.54. And it was a slow race, but I think when you're looking at it in terms of the entry time, she understood what needed to be done. She understands, she knows what her potential is, really and truly is. And certainly, because she did run much slower than her entry time. She came in 1 minute 01.54. She did this one in 1 minute 04.54. That was heat 2 of 5 as we continue through the girls' 400 meters dash in the sub-junior category.
Quick results in the boys' sub-junior high jump. Nickel Abraham, 1.71 meters of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. So he picks up the gold medal, and he's going to share that spot with Christophe Calise, who leapt the same height, 1.71 meters, and Shane Phillip of Westerhall Secondary, 1.68. So the final results in the boys' high jump. Abraham of GBSS, Caliste of SAS, and Philip of Westerhall Secondary School. 1, 2, 3, 1.71. Nobody, they were attempting 1.74, but nobody really eclipsed that. So 1.71 brought the gold medal for Nickel Abraham of the Grenada Boys Secondary School in the boys' sub-junior high jump.
Intercol and live here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, continuing with it on the track. Events number 47, the girls 400 meters dash, heat 3 of 5, set in just a bit.
On your mark.
As they await the status orders.
Stand everybody.
Officials just making sure that they take charge.
officials would do that from time to time to make sure that everyone is settled if there's any level of discomfort that they identify or that an athlete would identify, just to ensure that everyone has a fair chance going into the event. So heat number 3 of 5, the 400-meter girls sub-junior. Happy Hill Secondary School is not in this one, but the Anglican High School in Amaya Henry is running out of lane 4, and running out of lane 4 with a nice steady lunge, leaning forward. She looks very comfortable. Looks as if she's going to, just take command of it and cruise home. Nothing really bothering us from everything that we've seen coming around the bend. She seems to have a comfortable position. Just under 150 meters to go now. And Henry out of lane 4. Still in cruise control, no real need to step on the accelerator. Just a pretty much decent trot heading to the finish line. So nothing to worry her too much.
Definitely, Jason, nothing to worry her too much. She came in on with the fastest qualifying time of 1.0396, so she understands her capabilities. And as we continue to look through those middle distance races, athletes being able to appreciate what their talent is. As you look at the replay, by the time she got to the 100-meter mark, I mean, she was pretty much awareness of where the other competitors were. And as you said, no need to step on the accelerator. Certainly, you want to leave a little bit of something in the tank for later on, as she cruised home to claim victory there in that event. The official time, 1.0301. Amaya Henry of the Anglican High School, Samara Noel, St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew, 1 minute 04.71. Christiana Charles of SAS, 1 minute 07.14 to complete the top 3, Jason.
All right, well, we're getting ready now for heat number 4 of 5, because the officials are not going to be wasting any time, really, because they have
I think we have Sherry
pressed for time. Sherry-Ann Noel is on the field. Sherry-Ann, we've got you, you've got us, and it's all yours. All right, well, there seems to be just a little bit of a technical difficulty. They're not hearing Sherry-Ann clearly. And we're going to go back to her in just a little bit. If she's ready, we'll go back down to her. We're just going to wait word from our producer. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick look. She's there now. Sherry-Ann, we're hearing you
Okay,
now.
so we're here with the winner of the high jump sub-junior boys, and Nickel Abraham out of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. You cleared a height of 1.71 meters on your first go at it, and the actual record was 1.77, which you were going for, but you weren't able to clear the 1.74. Tell us about your preparation and the feeling.
Well, because it didn't take a long time for us to really learn how to jump. Like, it take a couple, like about 3 to 4 days to learn to jump, and I kind of started to feel comfortable with the jumping. So the coach, I asked the coach if I could jump, and he said, yeah. So I said, yeah. Then after, they train me every day. Every day I go in training. Only once in a while, like maybe twice I just skip training. And then there. But highest I was about to reach 7.6. But as I was a little bit too tired to jump the 4, so I kind of give up right there. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much and congratulations. That was the winner of the sub-junior boys high jump, Nickel Abraham out of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. We now head back up to our commentary team.
All right, thank you very much, Sherry-Ann, and congratulations to Nickel Abraham bringing in a gold medal for his school. The bragging rights are up for grabs in the Intercol Games 2023. In the meantime, we're looking at the girls 400-meter dash, heat number 4 of 5. And Brianna Oliver is running out of lane 2 for the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. Ayla Alexander of J.W. Fletcher Still tight, no real separation there, but this one is going to go down to maybe the final 40 meters. Well, it wasn't a fast race by any means, but was it a tiring one? Sure, it showed that. Tactically, maybe a lot went wrong for everybody. I don't know. Just maybe everyone took everyone for granted. We don't know, but that's the story. We saw who came through.
You had us Olive from
McDonald
College. She taking it on the line. And I think it just goes back to show, as we've been highlighting quite early, that there's no one school that is dominating. Early in it is quite balanced, as we see. Olive from McDonald's College, 1 minute 04.47 seconds. Khadijah Walcott, Convent, 1 minute 04.63.
Sherry-Ann Noel, you're with us again. Sherry-Ann, what's the story?
Okay, so I am here now with Shaim Philip. Shaim Philip placed third in the boys' sub-junior high jump. He cleared a height of 1.68 meters. Shaim, you tried your best. You tried to cover the 1.71, but somehow you weren't able to get your techniques right. Speak to us about this morning's competition.
Well, I trained mostly every day for it, but that was my best at the moment. But I think I could go higher. Just have back pains and also.
So tell us a bit about your coach. Who coaches you in this discipline of the sport?
The coach is a very nice coach. He been training me hard. If I make a mistake, he go tell me, though he go cheer me up, he go say, Alisa, play something. He won't be like no other coach. Say you come third and the coach won't be satisfied. The coach is not like that.
So what next for you? Is it that you're going back to learn the various techniques so when you come again next time?
Yes. I'll go and train harder.
Thank you very much. That was the third place from the Westerhall Secondary School, Shaim Philip, in the boys sub-junior high jump. 1.68 is the distance he cleared.
All right. Well, 1.68 coming in third and 1.71 the gold medal time, the gold medal height.
Gold medal height, no doubt, as we do the final heat in this flight of races. The sub-junior girls, 400 meters as they go down the back stretch. As we see how the race unfolds, we have the Anglican from St. George's Convent. Logie is in there. Let's see how the rest of the race unfolds. There is Kyla Christopher in lane number 4 for St. David's Catholic Secondary. 400 meters, the final flight in the heats for the 400 meters. As they get to the 200 meters, as they head towards home, let's see how is it going to unfold. Out of lane number 4, it is St. George's Convent. That's lane number 5, that is. St. George's Convent, Logie. There's also Macmillan, Ruth Macmillan. But as the rest of the legs, they tie away. It is young. It is young Logie all by herself as she continues just to make a trek for it. St. David's Catholic Secondary, Christopher is trying to make a late push on the line, but it's an easy victory there for Annie Logie from St. George's Convent, St. George. We will wait the official times, but certainly, Jason, as we're getting ready to wrap up the morning session, certainly we've seen some quite mouth-watering performances. And as you look at the final, this 400 meters there on the track, I think for some way young Christopher may have lost the stride somewhere, and she's trying to force a comeback as we head towards the line, but Logie had done just enough to ensure that she made it through on to the finish. The official times for this one: Annie Logie from Convent St. George, 1 minute 05.16. Christopher St. David's Catholic Secondary, 1 minute 05.51, and Ruth Macmillan from Grenville Secondary, 1 minute 09.63. Jason.
All right, so in preparation for more track events, We've got coming up now the boys 400 meter sub-junior. And this one is loaded with talent. Some good times, 57.34 for sub-juniors actually. 59.34 as well, 58.40. Some good times coming in for boys of sub-junior level. And I'm quite sure that a lot of them would know that this is the big stage. This is the big time. So when you're running 57 and 58, you want to make sure and try to get that down to about 56, 55, because this is where you're going to really show that you've got a chance. Remember, the motivation is right there. We've got some athletes going off to the Carifta Games next week, and so the motivation is right there, if nothing else, to tell you, hey, we've got to do better times because we want to get there. The Carifta Games always the jump start for the exposing of real talent and giving the young folks across the Caribbean really the opportunity to do very well. Heat number 1, Christian Cato, J.W. Fletcher, Jamal Andrew, Boca Secondary School, Keon Jacasal, PBC, Kamal Joseph, GBSS, Kalen Maloney, Westmoreland Secondary School, Kaim Hele of Happy Hill Secondary School, and Raphael Kadu of the Grenville Secondary School. Lanes 1 to 7, those are the assignments. The house official not running the lane assignments because they're pressed for time, because remember we started just about an hour late this morning, was a scheduled 9 o'clock start. We didn't get things rolling until just a little bit after 10. So some ground to make up, obviously. So cutting out a whole lot of what might be looked at as, well, slightly unnecessary to make up the time. So that's the reason why we're not getting much of the lane assignments coming in from the house announcer. We can do the lane assignments here, but we've got so much to worry about. We've also got some events taking place down on the field. Sherry Ann is down there. She's going to be updating us constantly. So we're getting ready for event number 48, the boys 400 meter dash sub-junior heat 1. Lanes 1 through 7 filled.
And they are officially off. Nice clean start as we motor down the backstretch. 400 meters in the boys sub-junior. Let's see how this one pans out for J.W. Fletcher. Cato is there. We're looking at out of lane number 8, where Kadu is also there. 400 meters. As they get onto it, it seems as though be a race of 2, but certainly as they make the bend, we'll see how the race unfolds. We're looking now at Kamal Joseph from the GBSS as they head for home. It is GBSS Kamal Joseph on the inside. So too giving him a run for it from the Presentation Brothers College is Jacasal. Let's see who can steady each other shoulder to shoulder as they head towards the finish line. Let's see how this one's going to pan out. It is actually a victory for Joseph, second place to Jacasal of the Presentation Brothers College. The completion there of the boys 400 meters, heat 1 of 4. Jason, pretty competitive one?
Yeah, I mean, Joseph of GBSS seems the most composed there, and also Jacasal of PBC. They seem the most composed there. It was just a real tussle just to see who would, come through first, but it was always 1-2 either way. What I am looking at really is Jacasal never really turned on any real power. He just kept his composure and allowed his momentum to carry him through the finish line because he understood 1 and 2 will go through to the next round. So 57.73 without any real rush is a little bit more dangerous than 57.60 when you want to press just to make sure you come in first. So that there could be a little bit of a deception coming in, but we're going to wait and see how it goes. They were the only 2 to really talk about. Everybody else ran over a minute, so nothing really from the rest of the field to worry them.
For some athletes, it's always a win, and that's just the way that they do it. We'll see how that translates itself as they get into the final. Intercol, we're inching closer to the wrap-up of session 1, day number 1, Heat number 2 is just a bit further, so event number 48 is the boys 400 meters dash. We do the lane assignments for you. It is Khalees for SAS. Let's do Khalees, SAS in lane 1. Philip, Western Hall Secondary in lane 2. Javed Jaldu for McDonald College runs out of 3. Roselle Ross in Hillsborough Secondary runs out of lane number 4. We have Jones for St. David's Catholic is in 5. Nathaniel Alfred runs out of lane number 6. And Ethan Geese, lane number 7 for the Presentation Brothers College. Khalees, Philip, Jaldu, Ross, Jones, Alfred, and Geese. Lane assignments for heat 2 of 4 in the boys 400 meters dash sub-junior category. Again, reminding you, we're providing you full coverage of Intercol 2023, Republic Bank, the title sponsor on day one, which has seen a number of events, multiple events happening at the same time.
Remember seeing a lot of the big names, as we know it now, coming through at this stage. Kirani James, Rondell Bartholomew. This was part of their pet events, particularly Rondell in the 400 meters. Kirani did a lot more in the 1, the 2, the 4, but Rondell was more a natural 400 meter and 200 meter runner. Well, let's see how it's going to go for in this one. Heat number 2 of 4 in the boys 400 meters sub-junior. The top 1 in each plus the next 4 best times will continue. So now you understand why Joseph of GBSS wanted to make sure that he came through number 1, but I'm quite sure that from the way it will take something very special actually for Keon Jackasal of PBC to not come through, because he ran 57.73. So I'm quite sure that barring anything major, that they both will see each other again in the finals. In the meantime, this one, Roselle Ross of the Hillsborough Secondary School, 58.40, running out of lane number 4. Look for him. And Deshaun Jones of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School came into this event with 1 minute .01, but he's a whole lot better than that. So I'm thinking that he too could run under a minute here. So
if pushed.
Yeah, those are the two to really look forward to. Ethan Auguste, not heard anything much about him. And Christophe Caliste, another one to watch from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. This is heat number 2 of 4 of the boys 400 meters sub-junior.
Well, we're just seeing a resetting of the field. But we get ready for the start of the event. Satiana Communication Production. And they're off 400 meters. Sub-junior boys, Presentation Brothers College, Boca Secondary is there. Let's see how the race unfolds as they tunnel away down their backstretch. Keep your eyes on them. It is Ethan Auguste from the Presentation Brothers College, and he's making the early strides for it. Jones came in with a time of 1 minute, 01.1 seconds. He's also in the mix. McDonald College's Jaldu is also there as they head to the 100-meter mark. Let's see who can hold their own, who can hold form. O'Geese on the outside. There is Jaldu in the middle for McDonald College. Who can hold strain? Who can steady the composure? And it seems as though, well, you said you didn't hear much about him, Jason. He must have heard you from way up here, and he must have said, listen, I didn't talk much prior to this one, but I'm here, and I've registered my victory. It's a win there for Young O'Geese running out of lane number 6 from the Presentation Brothers College. He says, Jason, well, now you know my name.
Well, I knew his name. I just didn't get any times from him, so wasn't too sure of what he was able to produce here today. But a good run. He ran out of an outer lane. That is always a challenge, really and truly. Running out of lane 7, the third athlete for the day to run out of lane 7 and win the heat. So that tells the story. They understand now that a little bit more stretching of the legs and a little bit more momentum and would take you through the first 300 meters, and then you lock into cruise control and run 1. So look at the time, 54.75. If that is for real, then we have a problem. The boys sub-junior 400 meter is going to be a scorcher.
Well, under the ideal conditions and with that sort of time, certainly the anticipation is ripe for what's going to unfold here this evening in the men's in the junior 400 meters. Winning out of lane 4, out of lane 7, Jason, always takes something exceptional. You run in, you're by yourself, you literally close your eyes and you run. It always takes something exceptional, as you said. We've seen 3 athletes running out of lane 7 that has really produced some really, really majestic times for the first session of Intercol Day number 1. Well, the finals is rich and ripe with anticipation, and we see how it translates itself.
All right, so we're getting ready now for heat number 3 of 4. We're still peeping to see if Sherry-Ann has anything down on the field there for us, but we haven't seen anything from her yet. We know there's some discus activity taking place down there, so very soon we could have some kind of update from Sherry-Ann from down on the field. So we're going to deal with that in just a little bit, but now we've got the lane assignments for heat number 3, and Keston Bailey of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School 59.02 is running out of lane 4, and Giovanni Phillip of Westmoreland Secondary School, 1 minute 9 seconds. Seems like an eternity. He's running out of lane 5. We've got Grenville Secondary School, Keneal Charles, and Happy Hill Secondary School, Kashmir Jones. So Jones of Happy Hill is running out of lane 1. Heat number 3, the boys 400 meters.
McDonald College, Alan Albert, St. David's Catholic Secondary is there, Keston Bailey, Westmoreland School, Giovanni Phillip, Happy Hill Secondary on the inside, Casimir Jones, coming on the bend, into the final 100, trying to gain a spot automatically in these finals. St. David's Catholic Secondary, Keston Bailey, McDonald College on the outside, Alan Albert, St. David's, MDC, St. David's, McDonald College, Happy Hill on the inside, St. David's, McDonald College. Unofficially, we await the results to see who qualifies automatically and who
Bailey,
waits for the next best time.
Bailey came through
getting across the line, and the Westmoreland School all the way to the finish line to compete.
Bailey came through winning, and the eternity just ended with Giovanni Phillip, and Giovanni Phillip, and of course Keston Bailey, yes, of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, had a lot of pumping to do, seemed to be in a little bit of discomfort.
Yes.
That could very well tell the story for what will happen in the finals. But more importantly, lane 7, Running out of lane 7 was Elon Albert of McDonald College, running out of lane 7, 57.99, and Bailey doing 57.88. So Bailey did a lot better than he came in with. He came in with 59.02, and I think he ran 57.88, I think it was. So he did a whole lot better than his qualifying time to come in here.
But it's good to see that he's walking off the field of his own efforts, come when given consideration to the sort of labored effort he actually put into completing the race. And it's always a heartbreak if anything happens to any of these athletes. So I'm happy to see him walking off his own efforts. Yes, the students, they starting to gather. Yeah, they're probably saying, well, I got here early and I'll be here for the next 3 days. We're getting ready for the final event of event number 4, the flight in the prelims for the boys 400 meters dash in the sub-junior category. The lane assignments. Delaron John, SAS is in 1. Noel, St. Mark's runs out of 2. Bartholomew for Bishop's College. GBSS, Javed Noel runs out of 4. He comes with a time of 59.34 seconds. David for Hillsborough Secondary runs out of lane number 5. Bruno occupies lane 6 for J.W. Fletcher. Nestled in lane number 7 next to him is, for St. John's Christian Secondary, is Timon Joseph. And completing the order from St. George's Institute, Adam Purcell, running out of lane number 8. Lane assignments for next event on the track.
Quick update here from the sub-junior girls short put. Naomi Augustine of St. David's Catholic Secondary School, after the first round of competition, 9.82 meters. Nicalia Lawrence of Boca Secondary School, 8.18. And Tabitha Francis of St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 8.09. So that's the standing after the first round. The record 13.16 set back in 2014. The girls' short put.
Let's see how history responds to this one. Time, remember, let's do this. 400 meters. You call it as you see, Jason. Final heat, 400 meter boys.
Look for Delron John of SAS in this one. Also look for Javid Noel. Delron John of SAS is running out of lane 1. John has really gone off. I mean, he's in lane 1, so there's a lot of daylight there. There's a lot of daylight. He's going to shut down now, really. There's no need for him to pump even more. He's going to shut down now. Yep, he's doing that. And he's going to just let the momentum trot him through. He's not going to worry too much about the time.
I'm not sure if that shirt and long, or if it's a sign of anguish I'm seeing on his face. But either way.
So, Delron John of the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School ran a good 250 meters, and by the time he got to closing out on the back straight, just as he entered into around just about 200 meters to go, understood clearly he was in command. And then by the time he got to the top of the 100 meter mark, well, he really had to just lock it down and looked around, realized, hey, no real threat, and cruise control all the way, chipping control, really. This is even slower than cruise control. Chipping control all the way to the finish line and literally walking over. And look at the time, 58.58. Now, when you shut down with about 80 meters to go, and it is 58.58, that there is reasons to ask questions. Delron John, a good run from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School.
It's an excellent run, though, but while we laud him for his efforts, I saw a bit of anguish on him, and I'm a bit worried, though. Was that him shutting down, or was that his body telling him something is not right? Either way, I mean, it augurs well. It gets him through. So, but I'm a bit concerned though as I look, and I should probably, as the race has ended, maybe the team, the coaches will be looking at him and asking yourself the question, because he didn't seem quite comfortable in completing the race as you would expect him to. But either way, that event though, the 400 meters, it brings the curtains down on what, Jason, has been an excellent, really excellent session 1 of day number 1 of Intercol.
Oh yeah.
In terms of on the track.
Oh, and we had a couple of gold medals being dished out already, not physically, but we had a couple of those, and then we had a new record being established, a crazy record really, by Jamila Nicholas in the female discus, the senior female discus, 37.97 meters, eclipsing the old record by over a meter. And from what we've seen on screen and from how we've seen her, we can tell that she has not even started her real development just yet, because she still has the capability of adding some more muscle, adding some more strength, working on her technique. And when 37.97 is a walk in the park for you, well, not a walk in the park, but when it's a stone throw, that in itself is a good reason for Grenada to celebrate.
And I think for most of the athletes at this level, this is an introductory offering for them. It's not traditionally, you've seen a lot of females taking part in shot put and discus and those sort of field events. But again, what we've seen is that continued growth in the programs at the schools and at the clubs. And that has extended itself to what we've seen here at the Intercol. And some athletes just recognizing, Jason, you know what? It is possible. I can make a future, not just on the track, but also with events on the field.
All right, so shot put, this looks like shot put sub-junior girls.
Yeah, that should be probably event number 27. Should be shot put sub-junior girls. Yeah, the athlete from St. Joseph's Convent.
Junior girls on the northern end. We also have in progress the long jump. Long jump under the octathlon. So the boys who we'd have seen this morning 100-meter dash, they're doing their long jump as part of 8 disciplines in the combined events. Also in progress we have the heptathlon girls high jump taking place at the southern end. So it's the octathlon long jump for the boys, the heptathlon high jump for the girls, and the junior girls shot put, all in progress at this time.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, Enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think a Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenience. Think Republic.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Republic makes home easy.
Wow, that was such a breeze.
Own your home with ease.
So whether laying that first brick or purchasing an existing home, we've got you covered. Republic Bank will get you those keys hassle-free in no time.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Apply for a Home Easy Loan today for a chance to win a cash prize. Getting your new home is easy with Republic Bank.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Terms and conditions apply.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit Republic.
Joining me now is Deron Hazard. Deron is no stranger to the athletic scene. He is one of our former long-distance champs here at the Intercol. He is now the coach, or I should say one of the coaches at the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Deron, so far you've picked up 2 gold medals for the day that I am aware of. You got a record breaking in terms of Jamelia in the senior girls, and you also got gold in the long jump. Speak to us a bit about your group of athletes this year, because you know people always look forward to St. David's Catholic Secondary School as one of the schools that you have to come out to beat when you talk Intercol.
All right, so this year so far, what I can say about our athletes that compete already, they're putting out the very best, and we have a balanced team this year, so we're going to be pulling points from all about. So I'm telling you, this year is once for the ball.
You being a former long-distance national athlete, St. David's Catholic Secondary always had strength in those disciplines. Speak to us about the athletes who you'll be fielding in the various distance races.
All right, so we have Alian coming up later in the 1500 meter. We expect a goal there. We have Susie in the 1500 senior girls, so we expect a goal there also. They have been working hard at training. They have been constantly in training day in, day out, so I'm expecting quite a performance later in the finals.
Ongoing now on the field, we have the high jump and the discus, and we also have short puts at the other end. Interestingly, in 2023, we've seen the introduction of the oct and the hep. Do you have athletes participating in those disciplines?
Yes, we have Denisha Scott and Talia Desant in the heptathlon girls now. They're currently doing high jump. I can say that they would be in the top 3 for the high jump, and I'm expecting a lot of PBs in the discipline events for the heptathlons today.
As a former national athlete yourself, and I'm no coach, what do you think about the introduction of these two disciplines?
But I think it's good for our athletes. They get a feel to see the different events, and some of them they are new to some of them, like the 100 hurdle, and I wasn't expecting that they would come here and win the 100 hurdle, but they put on quite a performance, and it's their first time trying it, and I can say from after this we'll go back to the drawing board and we're going to work on the weak areas so that next time we can get there and get some faster timings in whatever they're doing.
It's early hours yet, but it's day one. We still have day 2 and 3 from the wins that you had thus far for the day. How does that make you feel as a coach, and what's the atmosphere like within the camp of the SDCSS?
All right, so the atmosphere is really thrilling. As you can see, the SDCSS, those that are not doing anything for today, they're up on the stands, they're cheering on the rest of athletes, and I can say that the vibes, you don't want to miss the vibes. So if you don't get a ticket yet, you can always come on down and get a ticket so you can be a part of it.
And there goes the ad for Intercol. Remember, it is pay-per-view. Those of you, don't forget that you can pay and sit at the comfort of your home and view the games. We were speaking here with Darren Hazard, one of the coaches of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. We now turn you back over to our commentary team.
Well, thank you there, Darren. Thanks to you, Lady Noel. And, of course, certainly wherever you are, reminding you that this is pay-per-view coverage, live coverage coming to you from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It is Intercol 2023, the 55th edition of the Republic Bank Intercol Games. And certainly what we've seen, we've had a really, really exciting first session. Presently, there's been a lull. There isn't any activities on the track, just a few winding up events in some of the multidisciplined area, the heptathlon and the oct. Certainly that's happening on the field. And there's been a continued cloud cover, while some may have watched it with suspect eyes. For the athletes, it's been a little bit of the Lord's way of smiling on them, that they do not have to deal with the immediate exposure of the sun. And certainly it has provided really quite good cloud cover. Nice gentle breeze continues to flow across the National Stadium. Some of the athletes, the students, they are here. Reduced quite in their small numbers, though, as expected. I don't think much was expected of seeing a flood of athletes here on students, that is, on day number 1. But we can promise you, as the evening stretches on, as the championships continues into second and third day, that you will see growing numbers of students making their way down here to be part of this really, 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 really building couple of days of Intercol 2023. Reminding you, pay-per-view, we say thanks to our team from TNR Communications, and is making this possible. And certainly we want to say thanks to Republic Bank for ensuring that Intercol 2023 is the success that it has been so far, and that which Dave Antoine, that we anticipate that the next couple of days is going to provide us down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
The tradition dictates that day 2 would be good. Day 3 would be fantastic.
The gods, heaven will rejoice on Thursday, as we're going to celebratory mode one way or the other on Friday. But certainly, I think if this is the way that the organizers had envisioned it, I think the 400 meters finals, it has set itself up. It seems all poised to really, really be really crackers later on in the evening, which is session 2, 23 finals later on, Antoine?
23 finals. And I think you're hitting it right in the head. Just about all of the 400 meter finals, from sub-junior right up to senior, you have all been quite competitive in the heats.
We saw a number of really quite runs out of lane number 7. A non-traditional. I think it was only in more recent times with Wade Van Niekerk that persons actually start realizing that you run the 400 in lane 7 and lane 8. Over the years, the focus has been 4, 5, and 6, and the rest of that, history records it on paper.
Yeah, I think a lot of the traditional thinking in track and field has just about disappeared. Of course, with the advent of the Usain Bolt, with how tall that he was, because in times past, your typical sprinter used to be of a fairly short stature.
Yes.
And with bulking muscles and so forth, that has changed. That has changed. They come in all sizes.
A lot has changed.
All shapes.
And I think what you find now is that a lot, because of the growing interest in the multidiscipline events, so you find a lot of the athletes, they become much more well-rounded because they're not just specialists in one event. I mean, even if you look Bolt himself, he has an interest in basketball, he had an interest in football. And you look at the likes of Shafona Houston, a lot of the other athletes, they jump in, they throw in. It helps to develop them into more all-around athletes.
And I think it's a good thing. It's a good thing, especially with the young athletes, the sub-juniors and so forth. Let them sample, as it were, the different events. And eventually, they will land on one that suits them and the type of skills and talent that they possess. Pigeonholing athletes too early, I think that's a danger in of itself.
Well, I think while that might be an excellent point you make, and you have to do that not at the point of risking injuries, though. Because sometimes if they exert themselves, they extend themselves too much. That we've seen a lot of athletes.
This is in fact where coaching comes in, rather than just doing anything. There was I don't remember who the coach was, but there was a caution in terms of developing young athletes and the lifting of weights and so forth. These things are all scientific. They're really not guesswork. They're all scientific. And what has happened over the years is that more and more of coaches begin to study. They're going into the scientific entrails of these events rather than just doing anything that has long been past.
Yeah, I think any coach that comes in and offers this hit and miss concept, I mean, the days of that have long gone. I mean, it is long gone. I mean, the exposure that's there, and Grenada, we have quite a cadre of not just veteran coaches, but young coaches. And it's always good when you see athletes, they've gone through the system. We've had the likes of the McSween and the veterans of it. But a lot of the young athletes now, at St. David's Catholic, was a former athlete, former student. And now these two, they're now saying, you know what? The sport has given to me. Let me now take the opportunity to give back and pass some of the talent and the knowledge I've got and experience I've garnered over the years. I think all of that has just really, really done, when put together, has really done exceptionally well for track and field.
Absolutely. The two of the brighter new clubs on island, the Fusion Club, it's a young coach from PBC, it's club coach Cato, and the South City Rising Stars, it's another new club, Lee Coffey.
Right.
And you can see the fruits of the labor.
Well, while we have the door, I have Sherian Noel. She's done with another interview in the wing. Sherian, go ahead. Yes, continues. Yes, we'll await. I'm Sherian. Again, for those of you that's probably, even if by chance you just joined in, welcome to what is the live broadcast of Intercol 2023 at TNR Communication, and certainly we want to say thanks to Republic Bank, 55 years of this excellent game, and certainly it only augurs well as to where Intercol is and where it's going to be in years to come. we're getting ready to put the wrap on session 1, and it's been a really, really, really excellent morning. And you see some exceptional display of excellence, both in the track and on the field. And Antoine, it only really sets up a mouth-watering, really, really appetizing anticipation for what's going to unfold in the evening time.
Absolutely, and you're not missing anything in the field right now. We were talking earlier concerning the younger coaches and the teams and the work that they have been putting in.
Right.
And these are all labors of love, and we need to understand that they're all labors of love. And the team, and these are young team. For example, the team, the officials, the three coaches that are going to accompany our athletes at Carifta. Wayne McSween, and he's a veteran.
The veteran,
he has been around for a long time. He's the head coach. Paul Phillip has been around for quite a while, and he is more into the field events.
Right.
And then you have a young coach in Lyndon Cato.
Right. That's from Fusion.
From Fusion.
Right.
And you can see the fruit of these guys' labor. And the athletes that you see representing us at Carifta, and I think the jury is still out at what, if we are going to have any CUT games this year, maybe a little later when one of our broadcasters who is more directly in tune with what happens in the GUT, CUT, will probably shed some light on this. But even from that budding stage with CUT, we have seen the growth of these younger athletes, the Ethan Sams and so forth, that they would have gone through the system.
Well, folks, in terms of what's set to happen later on, there's the anticipation of the official opening ceremony. Yes, in case you're wondering, that is set for the evening time. And then there's 23 mouth-watering finals that is also set for the evening session. And certainly it really sets up an anticipation for what is going to be a really, really appetizing offerings as it relates to Day 1, Session 1 of Intercol 2023. And certainly the fact that we continue to say hats off to Republic Bank, Antoine, who certainly...
Absolutely, and the number of really, really, as you said, watering events to look forward to. I am particularly interested in the 60-meter special invitational. The 60-meter special invitational would come about in the afternoon session. You would have the javelin throw for sub-juniors, the long jump for juniors, that's male, and then the female high jump for seniors. We continue with the hep, and that's a shot put, and the oct for the male shot put. And then we have a series of 1,500-meter run. This is going to be some exciting races. Right through the mini meet, we have had some really interesting, exciting races at 1,500 down to the wire. That's unusual, but it makes for good viewing. So we are anticipating some really exciting 1,500-meter run later on today, and that will be followed by high jump and the seniors, long jump, sub-junior, and the discus throw for sub-juniors, the short put for juniors, female, and another hep event, another oct event. That's a 200 and 400 meters for the oct and the hep. And we are going to end the day with a series of mouth-watering 400 meters.
Well, I think the menu has been set before us. The menu has been laid out before us. The executive chef is already in kitchen. The sous chef is also there.
Absolutely.
I can see the waiters and everybody is waiting to deliver what is really, really going to be a really, 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 really appetizing, mouth-watering. And I think for those of you, wherever you are, the anticipation is set, it is ripe for what's going to be a really decent climax to Day 1 of Intercol. But certainly it's early days yet, so in case of you wondering, it is in fact early days yet.
All right, we're here with Nicholas Benjamin, as people call him for the short Benji, the coach of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, the defending champs of Intercol in 2023. The overall expectation, the overall grouping, and the anticipation in the camp for this 3 days of keen rivalry?
Yes, the GBSS are ready to defend its championship. We're here today. I know it's going to be a hard day based on the spreading of the events. However, our sub-junior boys went outside there this morning and already started delivering points for us. The senior boys is outside on the field now in the senior discus, and I am confident enough that we're going to get adequate points. However, we're looking into 3 days of competition. This is only day one, so we got to make sure that we take it step by step. We don't want to push everything, and athletes need to get rest. We're talking about outside, it's very humid, so we have to be able to control team management, and I think we are ready to defend our championships.
You won gold in the sub-junior boys high jump, 1.71. I think the name was Nickel Abraham. In his interview, he said that jumping was new to him, but he seems to be a fast learner. What is it you saw in Nickel that you all, pushed him?
Yes, well, funny enough is Nickel only came out about approximately 2 weeks ago, and we had this jump through, and he showed the ability to jump, and we pulled him in. And funny enough is, as he said, he's a very fast learner. He went outside there this morning, even in the shot put. Last week, even in a shot put, and placed second in the shot put, and you're all going to surely see him in a javelin too. Very fast learner. Hats off to him. He went outside and delivered for the school.
Some of the exciting events in Intercol, the 100, 200 sprint, the 400 meter, and so who are some of the athletes that patrons can look forward to seeing perform in these events? You have
to also remember that Ethan Sam is GBSS, Tarek Maxwin GBSS. You're talking about Tegan Peter King GBSS. You're talking about Emilio Bishop GBSS, and we have a lot of guys outside there. Not forgetting the extraordinary athletes from all the other schools. I think we are in for keen competition. The kids outside here, they train hard, the coaches work hard, and we're going to get a good showdown for the Intercol 2023.
How do you feel as a coach with the introduction of the HEP and the OCT? I know apart from coaching GBSS, you also do other coaching privately. How do you feel about the introduction of these two events in 2023?
Yes, it is a good thing for Grenada. Notwithstanding, we have Lyndon Victor and brother who excel in the international field. It is also good that we have multi-event athletes here in Grenada, and they're pursuing the multi-event. So I think it's a good one. And for the coaches in different schools, maybe it's a task, but I think you have enough background here in Grenada as coaches to develop that area of the athletics, and I think we will do very well, and I applaud it.
The return of Intercol to 3 days.
I think it is a good thing based on the caliber of athletes that we have. The athletes will get sufficient rest. It will give a little more keen competition, a little more something for the viewers to look at and to look out for. And being honest, I am kind of glad that it is 3 days. Even us as coaches need rest too.
So all in all, you are satisfied with your crop of athletes that you're fielding, and you think that you're in a good position to defend?
Yes, we are in a good position to defend. I know it's not going to be easy, and as I always say, hats off to all the athletes, and we're going to come with GBSS. This is GBSS, and we come hard.
That was coach of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Nicholas Benjamin. It's now back to our commentary team.
Well, thank you, Nicholas, and thank you to Sherry Ann. A confident coach, Benjamin?
Confident coach because he has to be confident. However, what he hit the nail on the head was that you're going to be keen competition this year. He was absolutely correct. Especially in the sprinting events, there are no clear favorites. Maybe with the exception of Ethan Sam in the junior category. The sub-juniors as well as the seniors, I think they are wide open.
Well, time will tell. Normally in cricket we say it's never over until the fat lady sings, but we're getting ready. Let's cast our eyes on screen for the official torch run as part of the opening ceremony.
It's a wonderful spectacle that you are witnessing on the screen now. This is heading north. They from a southerly direction, heading north into the stadium. It's a beautiful sight. What you would notice from viewers out there, you would notice that just about all around there is sand, there is sea, there is blue waters. This really is Grenada.
And there's a sort of picturesque view that the Kiran James National Stadium it offers you. I mean, I think the location is ideal, nestled the mountains to one side, the oceans. It is just a spectacle as we look here. Um, and we've really come really far though. I mean, look at here we are live, and we get in that motorcade into making its entrance into the stadium. We get a nice open view, blazing view of the facility as it is. This is home. This is the Kiran James Athletic Stadium.
And it is something that the young people ought to understand that up to maybe 10, 15 years ago, it was just a dream. So that I join with you in saying we have come a long way, and the facilities that that's now being offered to the young people for track and field is of a high standard.
The aerial view provided to us by a TNR communications team, quite exceptional as well.
Quite exceptional. In fact, this is good coverage. Good coverage, and what we are seeing, what we are seeing, and what we continue to see is the motorcade making its way into the Kiran James Stadium.
I think indeed we see technology on full display. You've seen the full gambits and offering of TNR communication, giving us shots from different vantage points, and this aerial shot here is just quite telling. Is really and truly quite telling as we get a view of the stadium as it is from overhead. It is really the markings, the designs, the preparations for the meet. It is just really exceptional.
Technology on display.
Technology on display. We have the athlete in making coming into the official torch run.
Ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing there is the official torch run of the Inter-Secondary School Games for 2023, coming with a kind compliment sponsored by Republic Bank and TNR Communications.
I can remind you that the coverage is it is a pay-per-view subscription that you can have access to over the next 3 days. There is the daily packs, and certainly you can also make allocations of your season pass. Check out the team TNR Communication to provide you full coverage. And as we talk about coverage too, we can't help but notice that in terms of growth, how we have been providing that multiple scenery coverage simultaneously on the track and on the field. I mean, certainly it speaks well. Again, just to learn from one of our old songs, Calypso, and we've come a long way. We've seen that just during independence, but when it comes to broadcast, athletics, we have come a long way, and we say thanks to TNR Communications.
Very much so, and today at track and field, they are the winners today. The young people who are carrying the torch, they must be doing so with a sense of pride.
Yes.
You could almost sense the pride that these young people would take today in coming into the stadium before a crowd on live TV. This really for something that they would remember for a long time.
So we are getting ready just a bit to get to a medal presentation ceremony, and that's in progress right now.
4.91 meters. And your gold medalist, Kamaya Telespad, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 5.01 meters. Event 28, boys shot put sub-junior. Bronze medalist Delron John, SAS, 11.50 meters. Silver medalist Nicole Abram, GBSS, 11.77 meters. And your gold medalist, Keston Bailey, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 11.97 meters. We can back up to event 19, girls discus throw senior, presenting your bronze medalists, Nathaniela Stafford, Anglican High, 25.69 meters. Silver medalist, Akeda McSween, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 27.72 meters. And your gold medalist, Jamelia Nicholas, St. David's Catholic Secondary, a distance of 37.98 meters. Event 8, boys high jump sub-junior, presenting your bronze medalist, Shaim Philip, Westerhall Secondary, 1.68 meters. Silver medalist, Christoph Kalise, SAS, 1.71 meters. And your gold medalist, Nicole Abram, GBSS, 1.71 meters. This is the end of the very first medal presentation of the day. Thank you very much, Bishop of St. George's, Clyde Martin Harvey. Thank you, sir.
action in the discus being taking place on the field as we continue with our live coverage of Intercol 2023, Republic Bank Intercol 2023. Again, this again, Antoine, another glaring example of the growth when here on national television at Intercol, where we can actually provide live coverage of many of the events as they take place in the field. The discus being one among many to highlight activities on the first session of play in day number 1.
Absolutely. It's one of the technical events, and unfortunately, many don't get an opportunity to witness simply because of well, everything takes a backseat to events on the track, really.
Right.
But the discus is one of those very technical showcase events, and we are witnessing now the male version of this. Is the discus throw for senior males, and over the years we have had some successes on the regional scene, Carifta in particular,
Yes.
discus throwing.
And again, we see not just the success, we've seen quite an extensive field, as with the other disciplines, the javelin, the high jump, the long jump, quite an extended field of athletes participating in it. And again, it just really augurs well. It shows that there's growth, there's depth to our track and field program, and it really is one of the things that offers a smile on our faces that we are doing something right when it comes to track and field on the island.
Yes, the track and field has a good, faithful following on island here. In fact, I think it's right across the Caribbean. There's a good following. These championships, if not the biggest or the largest attended event, it should be pretty close.
I think I can see where you're going, but you're going there quite guardedly.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I noticed that you
sporting event.
Yeah,
let me make some correction. A sporting event,
and you're trying not to upset the balance or get under anybody's skin as to what it relates to, what it offers. But I mean, when you look at Intercol as an event, I think the only sporting event in the Caribbean that comes anywhere close to it in terms of what it is offering. And the excitement is, of course, champs out of Jamaica.
Yeah.
I mean, you see, football has its offering and its audience, but I think track and field, Intercol, bar none, literally sets the bar when it comes to secondary school. You have to, and for those who probably, because of COVID, may not have experienced the full suite of the Intercol experience for a full 5 years, may think that they've missed out. But we say for those of you that's here now, make use of the opportunity to be part of the Intercol games.
Absolutely. And just to keep you in tune, so far we have.
I think what we're noticing, we're getting ready for a display. We see the drum corps. It's actually making its way on the field, so we'll be expecting some entertainment that is in just a bit.
2023. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say special thanks to our torchbearers, and they are representing our last champions of Intercol, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, and the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Our drum corps today comprises of students from the St. Joseph's Convent and the Presentation Brothers College. The drum major today, Giovanni St. Clair. And many times we forget our teachers. I'd like to say thank you to the teachers leading the drum corps in the names of Mr. Marvin Phillip and Miss Simone Roberts. Thank you so much for your contribution to the development of Grenada's youth. And of course, Mr. Cordell Halley from the Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Sports and Culture. Thank you so much. You've been contributing over the years, and most times we forget to say thank you. And today I want to say thank you for your contribution over the years. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting our sponsors, Republic Bank. Adorned in their colors and their flags. I'd like to welcome our special officials. Honorable Ron Redhead, Minister for Sports and Culture. Honorable David Andrew, Minister for Education. Mr. Dominic Jeremiah, Principal and Head of the Secondary School Principals Association. Bishop Clyde Harvey, Chairman of the Conference of Churches. Mrs. Naomi Diali, Manager of Republic Bank. Teachers, athletes, welcome all. Intercol 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be your Mistress of Ceremonies. My name is Neela Etienne, and I'll take you through the opening ceremony of this year's Intercol Championship Games. I'd like to welcome you all to this year's championship, and I would like to invite God's presence, and I'd like Miss Bishop Clyde Harvey to give me some assistance with that. Let's welcome our God's presence in our midst, and please stand with me.
As you stand, I want to invite you to shake a leg. And shake any other part of you that you want to shake. And recognize that you are alive today. That you are alive, you can walk, you can run, you can dance, you can sing. You are a human being. And as we celebrate these games today, we recognize that all energy comes from our God. To be alive and feeling free, and to have everyone in your family to be alive in every way. Oh, how great it is to be alive, to be alive. Let us pray. Gracious God, after all the frustrations of the past few years, we come together today to celebrate the fact that we are physical human beings, that the bodies that you have given us can do great things, and that over the years we have seen our bodies do fantastic things. The bodies of Grenadians have astounded the world in every sport. And so, Lord, as we come today to competition, we ask one thing of you, that each and every one of us here may do our best. That every young person taking part And even the older folks who may run a leg or two will experience themselves as powerful, as able, even if sometimes they may be differently abled. Bless every event. We give you thanks and praise for all those who have gathered in long meetings over the past weeks to make these days possible. We thank you especially for the sponsors who have contributed out of their surplus to be able to be a part of these games. So help us to rejoice when there is reason to rejoice, when we feel the tensions between us at any time in these 3 days. Let us be able to quiet our angers, our frustrations, and embrace the other as family, as friend, as fellow athlete. And so may the blessing of Almighty God, who put us into a garden when it all began, and who enabled us to move from the depths of Africa to the furthest corners of the world, truly be with us over these days, and may the fruits of these days enrich Grenada for many years to come. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Thank you, Bishop. What a wonderful way to begin today. And we want to ask God for your continued blessing, Bishop. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing with me as we pay homage to our country and to play the national anthem of Grenada. I'd like to welcome the orchestras from St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, Presentation Brothers College, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, and the Grenville Secondary School. Please stand at attention. Thank you. Beautifully done. And the orchestra was led by Mr. Kenrick Harper of Harper Music Services. Again, the students represent 4 secondary schools: St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Presentation Brothers College, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, and Grenville Secondary School. Excellent. Congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the parade of our athletes. Let's welcome all our athletes, and to bring them forth, the drum corps, comprising of students from Presentation Brothers College and St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. I now invite our officials to have a seat. Our honored guests, that is. believe Republic Bank probably wants to win the match pass today. They have their mascot out front, looking smart in his white outfit. Should I tell him there is no winner today? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for our sponsors, Republic Bank. Up next, the athletes from Tantine, vgh'n High School. And they will be adorned in white today, so look out for them on the tracks. They're taking a nice catch up walk. Coming out. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. vgh'n High School. Anybody from carriacou today? Make some noise for our brothers and sisters from Sister Isle, Bishop's College. I just want to remind the athletes it's a match pass for a reason, so please march on down the tracks. Up next, the athletes from Boca St. George. Make some noise for Boca Secondary School. And I see we have a representation from another group of athletes adorned in green today. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the boys in green. I believe there are some Tantine bullets in the stands. Make some noise for the Grenada Boys Secondary School. And I believe we had a small contingent from the Grenada, the Gateway Christian Academy, and they are dressed in gray on the field. Let's make some noise for Gateway Christian Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. The athletes from Grenada Christian Academy. Up next, the athletes Anybody from St. Andrew? Let's make some noise for Grenville Secondary School. From St. Andrew, we go to Happy Hill Secondary School. Come on, y'all get quiet on me, man. That's better. Anybody from carriacou? Let's make some noise. Hillsborough Secondary School. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in St. George. We're going over to Tanti Tennis. Anybody from JW Fletcher? Y'all look real good in those colors. Let's make some noise from the athletes. For the athletes of JW Catholic Secondary School. Anybody from Crown City? We're taking you to the north. Make some noise for the athletes from McDonough College. And we are back to town. This time we take you to Old Fort. Anybody from Old Fort? Make some noise for the athletes from the Presentation Brothers College. And they like to call themselves Old Fort Cannons. The cheerleaders have arrived. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. They're doing it in fine style, I tell you. We might just have to give a winner for match pass today. Just saying. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for the athletes in red and gold from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Up next, St. John's Christian Secondary School. of athletes represent one of the newest secondary schools on the island, and your principal is dancing you along with encouragement. The St. George's Institute. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, the school that resides just next door, Queen's Park, Wesley College! Any iguanas in the stadium? Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the lighting iguanas of Westerhall Secondary School. Ladies and gentlemen, bringing home the final flag. Make some noise. Westmoreland Secondary School. I want to say thank you to all our athletes, all our athletes on the field and in the stand. And congratulations for taking this step. Not many of us can grace this stage, but you have done so, and you will be making some big runs today. Some of you will be breaking records today. And indeed, we look forward to a fantastic 3 days of athletic competition. Thank you to the drum corps, comprising of students from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, and the Presentation Brothers College. Today is all about the youth, and our youth will make a mark today. And we want to welcome our Minister of Education to make some brief remarks for you this year at our 2023 Intercol Championship Games. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam Master of Ceremonies, Honorable Ron Redhead, Minister in the Ministry of Education and Youth, Sports and Culture, responsibility for youth, sports and culture. Bishop Clyde Harvey, manager and representative of the Republic Bank, director of the Secondary Schools Principals Association, other principals, specially invited guests, athletes, ladies and gentlemen, friends, well-wishers all. In this, the 55th edition of the Intercollegiate Games, it gives me extreme pleasure to be able to greet you briefly today. I am delighted to be able to address you in this capacity as Minister for Education, Sports and Culture. We are indeed happy to see the return of these games, the Intercol Games, after having a prolonged delay upon the dictates of the COVID-19 pandemic and other industrial unrest. Thanks to God Almighty, those days are behind us. I want to take a moment to salute the Association of Secondary Schools Principals, led by Mr. Dominic Jeremiah. Today, we acknowledge the planning and preparation that goes into staging and hosting and producing these games, and you have been doing that for a number of years, save the breaks we've had. And so we want to thank you and commend you for that. We take notice that these games, ladies and gentlemen, athletes, these games are second to very few in the region. And this is something we ought to be proud about. Kudos to the Principals Association. To our title sponsors, Republic Bank, we thank you very much for your continued collaboration and partnership. It might be interpreted that this is just a financial investment in these games, but it's much more than that. It's an investment into the future of these athletes we are looking at. And for many, it prevents social decay. For many, it brings hope. For many, it brings an avenue to a brighter future. You are investing into the next generation of future superstars, the next Kiranis, the next Anderson, the next Arlene, the next Clint, the next Dillon, the next Rondell, the next Josh, the next Lyndon, and the list can go on and on. The next Hazeland of the athletes who have passed here. And so your sponsorship does a lot in investing towards them. To our coaches, our trainers, our principals, teachers, volunteers, we thank you very much for your investment. You too are adding value to these athletes, the young men and women who are going to parade today. You see, sports and these games are part of the ministry's mandate and strategy to produce rounded and well-developed students and Ghanaian citizenry. And you see, for many, this might be your pathway to a future career, because sports promises and presents several career opportunities that you need to embrace and pursue. So for some of you, it might be your pathway to a future career. For others, it might just be your stage to shine. For others, it might just be your opportunity to be recognized. For some, it might just be your means of supporting. For some, it is a time to be entertained. But whatever it is, athletes are encouraged to compete keenly in the true spirit of sportsmanship and make your best, do well, and represent yourselves well. At this point, I think I will miss an opportunity to sound a warning and to ask all of you to commend yourselves and conduct yourselves decently. I do frown at the increasing incidences of inappropriate sexual acts being undertaken by minors, and certainly in public spaces. And it is my hope that you will conduct yourselves in a manner that you can feel proud about, that your parents can feel proud about, that your schools can feel proud about. And so it's my distinct hope that none of these behaviors will be reflected here today. In fact, I want to register as Minister for Education my profound condemnation for those kinds of practices. And I hope it does not become named among us and among this meet in 2023. As much as I condemn the practice, I also want to condemn filming and circulating them, because the persons who do that are sometimes equally guilty of perpetuating rather than helping to correct. So I want to sound a caution to all of us, and I want us to enjoy these games thoroughly in a way that we can feel very respected, and we can walk out of these games with our integrity and our respect still intact. I want to thank all of you, and I want to encourage you to enjoy the games, and may the best team triumph. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister for Education, Honorable David Andrew. And you heard his call, young people. Please take heed. It's an important one. Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed honored to have another minister in our midst, Minister for Youth, Sports and Culture. Let us welcome Minister Ron Redhead, Minister for Youth, Sports and Culture, to make some brief remarks. All right, we're gonna switch things up a little bit. Thank you for your eagerness, Minister, to my call. At this time, I'd like to welcome our title sponsor, Republic Bank, and to make some remarks, the Managing Director, Mrs. Naomi Diali. Let's big her up today. Without Republic Bank, we may not have been here. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam of Ceremonies. Distinguished guests, viewers in the digital sphere, and of course, our over 1,200 athletes assembled here today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the 2023 Republic Bank Intercol Championships. As we celebrate the return to a 3-day event, we eagerly look forward to the display of skills on both the track and field. Over the next 72 hours, you will witness some of the finest athletes from 25 schools across our nation competing for the coveted title of Intercol Championships 2023. We commend the Grenada Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, along with all the other stakeholders who have been working tirelessly to make today a reality. We also say hats off to the association for seeing it fit to introduce 2 new events and also feature some of our Paralympic athletes. This speaks well for the growth and development of Grenada's premier track and field competition. The Intercol Championship is well aligned with Republic Bank's Power to Make a Difference program. PMAD, as it is often called, is designed to form powerful connections to help build a better tomorrow. The PMAD pillars, the power to help, care, learn, and succeed, will no doubt be evident here over the next few days. The power to help will be seen through the hundreds of volunteers who are here to give of their time, talent, and expertise. In the midst of friendly rivalry, athletes will have the opportunity to display the power to care by fostering team spirit and forging new friendships across school lines. Make no mistake, while we may not be in physical classroom, the power to learn is present at this arena. Athletes, you will have the opportunity to learn life skills about leadership, teamwork, respect, and resilience, all of which will help shape your character and better prepare you for the world. And of course, the power to succeed will be most evident. As your discipline and training propels you towards your goal, remember, one of the keys to success is to be ready when your opportunity comes. I encourage you then to make the most of this moment. You have the power to make a difference for yourself, your team, and your future. Best wishes to each and every one of you as you aspire and achieve at Republic Bank Intercol Championships 2023.
Thank you, Mrs. Diali. Indeed, you have the power to make a difference and the power to succeed. This should be a mantra going forward. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to make two special awards to principals who have made a contribution in education and sports. And these two principals will be awarded posthumously, that is. And I'd like to make the first presentation to the late Brother George Wilson, past principal of the St. John's Christian Secondary School. This presentation will be made by Mrs. Deanne Jeffrey. Brother George Wilson was the late and well-respected past principal of the St. John's Christian Secondary School. He served in the capacity from 1978 to 2004. Brother George consistently exhibited excellence, dedication, empathy, and love for God. He was one of our nation's outstanding educational leaders who was instrumental in the development of various sporting disciplines and, by extension, these Intercol games. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the late Brother George. And his daughter and son will be accepting this award in his absence. We want to say thank you on his behalf for all the contributions made. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award, our next posthumous award goes to the late Sister Gabrielle Mason, a remarkable woman, religious sister of St. Joseph's of Cluny, teacher and past principal of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. She passionately embraced the mission of service in education and devoted 41 years of sterling contribution to holistic education. Sister Gabrielle served as principal of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's from 1982 to 2001. She administrated with exuberance and zeal as she was determined to inject new life into her students, responding to their many and various needs. Sister Gabrielle Mason was a woman of deep faith who believed in the fundamental goodness of every human person. Today, we honor her for her exceptional contribution to education. To accept this award, the principal, Mrs. Jill Filbert. The award is presented by Mr. Brian Lendo. I want us to give another round of applause for these two past principals. And I can say I'm not a convent student, but I've benefited from Sister Gabrielle's words of wisdom and educational leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving right along with our presentations. And at this time, I would like to invite our Minister for Youth, Sports and Culture, the Honorable Ron Redhead, to open officially these games.
Thank you, Neela, and I do apologize for that false start. My colleague minister, Senator the Honorable David Andrew, Minister for Education, Republic Bank's Managing Director, Ms. Diali, Bishop Harvey, Principal Dominic Jeremiah, organizers, athletes, one and all, welcome and good evening. We have once again witnessed the successful opening of another local sporting activity. 2023 is indeed the year of the rebound, indeed the year of transformation. It has seen both the start and the completion of some exciting events, and we are confident it will go a long way in stimulating our athletes to continue to succeed. This renewed energy is vital for sustained development programs in the areas of sports, which seeks to broaden our grassroots, community, school, and national efforts for the benefit of our athletes. At the same time, government is embarking upon the ambitious goal of building Grenada as a premium sports tourism destination in the Caribbean, and will continue to support our local competitions in every way possible, demonstrating our genuine commitment. We also note the tremendous partnership between the private and public sectors in making these events a reality. We look forward to the continued growth and success of Intercol and other events such as these for many years to come. So today, at exactly 6 minutes to 3 p.m., we officially declare Intercol 2023, the Republic Bank Intercol 2023, officially opened, and may the best team win. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, and we all know the best team is my team. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite a representative from the athletes. And this athlete, she will be doing the athlete's oath, and she hails from the St. Mark's Secondary School. Let's welcome her as she makes the athlete's oath. This will be followed by our meet director, Mr. John L. Mitchell, for the official's oath.
Thank you. On behalf of all athletes, I pledge that we will participate in these the 2023 Republic Bank Inter-Secondary Schools Athletic Championships in the true spirit of sportsmanship, abiding by the rules which govern them for the glory and honor of our schools and success of the games. I thank you.
Cami David, everybody, from the St. Mark's Secondary School. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the meet director, Mr. John L. Mitchell.
Thank you, Masters of Ceremony. On behalf of all officials, I pledge that we will On behalf of all officials, I pledge that we will participate in these, the 2023 Republic Bank Inter-Secondary Schools Athletic Championships with complete impartiality, observing the rules which govern them to ensure the smooth running and high standards of the games. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that pledge, ensuring our athletes and our officials are fair. My sister likes to say, play fair, and today we will do just that. Ladies and gentlemen, every intercall we hear a beautiful voice during our medal presentation. And today, we will be graced with the original singer of the Intercol song, or what we're calling the Intercol song, Miss Shireen Brizan. Looks like I'm helping.
Sometimes they look at you and they don't see nothing more but this greatness in all of us. It's all stored in you. Yeah. And though they say things to your face to break you down and mess away, oh no, don't let them win. And though they laugh and though they jeer when you fail and no one cares, oh no, you can't give in. We are more than what they see. Come on, let your light shine through. We are more. Go ahead and live your dreams. Show them what it means. We are more. Sometimes you get so lost that you feel you can't go on. Sometimes things fall apart so that you can rebuild better than the start. Oh, be strong. And though they say things to your face to break you down and mess away, oh no, don't let them win. Yeah, yeah. And though they laugh and though they jeer when you fail and no one cares, oh no, you can't give in. We are more than what they see. Come on, let your light shine through. We are more. Go ahead and live your dreams. Show them what it means. We are more. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We are more. We are more. Listen, nobody said that the road it was easy. Nobody said that the road it was straight. Don't forget you have it all stored within you. The power never dies once you are awake. They didn't realize what you had to go through. The things that didn't work, you stayed up late. Oh, you're the underdog. It's only up from here, and you will never fall. We are more than what they see. Come on, let your light shine through. We are more. Go ahead and live your dreams. Show them what it means. We are more. More than what they see. Come on, let your light shine through. We are more. Go ahead and live your dreams and show them what it means. We are more. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We are more. We are more. Thank you.
Thank you, Shireen, for that beautiful tribute in song. And I do hope that you guys are encouraged. You are more, and you are indeed our future Olympians. And we look forward to seeing you on a much bigger stage than this one. Thank you so much. I want to say special thanks to all our officials, our specially invited guests. And thank you to our ministers, Minister of Education, Minister of Sports, the Managing Director of our title sponsor, Republic Bank, Bishop Clyde Harvey, and to our amazing principals, thank you for the work you continue doing for our education system. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite the drum corps from St. Joseph's Convent and the Presentation Brothers College for our final striking up of their drums, and we will witness the departure of our athletes as we get ready for more action on the tracks. And we do have one more item on our program, and I'd like to invite the students of the Anglican High School and the Happy Hills Secondary School to stand by. Intercol 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for all our athletes. Republic Bank 2023 Intercollegiate Games. We want to pick up all the coaches for preparing the athletes for today. And all the parents in the stands, make some noise! Without the parents, we know this isn't happening. So thank you for all your support. Thanks to the aunties, the uncles, the cousins, and thank you to Mr. Ron. And to all our media workers or photographers, thanks for capturing these special moments. Thank you to the Republic Bank team and their mascot. Mr. Ali, he might ask for a raise for swinging that baton all day. Mrs. Diali, your mascot might need a raise after today. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the match pass, Republic Bank! Ladies and gentlemen, drum major today, Giovanni St. Clair. And our drum corps. St. Joseph's Convent and the Presentation Brothers College, drum major, Giovanni St. Clair. Thank you so much, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, our final presentation for today's opening ceremony will be on shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing I love about Intercol is that it brings us all together. And we will collaborate, our students are collaborating today to bring you some mass movement. Let us welcome the students of the Anglican High School and the Happy Hill Secondary School. Lots of talent. All right. Way to bust my bubble. All right. So apparently today we feature the students of the Anglican High School. And tomorrow we'll have another batch of students, am I correct? Well, thank you for that correction. Thank you. And maybe on Thursday I will do my presentation. But it's not about me today, it's about the students. Ladies and gentlemen, our final presentation. Let's welcome one more time the Anglican High School.
Send my apologies on a big fat with big flag going overhead like canopy. Rag in my back pocket with a white vest, sneakers and wallabies. Knife tips and tight pants, I never really read none of these. I come from Prospect, they follow from customs and from power bills. Was a fed for your fet and license in fet and them had a power bill. Everybody gone as a groovy bunch, you're the pushing power still. If it's me alone, leave me with power on a hill. I come here for no stand up. I come to party with a hand up. So all soca people, put your two hand in the air. Your two hand in the air. Your two hand in the air. I never come here for no stand up. I come to party with a hand up. All soca people, put your two hand in the air. Your two hand in the air. All soca lovers do this. Show me your hand. 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 Show me your hand.
Such as this one, showcasing our youngsters, for showcasing all the talents of Grenada. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take this special opportunity to thank you once again for your attention. We have come to the end of our official opening ceremony. I am honored to be with you. My name is Neela Etienne, and we look forward to 3 days of fantastic athletic sportsmanship and athletic fun and records being broken. Thank you, everybody, and I take you back trackside.
Thank you very much, Neela Etienne. The driver of vgh'n 154, you're needed now. You must report to your vehicle.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the Grenada National Stadium, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in beautiful Spice Country. Yes, well, based on everything that we've seen so far, the weather has held up true to form. We were expected to max out to 31 degrees. It's feeling like 34 in the middle. Good time for records to be smashed. Not too much of a heavy wind. And speaking about record smashing, we had one record going down this morning with Jamelia Nicholas, 37.97 in the female discus. Impressive throw. She's young, she's energetic, and she's got a whole lot more in store for us. So we're back on the track this afternoon to round off day one. Interesting day it is. Not very many people, not a huge crowd in. Typical day one anticipation, but guess what? It is going to climb, especially from tomorrow, God's will, day two. So the point standings, we're going to get that for you in just a little bit because there were some final events which we had during the course of the morning. This afternoon, we've got about 17 final events to run off, and that is going to paint a picture. It's going to tell a story. It's going to create an atmosphere heading into day two. Jason Skeet is my name. Together with me is Davis Adams. Davis Adams, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jason. Good afternoon to the viewing public of for Intercol 2023 Championships. It's wonderful. It's a great pleasure to be with you and to carry you through to the sights and songs as well as the competition. Thank you, Jason, for having us.
All right, well, Intercol Games powered by Republic Bank and associate sponsors Flow, Grenada National Lotteries Authority, George F. Huggins, Sol AC Grenada Limited, and the Grenada Brewery, together with the T&R Communications. Good afternoon, everybody, no matter where you are. But what you're seeing on the screen, you might see a little bit shade, but that's because it's way up to the top corner of the start of the 100 meters track, the top of the 100 meters. But anything from there, it is blazing, blistering sunshine out in the middle. We've got an invitational race, 2 invitational races to run off this afternoon. And one of them, of course, getting ready to give you the details on that. Adams, you had any opportunity, you had a chance to see or pay attention to anything during the course of the morning? Quickly?
Yes, I did. And to me, so far, what I've seen is really, really encouraging from a Grenadian end. The fact that we have seen our athletes, first and foremost, being able to come out in a normal condition, minus the COVID period and industrial action, and to see all of those years being rolled back, it's indeed a pleasure just to be able to witness that. And I'm really, really privileged to be part of, bringing this to the Grenadian public. I'm Jason.
All right, well, what we are seeing on your screen now is event number 75, the girls 100-meter dash special invitational open. Connie Smart in lane 1, Kalia Lashington in lane 2, Angelica Phillip in 3, Deanne Grappy in 4, Shellyan Agard in 5, Nyasha Fraser in 6, and Shanae Richardson in 7. The start of the 100-meter dash special invitation. And, of course, we've got the boys' version as well. But the Paralympians on show at the Intercol Games 2023.
Yeah, and the truth of the matter is what we have found as time has rolled by is the fact that inclusiveness has become the word of the day, the times that we are living in. And no one should be left because of having some special situations that they deal with, whether it's physically or intellectually. We can all involve them in society. And so seeing them coming out to display and making them part of the whatever is happening is indeed extremely gratifying, Jason, to have them come out and to showcase the talent that God has blessed them with. As a matter of fact, you would notice that throughout the world, Paralympics is probably one of the biggest games that we have now, that the Olympics put on, Commonwealth Games put on, and much of the greater, the bigger games that we have around the world, they also have the Paralympic Games to go with it so that we include each and every person.
The Grenada Paralympic Committee relishes the opportunity given by the GSSGA to highlight the talent of our special education children. The primary objective of today's event is to expose differently abled athletes to showcase their talent and, above all, create greater awareness and public appreciation for the Special Olympics and Paralympics. That's according to President of the Paralympics, Ray Roberts. Very good words and strong and powerful words coming in there from our brother Ray Roberts.
Wonderful. And to see that we have so many other Grenadians paying special interest in our special boys and girls, whether in the varying degrees of physical challenges, coming to the fore and assisting them. People like Ray Roberts, who has been leading the way, and now you have Mr. Glenn Alexander with a whole committee of folks coming forward to support these people. It's indeed a wonderful activity to have.
The athletes in this race ranging from ages 15 to 17. Shellyan Allard is 15, Deanne Grappy 15, Shanae Richardson 15, and Keldon Joseph, she's 15 as well. Kelson Manwaran 19, and Javon Wilson 17. So a lot of the athletes participating today between the ages of 15 and 19. So pretty good numbers there, good show and a good motivation.
And a good age to get them so that they can continue to grow in this sport and be able to represent Grenada at a much higher level.
Yeah, I remember there was one Paralympian who was always consistent and always turning up and showing up and doing well. George.
Yes, George.
George, trying to get his name off the top of my
The
head.
surname actually is George, but the surname we need to have, yes.
Yeah, it will come. It just slipped me. But yeah, I mean, George, as he was affectionately called, always there, always there, always there.
And he ran with the able-bodied and was very proud no matter what position he finished.
Yeah. George Bullen.
Yep.
George Bullen. That was him. George Bullen from Archibald Avenue, Coopers Hill, from the top of Coopers Hill. Yep, that was him from the top of Coopers Hill. Remember him now. He passed on a few years ago, but his memories obviously living another lifetime.
Wonderful.
So as we go through the afternoon, Sherry-Ann Noel is down on the field, and she's going to be bringing us up to speed. Of course, we've got a couple of field events that we're going to stay on top of. The javelin throw sub-junior girls, the boys long jump. We've got details on that to share with you. Girls high jump and the 100-meter dash special invitational. We're looking at that now, the start of that. We've got the boys to come, Daniel Charles and Kellon Phillip, Kelson Manwarin, Cody Scott, Javon Wilson, and Keldon Joseph. That's the field for the male, the male 100 invitational open, special invitational open. We've also got the girls 1500-meter sub-junior run, the boys 1500-meter sub-junior, and the 1500-meter junior boys and girls. That will be ran off this afternoon. A couple of finals events, as Antoine was alluding to earlier on today. One of the records that he said when we started the broadcast early this morning, Antoine looked at this discus record and said, ain't no way it's going to happen. And then it went into the wind. It went with smoke, a record that stood from since 1994, I think it was. And today it was a good day for Jamila Nicholas. Young, talented, strong, still has a lot of developing to do. And with a throw of 37.97 meters, it means that she can only get a whole lot better. So we're monitoring that as well. And that's going to be, she's going to be around for at least another 2-3 years. And even at this age, this stage, even coming out after secondary school, she will still have the time and the potential to do bigger things for Grenada. So we're monitoring that as well.
One of the things that probably we can take note of, Jason, is the fact that what you call those events that at one time you would not have thought that the small islands would have excelled in, what you have found, not just Grenada, but other Caribbean islands, Trinidad, excelling in the field events. So you have from Trinidad, javelin, you have from Grenada, Anderson Peters. And just recently, the Grenada record for the javelin, I think it was held by Candicia Scott for a while, being broken by Jamar Al sometime last week at St. John's University, throwing just over 50. So the field events in Grenada is actually coming into its own, and we have to give credit where credit is due. People like Paul Phillip and our own Carolyn Peters and all of the other secondary school coaches who have taken the time to nurture our budding field athletes, whether it's long jump, high jump, javelin, shot put, discus. We are seeing our Grenadian athletes coming into their own.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. Fantastic. Don't know what the hold-up is, but we will still monitor. Well, the start of the second session. Start of the second session of Day 1 Intercol Games 2023. The 55th Intercol Championships in beautiful Spice Country, Grenada. For those of you, well, we're on pay-per-view. Obviously, this is a pay-per-view broadcast. And for those of you who would just find for the first time, somebody would have told you about it, and you're going around, shopping around on the internet, finding Grenada, we're commonly referred to as the Isle of Spice. Now we're pure Grenada, the Isle of Spice, still the Isle of Spice, but located to the south of the most southern of the Windward Islands, known for our spices, or spices, Yeah, we're known for that. We're known for warm and friendly people.
Correct.
Yeah,
Our culture, of course.
Our culture can be a little bit imposing at times, but we mean well. We will be right there with you, for you, and by you all the time, no matter what. And this is the land of the world famous oil down. For those of you wondering, the oil down, I can give you a brief synopsis. It's a mixture of ground provision cooked on a slow outside fire with coconut milk and assorted meats coming to a slow boil with pigtail, saltfish, callaloo, pumpkin, and the works. And it goes down. It can be eaten for the entire day, and you will not want anything to eat for a while after having it.
Jason, are you trying to convince yourself that you know how to cook oil down?
Well, as I said, I was speaking to the folks online and introducing them to beautiful Grenada. Short put is on the field. Sherry-Ann Noel is down there. Sherry-Ann, we're knowing that you're down on the field, so you can give us an update as to what's happening there. We're seeing the short put. Is it short put?
Junior girls.
Junior girls,
yeah.
yes. Short put junior girls. Just trying to get the details here for you. The short put junior girls.
We have the start list here. I think you might just want to run through the start list for the short put junior girls.
If I can find it.
I think I can share. Yeah.
Okay, the short put junior girls. Yeah, short put junior girls. Long list, 29 athletes. Would I run through the entire list? Not by any chance. Not by a long shot. But I would tell you some of the names to look forward to. Jovi Strawn, I think. Well, we're going to get back to that in just a little bit. We're getting ready now for the start of the 100-meter special invitation. Special Invitational Open. 100-meter Special Invitational Open. Connie, Smart, Lashington, Phillip, Grappy, Agard, Fraser, and Richardson.
And they're off, and they're looking pretty good. It's a special invitational, and we can see the athlete in lane 7 looking well, the athlete in lane 5 also looking well, really long strides, making it right through to the end.
Shelly-Ann Agard coming through, winning. Shelly-Ann Agard, not too much of a quick race, obviously, for those of you now finding the broadcast. It was the special invitational games for differently able, for Paralympians, para-athletes, I should say. And Shelly-Ann Agard running out of lane 5 and picking up the gold medal. So congratulations to her. We also have the boys version of the 100 meters Invitational Open. That's coming up in just a little bit. As soon as we're finished with this, we're going to head on down to Sherry-Ann Noel, who's on the field. So she's monitoring us, of course. But let's run through the start list quickly. For the boys, we've got Daniel Charles in lane 1. Kellon Phillip in lane... No, Daniel Charles is in lane 2, actually. Kellon Phillip is in 3. Kelson Manwarin is in 4. Cody Scott is in 5. Javon Wilson is in 6. And Keldon Joseph in 7. Keldon Joseph seems to be agile and eager, counting himself as the favorite for this one. Can't say that I've seen any of them compete before, so I cannot give you a synopsis of any of them as it relates to their talents. But from the starters list, and then you look in the middle, you see Cody Scott, the smallest of the lot. And that could mean danger, because when you're the smallest of the lot, people tend to overlook you. So we're going to have a surprise here. I'm looking at Scott in lane 5 or Joseph in 7.
On the starters orders. And they're off. Good, clean start for the athletes. And it's lane number 2. Lane number 4, it's very competitive actually, Jason. And we're seeing the athlete in lane number 3 really powering his way home, followed by the athlete in lane number 6, actually Javon Wilson, coming in second. But the athlete in lane number 3, more than likely, Kelon Phillip, winning the race. And man, they're just giving each other a lot of dig at this time, enjoying themselves. Special race, special event, and inclusive of all our people in Grenada, Carriacou, and Pittimatnik. I'm sure you enjoyed this.
All right, Sherry-Ann, you're with us. Sherry-Ann is down on the field. We've got field events, and Sherry-Ann is roaming about the place, having people with her. So as soon as we get the cue from Sherry-Ann, we're going to go down to her. She's field side, so to speak. In progress, we've got the short put as well. I think we've got the boys' short put. It looks like the boys' senior short put, I think. But we're going to get the details on that in just a little bit. So these young chaps still operating inside 12 meters. You want to make a mark at this level, you've got to purpose yourself to throw anywhere over 12. But, still operating inside of 12 meters. All right, so we've got Sherry-Ann. Sherry-Ann, you're there with us? Speak to us, Sherry-Ann.
Okay, so we are live here, and we are very privileged to have Joma Bain. Joma Bain is one of the coaches for the differently abled children from St. Andrew and St. Mark, who just ran the 100-meter race there in both the male and the female. Speak to us about the opportunity given to these special kids.
Yes, I'm really happy to have this opportunity because this is the first time St. Andrew's School, well, any special education school have gotten the opportunity to take part in Intercol, and I'm very happy for that.
Preparation of these athletes.
The preparation for these athletes, they only got 2 days preparation prior to this event, so they did not get much opportunity, but from the period from practice to now was a big improvement, and I'm happy to see that the race came out successful.
So is it that you would like to see more inclusion for these athletes in other sporting events?
Oh, definitely. I'm happy to see more inclusion. I'm happy that we at least got the start and to show that the public that what these students are able to do. So I'm really looking forward to more inclusion in other events.
Thank you very much. We are speaking here with Joma Bain. Joma is one of the coaches for the differently abled children from St. Andrew and St. Mark. We now go back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Sherry-Ann. Joma Bain doing a lot of work there. He's well assisted as well because there are a lot of folks working along with him, but he's got a good team, and he has been working very well with these para-athletes. So congratulations to him and the entire team.
We have the junior boys long stand. We're looking for the start of the sub-junior boys javelin on the far side. And also in progress, we have the shot put. The shot put for the octathlon boys. Reminder for new introductions, combined events this year. We have the heptathlon for the girls. 7 disciplines coming together to make one event. And the octathlon for the boys. 8 disciplines coming together to make one event. Hopefully from these we can find our future decathletes. As we know, our national athletes, Lyndon Victor and Kurt Felix, Olympians in the decathlon. It starts here, and we look forward to our octathletes and heptathletes as they prepare.
Thank you so very much, Roland. We have a special prize giving ceremony for the winners of the special ed events at this point. Special prize giving ceremony for the winners, as well as participants of the special ed events. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a call for Tyler Smith. Please report to the ground floor of the stadium. Tyler Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Naomi Diali, Managing Director of Republic Bank Grenada Limited. She's accompanied by Mr. Herman Mello Peters, former national athlete and football player, and Ms. Hilary Gabriel, Coordinator, the National Council for the Disabled, Grenada National Council for the Disabled. The first place winners will each receive a bouquet. And so we begin with the female, Diane Grappi. Congratulations, Diane. Well done. And the first place winner in the male category, Kellon Phillip. Diane also receives a trophy. Likewise, Kellon Phillip will receive a bouquet of flowers and a trophy. The rest of the participants will each receive a trophy. We begin with the female category, Connie Smith, presented by Ms. Hilary Gabriel, Coordinator of Grenada National Council for the Disabled. Please remain there, Ms. Gabriel. Thank you so much. Shalian Alad. Shawnee Richardson. Naisha Fraser. Kalila Lashington. And Angelica Phillip. We go now to the male participants. Keldon Joseph, we invite Mello, Mr. Herman Mello Peters, to present the next few trophies. Tyler Smith. Mr. Glenn Tellisford will receive on Tyler's behalf. Daniel Charles. Cody Scott. Javon Wilson. And Kelson Manwaring. Ladies and gents, a round of applause for all the participants of these special ed events. Thank you so very much. Mr. Herman Mello Peters, former national athlete and football player. Ms. Hilary Gabriel, coordinator, Grenada National Council for the Disabled. And Mrs. Naomi Diali, Managing Director, Republic Bank Grenada Limited. Of course, Republic Bank Grenada Limited, the title sponsor for the championships today, Intercol Championships, right here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. It's day one. We wish to recognize additional sponsors, the National Lotteries Authority, Fruta, Star Malt, Flow, Glenelg, Natural Spring Water, Lucozade, Soldanza, and Powerade. Now let's head back to my colleague announcers, Roland and Twine and Russell John. And of course, Neela Etienne is in the mix.
Thank you very so much. It's the girls 1500 meter sub junior Intercol 2023. 4 laps around the track, 1 lap being 300 meters. And generally, Jason, that is probably those races that I enjoy the most because I see strategy, I see thinking, I see planning in those races. And of course, you're looking for form, fitness, and endurance, and speed, all combined in those races. So I enjoy the distance races quite a lot as we see the athletes taking shape and getting to the end of the first lap around the track. Just a couple meters to go.
Well, we thought something strange was going to happen. Wasn't anticipating this. This is a 1500 meters, it's not 300 meters, not by a long shot. So after a commanding lead coming around the first lap, the athlete, I think, from Boca Secondary School decided, well, I'm home. But not yet, you're a long way from home. 3.5 laps, really, the 1500 meter sub-junior girls. It's an open event, and 27 athletes scheduled to start off the event. Some good times coming in at their level. Shariah Phillip of Boca Secondary School, 6 minutes 20 seconds, just over 6 minutes and 20 seconds. And also Annalisa Brown, also of Boca Secondary School, 5 minutes and 23 seconds. And there, Joselle Antoine, I think, from Happy Hill Secondary School, 6 3/4 minutes. So it's not a quick race by all standards from the female sub-junior, but well, it's Intercol, and who knows, something special might just happen. It's a cool afternoon, overcast conditions. The weather report earlier on this morning did in fact indicate that we will be having the odd shower, especially during the course of the afternoon, so it has been holding true to form because we've got more overcast conditions over the stadium now and a light drizzle. greeting us. So something that they would love, and as a matter of fact, it might just be the motivation that these athletes need to pick up the pace just a little bit. But let's see. In the meantime, we've got some high jump going on the field. We've got some high jump going on the field, and of course we've got events from the heptathlon, the boys heptathlon. That too is happening. The short put, the boys heptathlon, that's happening as well simultaneously. So a lot of activities on the field as we speak.
Yes, Jason, and we see the race now taking shape, that 1500-meter race taking shape. We're seeing quite a few athletes are already establishing themselves. The athlete from Anglican High School, the athlete from St. Joseph's Convent St. George, and also that athlete from the Boca Secondary School taking it out front. We've seen a couple of athletes being distressed quite a bit because this is a grueling race to say the least. But we're seeing the athletes from Boca Secondary and St. Joseph's Convent St. George making the race, taking up the pace. And let's see what they have in them as they get to the bell lap. The athlete from St. Joseph's Convent St. George is now deciding that she probably can speed up, maybe to her distress a bit, Jason. But Boca Secondary School seem to be comfortably going ahead, considering that the record for this race is 5 minutes 13.21 seconds by Kelly Alexander, set in 2014. So it's the athlete from Boca Secondary taking it out front. It's Boca Secondary, followed by St. Joseph's Convent St. George, followed by the Anglican High School that's making the race. It's now the final section of the race, and Boca Secondary is out front, followed by the St. Joseph's Convent St. George as they hit the back straight. So, wow, it's a dominant display here. The crowd is really stirringly appreciating a good run by the athlete from the Boca Secondary, who is going to lap one. This is not something you see very often, lapping of an athlete in the 1500. But the athlete from Boca, she is doing extremely well and powering her way home. Final 30 meters to go. This is absolutely brilliant. I'm really enjoying this, and I hope you are at home. But this is a powerful run by the athlete from the Boca Secondary School, actually just dominating the field from start to finish. And it seems as in second place would be the Anglican High School, followed by the athlete from, that looks like, is it Bishop's College? St. George, carriacou? Maybe not, but it's Anglican High School, and the athlete all in blue. So it's almost a race that was almost a no contest in terms of the athlete from the Boca Secondary. We look forward to seeing the times, the record being 5 minutes 13.21 seconds. We await the official results. Jason? Well, the distresses are showing up. Again, as I said, it's one of those grueling races that we have. And our athletes are, we believe that they've been training. But of course, when you haven't had competition over the years, you can see what's happening, the results of those taking place. The form, the fitness might just be affected. But we were just really happy to see Intercol back on the calendar of events for Grenada, and I'm sure we are all enjoying the competition and the athletes are enjoying themselves. Of course, it's a distressing race if you are not fit, if you're not ready, but the athlete from Boca in a league of her own just dominating from start to finish.
All right, very well said there. Let's see what Sherry-Ann Noel has for us, because Sherry-Ann Noel is on the field. A lot of field events taking place simultaneously. Sherry-Ann, what have you got?
So with me now is the winner of the 1500 meter, sub-junior Annalisa Brown from the Boca Secondary School, a time of 5 minutes 07.62 seconds. How do you feel about the win this evening?
It's good.
How did you prepare yourself for today's event?
Just drink a lot of water. Stay strong.
How did you plan out the race? Because I realized you went at a certain pace and then coming to the end, you just left the pack with a lot of energy straight to the finish line.
When when I run in, I take my time, and when I reach there, I sprint off.
Do you have another distance race to run?
Maybe, I don't know yet. Yes, I don't know yet.
All right, thank you. That was the winner of the 1500 meter sub-junior girls, Annalisa Brown out of the Boca Secondary School. Back to our commentary team.
Annalisa Brown's still trying to catch her breath. It was a good run, actually, and a tactical run, so to speak, just over 5 minutes, and she did very well. It showed some acceleration coming down to the end, so it showed that she still has something in the tank, and if she were to be pushed, things could turn out to be a little bit dangerous. But what we're seeing now on your screen is the start of the boys 1500 meter sub-junior run as well. Yep, the boys 1500 meter sub-junior run.
And you have under 22 athletes in the event.
Yeah, just under 22 athletes in the event. And a good field. The Boca Secondary School being represented again by 2 athletes, Trayvon Joseph and Tejan Phillip. So 2 athletes again represented for the Boca Secondary School. What is interesting to note is that Phillip, he has run just under 5 minutes, 4 minutes 59 seconds flat. And from what I remember, he was not really challenged by that because his closest competitor was over 5 minutes by maybe about 15 or 16 seconds. So it means that if Phillip is pushed here this evening, we can see something special from him. We're going to let that race run through, and we've got stuff still happening down on the field, some heptathlon stuff still going on, so we're keeping an eye on that as well, because these long events seems to now be the order of the day, and everybody's talking about it, and Sherry Ann is going to continue to keep us up to date with that. I think she's going to be making her way over to see what information she can get, because there are some field events taking place down there. But in the meantime, we're getting ready for the start of the boys 1500 meter sub-junior.
Games record 4 minutes 32.28 seconds, 2016, Kevin Roberts. And we hope that the athlete from the Boca Secondary School, Tejan Phillip, can get close to it with competition. It looks to be a good race. 22 athletes represented, all of the schools, or most of the schools represented here. And I believe we're going to have a good, excellent race for the boys sub-junior 1500 meters, Intercol 2023.
Two athletes from the Wester Hall Secondary School, 2 athletes representing the Boca Secondary School. J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary has 2 athletes in this event as well. And the SAS, another pair. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, another pair. McDonald College. We're noticing 2 athletes from McDonald College. PBC uncharacteristically has an athlete in Caleb Alexander in this race as well. Kavon James is there for GBSS. 2 athletes from PBC actually. Joshua Telesford is there. So a decent field. Most of the schools being represented in this race, sending out 2 athletes. Generally in the 1500 meters, what you find is that one athlete would go out, set the pace, and then understanding his role, the main athlete, the star of the 2, will then pick up and be the surprise. And generally, that's how you end up with the 1 and 2 most of the time. So let's see what will happen, what will transpire. But most of them, they've got 2 athletes in this race. PVC, GBSS, Boca Secondary School, Wester Hall Secondary, McDonald College, Happy Hill, SAS. Most of the schools have 2 athletes. So just about 11 schools being represented in this event here. The boys 1500 meters sub-junior there at the top of the start. Getting ready, waiting for the gun. Cool evening, overcast conditions at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Perfect conditions for the smashing of a record, especially in the long-distance track event. Perfect conditions, absolutely perfect conditions, on a track that has been labeled as one of the faster tracks in the region, the track here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium.
We also have Hillsborough Secondary School represented from the sister isle of carriacou. Can't forget them, carriacou and Pittimatnik. And of course, Bishop's College from carriacou and Pittimatnik also represented. Hillsborough Secondary School represented by 2. Jalen John.
So here's the start. Here's the start. Let's get the start. Here's the start.
And they're off.
Nice, clean, comfortable. The start. No threat for anybody. No one is going to just make a move yet. Everyone is testing to see what the other person has. Generally, you don't find anybody being bold and brave to jump out just yet. Everybody feels their way around the first 300, 400, 500 meters maximum, and then the story starts to be told. The picture starts to be painted. Pay particular attention to, it's either Philip or Joseph from the Boca Secondary School, just idling back there, still in the middle of the pack, but he's gone far ahead. This looks like Nickel Courtney in the light blue and black. Light blue and black represents which school, Adams? You might know the color scheme is right in front of you. You might know light blue, baby blue and black. I think Bernard and Twine ran through the color schemes for us this morning.
Beacon High School, royal blue, sky blue. Bishop's College, red and royal blue. Boca Secondary, gray and black.
Just the black and the blue. There are 2 schools in the baby blue and the black. Just the 2 schools in the black, and there's 1 school in a baby blue and black.
St. George's Institute, turquoise green, black with white gold, yellow fluorescent green, Wester Hall, royal blue and white, Westmoreland Secondary. We cannot seem to get this one, blue and black. Bam. This is real.
And well, our cameraman did the justice for us. So GCA, that's a Grenada Christian Academy. So this looks like Thomas from the Grenada Christian Academy, and Keith Charles. No qualifying times for them to come into this event. We can't seem to get the number on the T-shirt. If we do get the number on the T-shirt, then we'll be able to tell the story, a better story actually. It's either Charles or Courtney, but representing the Grenada Christian Academy, and he's out in front, some good distance there, and he holds on to this. Then clearly, if he has the opportunity to make a push, then he could create some issue. Looking at the record is 4 minutes 32.28 seconds. I don't think the record is under threat. Kevon Roberts' record is still going to stand because a lot of time has elapsed. From what we've seen, they've gone just over 2 minutes already, closer to 3 minutes, and still, just about 3 minutes and 4 seconds gone, and still some distance to cover. So the record seems to be safe. It's the final lap. So this is Keith Charles. Keith Charles it is. Yes, we picked him up. Keith Charles of the Grenada Christian Academy. He's out in front. Athlete wearing number 642. We picked it up quickly. Keith Charles. And he's out in front by some distance. Doesn't seem as if he's going to be caught anytime soon. He's breathing well, pumping, and allowing his momentum to carry him through. And he's just really going on momentum. Is he going to make a kick and go after the record? The record is
432.20.
432.28. We're running at 3:57. We're just at the top of 4 minutes. Is he going to do that in all of that in 30 seconds? I doubt. So the record seems to be safe. The record is 4:32.28. He's basically running against himself now. He knows he looked up at the clock and realized, nope, there's no chance I'm going to get this. 4:17. He's got about, another 80 meters to go. And the record is safe, 4:32.28. But Keith Charles is going to come through. He's pushing for it. He's not going to get it. 4:32, he's not going to get it. But he is going to get the gold medal. He stops the clock at 4:36.7. And that's good enough for him to get the gold medal. Not good enough for the record, but good enough for the gold medal. So congratulations to Keith Charles. And the rest of the field ambles across. And that's the curtains on the boys' 1,500 meter sub-junior run, Intercol 2023. Johnson, Davis Adams, your take?
Good run by Keith Charles. And what's amazing about his run is that from the time he broke away into the second lap around for the 1,500 meters, he was unchallenged. Hence, at doing it in under 4:50 tells me that if he was challenged, it is possible he could have gotten to Kevin's record of 4:32. So there is a lot of potential there in Keith Charles, and we just want him to be challenged. So wonderful run from Keith. The athlete from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary came in second. And so the guys from the big parish, they have done extremely well, and you can see potential in Keith Charles.
All right, so Boca Secondary School, you're well represented there. Grenada Christian Academy, I should say. You're well represented by Keith Charles, picking up the gold medal. Wearing number 642. He did it in just over 4 minutes and 37 seconds. So let's see how that goes. 4 minutes, 36.72 seconds. Keith Charles of the Grenada Christian Academy.
Very good run, Jason. It's a really good run. Because again, as we said, if he was challenged, I want to believe with a lap to go, that record could have gone this year. But nonetheless, Keith has another shot next year, please the Lord, God's will, to get it. Coming in first, representing the Grenada Christian Academy. Well done, guys.
Well, what is even interesting to note here now is that Keith, the games record for the junior boys is 4 minutes 19 seconds, which was established in 2003. Now Keith ran 4 minutes 36 seconds, and he's got some time to train and come back, and he's going to be bumping up to the junior level next year. Now, if he does that and he's challenged in that capacity, it means that even the junior record could be well in his sights.
Correct. Good run by the young man.
The start of the event number 61, the girls 1,500 meters junior. Again, pedestrian times here. We're seeing Kira College, just over 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes, closer to 7 really. Almost a lifetime there, but we've got athletes being represented from just about 11 schools. McDonald College with just one athlete in this event in Ronisha Cato. We've got the Grenville Secondary School with one athlete as well in Kemlin Julian. Wesley College with just one athlete, Giannique Belgrave. St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew with one athlete, Cherise Alexander. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Azri Isaac, and SAS with one. Happy Hill Secondary with one athlete in the person of Ashley Mitchell. So good representation across the field here now from the secondary schools. 18 athletes at the starters list. Will all 18 start? We can't say. It does look like it from the field. A quick check of the eyes tells us that it seems to be just about 18 of them. Yep.
About 20 of them. So there probably is one or two probably who we do not have here, but I count up 20 of those. But we have the athletes also from the Style, Bishop's College, and Hillsborough Secondary, also represented from Bishop's College, McQueen Williams, who is running the junior 1,500 meters, and really nice to see the athletes from the Style also represented.
All right, well, you check the numbers on their thighs from the top to the bottom of your screen. 18 athletes being represented in this, the girls the girls junior 1500 meters open event. St. Mark's Secondary School, Rachel Lington is there. Happy Hill Secondary School, Rihanna Williams. Not quite sure. I know Bernard and Twine had the opportunity to visit most of these schools at athletics championships. I don't know if he has recollection of any of them doing anything extra special. He doesn't seem to have any. He has shook his head in the negative. So he said nothing out of the ordinary. But the only time that we have registered in coming into the event, 6 minutes 36.3 seconds by Kira Kowich of the Westmoreland Secondary School. So if this race is going to go for over 6 minutes, then we've got time on our hands.
Well, the record in this race, Jason, is 4 minutes 40.30. 1999, Daniela Abraham of the St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. And so we're hoping that we get a much faster race than the times that we would have seen. But they're off.
All right, well, the time to beat, if you're looking to establish a record in this event, is 4:40.30. The opening pace suggests that they're well on course for that. Is it going to happen? Is it a flash in the pan? Is it something that's going to bubble down like good old Callaloo and oil down Grenadian style? We wait and see. Is it something that's going to be steaming like hot pepper? Well, that too will tell the story. Let's see what's going to happen. The 1500 meter girls junior. In the meantime, Sherry-Ann is somewhere down there. We know that they've got some high jump activity taking place on the field. Not quite sure whether it's part of the heptathlon for the girls, or the program would also tell us that there's some high jump. The girls' high jump senior should be in progress. So we're going to monitor that and wait and see as well, because our program is telling us that the girls' high jump senior should be in progress as well.
So they're into the second lap of the girls' 1500 meters, making their way down the back straight. The athlete from Westerhall Secondary, the athlete from St. David's Catholic, and J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. Those three athletes are making the running. And then you have SAS taking up the fourth place, followed by the athlete from the Wesley College. So they're settling into a really comfortable pace. As we said, it's good weather. It's really asking for records to be set. But let's see if these athletes have what you call the necessary fitness and form to be able to establish those records. But it's a pretty slow pace that's been set by the athletes out front. It is St. David's Catholic, J.W. Fletcher, and the Westerhall Secondary School, the Westerhall Iguanas. These are the athletes making the running. 2 more laps to go. It's good to see the schools that are young in the Intercol being part of the front running. That is the J.W. Fletcher Catholic holding an end with the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. So it's St. David's Catholic Secondary, it is J.W. Fletcher, and they are really setting the pace in this one here. They're going down the back straight for the second time.
So Alian Gidari of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, wearing tag 1856, is out there. She is holding on to a hairline lead, slim lead, as has bubbled down into a jog, mostly, so to speak. So if there was ever the definition of a walk in the park, this might just be it. But we're waiting to see how it is going to play out. Maybe they're waiting for a huge burst to take us through the last lap or so.
So it is still the athlete from the St. David's Catholic with the athlete from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic followed by the athlete from the Westerhall Secondary Schools. J.W. Fletcher, Riona Smith, wearing 1352. So it's Riona Smith and the athlete from St. David's Catholic, Alian Gidari. Making the running, and this is a bell lap at this time. Another 25 meters to the final lap. St. David's, JW, Westerhall Secondary.
Shania Peters of the Westerhall Secondary School in third, tried to make a run just a short while ago, but was pushed back by Alian Gidari and Riona Smith. But out front, it's Rihanna, Alian Gidari, and Riona Smith holding form, going stride for stride, and a slowing Shania Peters, a slowing, waist holding, chipping Shania Peters in third position. But it is turning out to be Gidari and Smith still matching strides. The time has gone now to 4 minutes and 53 seconds. The record, 4 minutes and 30 seconds. So that has gone through the door already. They're not bothering at that because we've crossed 5 minutes now going. But it seems as though Gidari may just have the last little bit of energy to push forward. She seems the stouter of the two. But Smith, slim, slender Smith, could make a final push. Is she going to do it? Well, it doesn't seem as though that is going to happen. So Gidari, Alian Gidari of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School will amble across the finish line. She's well inside 6 minutes, if that's the target. Just about 5 minutes and just under 5 minutes and 40 seconds. And that's the pedestrian story of the girls 1500 meters junior.
Well, they came, they performed, and what's important is the color of the medal at this time. The athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, she wins the gold. The athlete from J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, she wins the silver, and I am sure that they are all elated. The schools are elated. St. David's has gotten another gold. J.W. Fletcher has gotten a silver. They are picking up the points, and this is what they came for, to come and to compete and to showcase the best that they have to offer. Well done to the schools. You have made yourselves proud. You have represented well, and we're just happy to see you come out here and perform for Intercol Athletic Championship 2023. St. David's Catholic, J.W. Fletcher Catholic.
All right, well, that's the story there. It's a long story that was told, really. 6 minutes of stories were told. And we're going to leave that right there because that's now part of the history that would have made the Republic Bank Intercol 2023, the 55th edition, the success story that it has been. Now, let's get ready now and switch gears because we're going to head to the girls 1500 meters junior. We've got that. We've still got the boys 1500 meter junior to run. So we're going to head to that in just a little bit.
So, coming first, Alian Gidari, second, Riona Smith, and from Bishop's College, carriacou, Kashona, representing Bishop's College in carriacou. So, the schools that we consider the small of the powerhouses have shown themselves here, coming and interrupt quite a bit here. That is the carriacou, Bishop's College, and the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School. We are now getting ready for... Is it the girls? 1500 June? No. 1500 meter senior girls, it would seem here. More than likely it's the girls, 1500 meter senior. Another big field, and that's what we are noticing. Big fields in the 1500 meters. I'm counting 19 here on the start list. Grenada Christian Academy, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, MacDonald College, SAS, Boca Secondary, St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew, MacDonald College, Hillsborough Secondary School, Anglican High School, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, and Grenada Christian Academy. They are all represented in this, the 1500-meter senior open girls. Kelly and Julian, Mia Samuel, Francesca Henry, Charlene Francois, Alana Charles, Kimberly McQueen, Nolana Harry, Irona Cape, Destiny Padmo, Kevilisha Joseph, Cassima Langain, Rachel Ferre, Ariana Williams, Kadona Mark, Anjali Matthew, Shamia Felix, Naila Hilaire, and Danielle Crony, Grenada Christian Academy. Naila Hilaire, Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive. Shamia Felix, St. Mark Secondary. Kadona Mark, Boca Secondary. Ariana Williams, St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. Rachel Ferre, Anglican High School. Cassima Langain, St. Mark Secondary. Kevilisha Joseph, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Destiny Padmore, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. Irona Cape, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Nolana Harry, Happy Hill Secondary. Kimberly McQueen, McDonald College. Naomi Alad, St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. Alana Charles, Boca Secondary. Shalene Francois, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Francesca Harry, McDonald College. Amia Samuel, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. And rounding out the field, Kelly and Julian, Grenada Christian Academy. All represented here.
To start that event, we also have to bring you up to speed with the girls' heptathlon open and the boys' octathlon open, because there are a number of events. After, I can just give you the rundown quickly. After 4 events, after 4 events, we still got the long jump, the javelin throw to go in the girls' heptathlon. We had the 100-meter hurdles, the high jump, and we've also had the so after these events, St. Shamari Joseph of St. John's Christian Secondary School is out in front on 1,477 points, and Destiny Langain of the Anglican High School following with 1,229 points, and Thalia Desant of St. David's Catholic Secondary School with 1,212 points. Those are the top 3, with still another 4 events remaining in the girls' heptathlon. In the meantime, this 1,500 meter, this looks like is this the 1,500 meter junior girls?
1,500 meter senior girls.
Yes, the 1,500 meter senior girls. While that's happening, the boys' octathlon open after 3 events. We still have Shamar Fleming of the Boca Secondary School out with 1,765 points. Aviel Jr. Williams with from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School SAS on 1,747 points. And Zillan Cox of St. David's Catholic Secondary, 1,726 points. We've still got they still have the 110 hurdles, the high jump, and the javelin throw, and the 1,500 meters to go in the boys' octathlon open. So another, if you want to talk about grueling events, the heptathlon and the octathlon, 2 grueling events, but the weather conditions making it absolutely perfect for them to get through, especially if you're doing all these events, the 110 hurdles, the javelin throw, and the 1,500 meters. You want to pay particular attention to that in the boys' octathlon.
Correct. And so out front is the athlete from the McDonald College, followed by the athlete from Happy Hill Secondary School. They're making the running in the senior girls 1,500 meters. The record for this event at this time is 4 minutes, 49.90 seconds, set by no other than the great Stephanie Ferguson in 2001. That is 22 years ago, Jason. That's a long time, and it has not been beat as yet. But it is the Happy Hill Secondary School making the runnings.
So Lorna Henry of Happy Hill Secondary School Nolana Henry of Happy Hill Secondary School out there representing well for her school. Slowing down just a little bit. Just crossed the 2-minute mark, 2 minutes and 12 seconds and going. She has separated herself from the bunch. It doesn't look to be too comfortable. A little bit of grimacing on her face. But, well, let's see what it will turn out to be in Nolana Henry of the Happy Hill Secondary School. The girls' 1500 meter senior. The record, as you said, Adams, 4 minutes and 49 seconds. They're not going to get this, not this afternoon, not for sure, because just about 2 minutes and 53 seconds into the event, this record is no way going to happen. As a matter of fact, we may just very well have a new record set on the other end of the scale.
So it's J.W. Fletcher in second, and then followed by the St. Joseph's Convent St. George and St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew. So those are the top 4 athletes that are in this 1500 meter senior girls. Nothing really to talk about in terms of pace and speed and energy, but of course what counts at the end is the color of the medal that they will be able to possess. And I think right now it's the medal and not the time. All struggling, Jason.
All struggling is putting it nicely, but what is even more important now is that the athlete in third, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, it seems to be Amaya Samuel. You think it's St. Joseph's Convent, St. George?
Yes,
and
it
Amaya
is a green.
Samuel, she has moved up to third position, and she seems to be looking the most comfortable in third. So is she going to stretch forward? She seems to be running most comfortably, no sort of expression on her face, just going through.
Destiny
so
Padmore.
It may very well mean that, this is Destiny Padmore.
Yes.
Yes, Padmore may very well be the one to watch. This is the final lap, and we've lapped the clock 4 minutes already. 4 minutes and 25 seconds gone, and Padmore now seems to be making a run for it. Yep, she has moved into second place. Remember, we said earlier on that there's no expression on her face, no grimace, so maybe she has something left in the tank. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George will be loving this. They will be loving this. Here comes Padmore. Smith of J.W. Fletcher is right there out in front. But this is...
So it's J.W. Fletcher, and it is St. Joseph's Convent St. George. At the top of the hill and the bottom of the hill.
St. Joseph's Convent, Destiny Padmore, representing St. Joseph's Convent St. George. Remember, just as she was in this position on the previous lap, we said look out for her, because it seems as though she has what it takes. And yes, she has shown now some power, some strength. She's going to power her way through. They're not going to catch her, not at all. She needs, she's going to have a cramp or something for her to be caught, because she's going to power her way through. It doesn't seem as if it's going to happen. She's not going to get to the record. The record has miles gone, really. The record, 4 minutes and 49 seconds. That was an eternity away. But the tussle really is for second place. And Wesley College with the surprise pulling of second. So Wesley College surprising the pack, coming in second in this event, trying to pick up the athlete's name from Wesley College. But, yeah. So good run by Padmore of St. Joseph's Convent. St. George, good run by Padmore, picking up the gold medal. She ran a very tactical race, was nowhere in the mix until the last 400 meters. Really, she kind of edged up, found her place, found her position, held tight to it, didn't do anything outrageous, stuck to the plan, because clearly she had a plan. And with just about 300 meters to go, then she started to push. And it was a calculated push as well. Yes, she understood that the other athletes were right there in front of her, but she did nothing too extravagant, held on to it, kept the composure, and with about 200 meters to go, she told the rest of the field, my name, you would remember my name?
For gold.
Denisha Destiny Padmore. Destiny Padmore is my name. And with 80 meters to go, she created the separation, and the gold medal was hers definitely from that point on.
What was important to note for Destiny is that the athletes allowed her to be comfortable in her race. She's not fast, by any stretch of the imagination, but they allowed her to run a comfortable race. And because they allowed her to run a comfortable race, then they allowed her to be able to come through in a way that, she was not hustled at all. Sarah Dowden of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, actually, and not Padmore. So it is Sarah Dowden instead. So, Sarah, well done to you. Angelique Belgrave, Wesley College, well done to you. And Kenaya Phillip of St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew, also well done to you. The record being 4:49.90, not being close at all, but nonetheless, at the end of the day, the fact that you got gold is what matters. You represented and you did the best you can. So it's the boys 1,500 meters at this time.
All right, but just before we go down to that, David Adams, we also have to bring our viewers up to speed because with the heptathlon and the octathlon happening on the field, the boys in the octathlon and still out in front, 1,765 points from the Boca Secondary School, Shamar Fleming and Aviel Jr. Williams. Aviel Williams Jr., 1,747 points in second place, and 3 events remaining. It will turn down to be who is the better of those events because the point standings between 1, 2, and 3 are not very far off. There's not much daylight there at all. So anything can happen, and anything that can happen
will happen.
Will happen. All right, in the girls heptathlon, Shamar Joseph of St. John's Christian, 1,477, and Destiny Langine of the Anglican High School, 1,229, and then a little bit of separation between the top 2 and Thalia Desant of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 1,212 points. So in the girls heptathlon, 1 and 2, they've got their little battle going on, and then the battle for third between 3 and 4. 3, 4, and 5, really. Outside of that, daylight between everything else.
So it's a big field in the boys 1,500 meters senior, and most of the schools are represented in pairs. GBSS, McDonald College, Boca Secondary, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Presentation Brothers College, Happy Hill Secondary, Grenada Christian Academy, Boca Secondary, Grenville Secondary. They're all represented here in the boys 1,500 meters, and hopefully we are going to see a good race. The record being 3:57, set in 2003 by Kendall Simon, if you remember Kendall well. And that's 20 years ago, and sure Kendall must be saying, can someone break this record at this time?
Oh, Antoine Blackett of Presentation Brothers College is out the gate, and is he out the gate to lead from the start, or is he out the gate hoping for the best and trying to set some distance to at least grab a medal? Is he more purposeful than that? Time will tell. But some separation in the field now between 1 and 2 and the rest of the pack. A little bit of daylight between 3 and the rest of the pack as well. But still very much a decent cluster. It's going to stretch out. It's going to stretch out as always. And after the second lap, then by that time we'll be able to get a clearer picture as to who's going to go where.
Yes. So J.W. Fletcher has 2 athletes in this race. Nikki Bartholomew of J.W. Fletcher is representing the school, and David Morrell. One of them is out front. The athlete from the Presentation Brothers College is also there, and it's both athletes from Presentation Brothers College. You have Antoine Blackett, and you also have Nathan Holas. This one seems to be Nathan Holas in second position with the athlete from the Presentation Brothers College. So it is the athlete from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School and the athlete from the the Presentation Brothers College. It is a boys, 1500 meters junior, boys 1500 meters junior race. So we have the athlete from JW, Seon Boris, and we also have Shem Smith. So we got the wrong one, but it's the junior boys 1500 meters. So again, it's beautiful to see that the athlete is actually from the Happy Hill Secondary that's leading the race. It's athlete from Happy Hill Secondary leading the race. So let's see, it's quite a long distance ahead, and the bunching up for second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Hopefully they're going to extricate themselves, but at present it is the Happy Hill Secondary School out front in the boys junior 1500 meters race. Whether it's Deloney Patrice or whether it is Dennis John, Happy Hill Secondary School is leading the race at this time. Yes. 12:03. It is Deloney Jeffrey, Deloney Patrice from the Happy Hill Secondary School. In second place now is the athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. St. David's Catholic taking up the running in second position at this time. So it is Happy Hill Secondary, it is St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and the Boca Secondary, followed by SAS. Boys Junior 1500 meter race. This is going to be interesting. Really going to be interesting. He's been taking up the running, he's been leading, and hopefully he would want to get the gold. But the St. David's Catholic Secondary athlete has now decided that it is time to take the lead. We're getting into the bell lap. St. David's Catholic Secondary, followed by the athlete from the Boca Secondary and the athlete from Happy Hill Secondary. This is a bell lap. The athlete from St. David's Catholic seems to be extremely strong. That might be just be E.J. George, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Boca Secondary. St. David's Catholic, Boca Secondary. That is how it ends. St. David's Catholic, Boca Secondary School, and followed by the athlete, it would seem, from GBSS. Good run by these guys. And then Happy Hill in fourth position after having set the table for the guys in the junior division. So boys 1500 meter junior. Let's see what the time is going to be. Games record 4:19, 2003, Nilon Joseph. 4:19, 2003, Nilon Joseph. Really golden days of running. E.J. George, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Nicholas Frederick Boca Secondary, and Zedon George, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. That's the position that they came in. So that's the second hit in the junior boys 1500. E.J. George doing a pretty good time for St. David's Catholic in the first heat. And now we have heat number 2, much smaller one than the first one. EJ did 4:26 in heat number 1. Remember, the record time is 4:19. Not a bad run by EJ George. So in this event, you're going to have hit number 2, Kimon Williams, Sion Barris, John T. and Noel, Jadel Etienne, Jalen St. Louis, Tayshawn Roberts, Dennis John Jr., Yazid Richardson, Kieran John, and Anson Aberdeen, St. Mark's Secondary, Wesley College, McDonald College, Hillsborough Secondary, Presentation Brothers College, the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Westerhall Secondary, St. David's Catholic Secondary, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, and St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, represented by Kimon Williams. The Iguanas, represented by Jadel Etienne. The only time we have here is Dennis John Jr. from the Hillsborough Secondary School. So let's see what he has to give at a bigger stage. So, as we said, the weather is really conducive for good runs. We just want to have our athletes perform at their best. And so far, while the times haven't been close to record times, but we believe and we are convinced they are giving the best that they have at this time. And most importantly, they are representing the spirit of Intercol, the spirit of the school, and going out there and showcasing what talent they have to offer.
10 athletes at the start of this one. Who are the ones to look forward to? Well, time will tell, because we haven't had much times really from any of them. But let's wait and see. Generally, the athletes from St. David's Catholic Secondary School always a threat in this one, and he's just as we spoke of him. That's Johnita Noel of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, setting the pace out in front, and let's wait and see. But no real times to speak of for anyone, so we're going to have to go on just previous knowledge and then a little bit of anticipation here and there. But the pack pretty much still together, save and except the last 2 down at the back. So the pack very much together. Noel had a burst, but cooled things down a little bit, just dragged everyone with him. But I think he's playing some mind games, because now he's stretching them again, and he's going to continue doing that, I believe. Continue stretching them, trying to put some daylight. The 1500-meter run, always a tactical run. It has moved from being just another long-distance run to a more tactical run, so to speak. You would think that the kind of tactic that an athlete would employ in the 800 meters was really tactful 20 years ago. Now you're seeing that kind of tact being employed here in the 1500 meters. So let's wait and see. Again, the field comes together. I think Noel is playing a little game. He's stretching the field and saying, all right, are you guys going to come? Then come. And he's waiting. But no one is really taking him on just yet. No one is taking him on just yet. Let's wait and see.
So it is St. David's Catholic, it's McDonald College, it is St. Presentation Brothers College, and St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. They're making the running.
Yazid Richardson from McDonald College was coming forward, but decided to hold back just a little bit. He's in third. Noel has dropped back to second, comfortable second, as he ran out of gas, because he has slipped into third now. McDonald College, that's Yazid Richardson, the tallest in the field. He's now stretching the field. Looking comfortable. Doesn't look as if he has too much of a bother, but so too is everyone else around him. No one showing any real signs of lethargy, but Richardson is stretching the field. He's got some long legs. He's the tallest in the field. He was on the outside to start and allowed the cluster to go their way. He was in about 5th or 6th position at the start of the event, but not really bothering too much.
St. Mark's Secondary.
This is St. Mark's Secondary.
Yes.
St. Mark's Secondary. All right, so it's not Richardson, but actually it's Aberdeen, Anson Aberdeen, St. Mark's Secondary, you say. All right, so 3 minutes and 24 seconds gone. This is the final lap. The event record, what's the event record, Adams?
It is 4:19, 2003, Nealon Joseph.
4:19, it is not going to happen today. 4:19 is a long way off for Anson Aberdeen for sure. But he has his sights set on crossing the finish line first. And unless something drastic happens, he's going to stride across with ease and comfort. And there's an athlete from GBSS. This looks like a St. Louis. Yeah, Jaylon St. Louis. Jaylon St. Louis came from out of nowhere like a rocket. when you thought that Aberdeen had it, Jaylon St. Louis came from out of nowhere like a bullet. Coincidentally, Tantine bullets. He came from out of nowhere like a bullet. And Antoine, the person you were looking at from St. David's Catholic Secondary School, comes on the finish line. This was like a shower of rain. This event was like a shower of rain. It was up, it was down, it started, it stopped, and the person who we thought ran out of gas, so to speak, from the very top when he started, that's Jonathan Noel, came back and won the race on the finish line, and nothing but 0.2 or 0.3 of a second separating him.
It's gonna be tight.
And wow, separating him and St. Louis. It's up again. Let's take a look at it, because St. Louis was gone. I mean, you would never think that St. Louis was in any threat, really. There were so many lead changes in this event, and coming down to the wire with just about 40 meters to go, 50 meters really, Noel decided he's not going to lose, and he powered his way through. What the takeaway from this is that Noel has some stuff left in the tank. Therefore, it means that if he's really challenged and he's pushed, it means that he can do something extraordinary. 4:34, 4:35 the time. The meet record 4:19. I don't think the meet record will be under threat, but I believe that Noel can do a whole lot better than 4:35.
Nonetheless, his time is not faster than, I think, the other athlete from St. David's Catholic. He also did 4:30 odd. So they're very close, my friend, in terms of their running. They probably train together. They're good friends, and the times are really close. John T. and Well from St. David and his other friend, E.J. George, from St. David, both times are very similar, Jason.
All right, well, still early days. This is day one, and I can tell you, in the female division, St. David's Catholic Secondary School is out on front with 64 points, followed by the Anglican High School on 31, and St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew on 19. Bishop's College out of Carriacou on 16, and the Boca Secondary School on 14 points. The St. Joseph's Convent St. George is right there on 13 points in 6th position. Anybody else after that really in single digits. In the boys category, it's a little bit tighter from between the top to the bottom, because in the girls, 64 points for St. David's Catholic, 31 for Anglican High School. In the boys, the story painted is just a little bit different. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary SAS is out front on 37, but they're not too far ahead because St. David's Catholic Secondary on 33 and the GBSS on 30. So 1, 2, 3, still tight, very tight there, but still early days. Anything can change because we're now really starting to get into some finals. So a lot can change there. But just to bring you up to speed, those are the scores, the latest scores that we've got.
And as you said, it's tight because a 7-point difference between first and third. But Jason, when you look at it, one race in the individual category is 10 points. So if a school is represented in one race and another isn't represented, that there could be a 10-point swing very easily. As well, both boys and girls. So it's early days yet, but St. David's seem to be establishing, St. David's and the girls seem to be establishing themselves, but it's very early days yet. So many more events to go. But St. David should feel very, very enthused and confident of the start that they have on day one. And I'm sure the other schools will be trying to figure out what next for day 2 and 3.
All right, the girls 1500 meter senior heat 1 coming up. We're going to look out for that in just a little. Here they are. We've got 15 athletes, 15 young ladies on at the top of the start for the girls 1500 meter senior heat 1. What's the record in this event? What's the time to beat?
Stephanie Ferguson, 4:49.90, 2001.
You think it's under threat?
Based on what I've seen thus far, the athletes 20 years and 22 years ago seem to have been extremely good. Neilon Ferguson, Neilon Noel, Stephanie Ferguson, they seem to have been the shining light or the lighthouse of distance running in Grenada. And so we probably need another generation of those to come. I don't know if we have them here as yet, but they are not showing that they are able to accede to those high heights of times so far. Let's hope they surprise us, Jason.
All right, so I take that as a no. So heat 1 of the girls' 1500 meter senior run. Good support for the students, from the students, good support for the athletes from their fellow students. The numbers are small, but you wouldn't notice that from the background noise that you're hearing from the atmosphere that's coming to you. The numbers are small, as you can see, but they're loud. So when we get to the start of day 2, when we're expecting a much larger audience, and then probably day 3, it could be pandemonium. We don't want to let we don't want to tell you, you're still missing out if you're not here. But the real story is that's what's going to happen. It's heading up to 5 o'clock, a few minutes away. We've got a commercial break. We're going to wait for the cue from our friends over on the production side because we've got a commercial break to take. But I just want to remind you that the 55th Intercol Games comes to you compliments Republic Bank. Title sponsors Republic Bank, Grenada Limited. Yep, they're the title sponsors, and associate sponsors are Flow, George F. Huggins and Company, the Grenada Breweries Limited, Sol AC, our friends at T&R Communications, and we are in for excitement at the end of day 1. Joseph Cador is standing right behind me. He's going to come and take us through right after the commercial break. He's going to rally this broadcast to the end. So Joseph Cador is there. He had himself a long rest after a huge lunch, and he's going to come and take over. In the meantime, some separation on the field. Good afternoon to all those of you in beautiful Spice Country viewing the broadcast on a pay-per-view. Those of you who spent the entire day at work and sneaking a peek ever so often because you bought the pay-per-view and you have it on your tablet or your phone or wherever, and you were enjoying it. To those of you who bought it secretly and not letting the boss know that you were looking at the Intercol games, good afternoon to you as well. You did a fantastic job because you got through the day. Let's hope that you get the day off so that you can either come down or you can continue to purchase the link for days 2 and 3 and continue to enjoy the broadcast here from the beautiful, sunshiny Spice Island of Grenada, home of superstar Kirani James at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium.
Okay, so we're entering into the penultimate lap, and you have the athlete from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Boca Secondary, Grenville Secondary, and Happy Hill Secondary. They actually separated themselves from the pack, and this time this is Destiny Padmore from the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, and from the Boca Secondary School. It more than likely is Kedona Mark or Alana Charles. We've got to see 2,300. We'll find it out in a short while, but Happy Hill Secondary School has now taken up the running, followed by St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, followed by the Boca Secondary School, and then the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, or St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew.
All right, so we're heading closer to 5 o'clock. Don't forget we've got a commercial break coming up because, of course, we've got to remember to pay the bills. The bills keeps us on the air. Joseph Cador is ready. And a little bit more from Davis Adams, and then it will be Joseph Cador. And not too long after that, Bernard Antoine will join him. Is it Antoine or Antoine?
So it is St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. Belgrave. She looks extremely well poised, comfortable. With the final 80 meters to go, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. I think the school on the hill is proud to be able to see their athlete really powering down the home straight and taking up the position, taking up the first hit in this first of 2 hits. So it is St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, coming in comfortably in first position, followed by the athlete from the Happy Hill Secondary School, followed by Boca Secondary School. She comes in third, and the fourth spot is taken up by, well, if she crosses the line, it would be St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. Not a quick race for sure, over 5 minutes, considering the record in this event is 4 minutes 49. So it was a slow race, but nonetheless it was very competitive, very competitive. So this is turning out to be a very good Intercol Championship 2023. Just an update on the point standing. Welcome, Brother Joe.
Well, thank you, my dear old friend and colleague, Davis Adams. Indeed, it's a pleasure joining you here and the rest of the commentary team. Good afternoon to you, wherever you are participating in this live coverage.
Wonderful. Just good having you once again, remembering those good old times. And back after 4 years.
We're here doing it all over again.
Yes.
You will give us some points update?
Yes, let me give some points update. Let's start with the girls division. I think the St. David's Catholic would be in a good stead at the end of day 1. At present, out front is the St. David's Catholic Secondary School performing as we all expect them to, Joe, on 64 points, followed by the girls from Tantine Anglican High School on 31 points.
Right, but as you do say that, we're gonna put a hold on that. We see so just let you know that we do have a commercial break that is set at the top of the hour. That is just about 3 minutes. So we'll take the points round up, and then we'll take a commercial break.
Correct. And the Anglican High School on 31 points, St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew 19, Bishop's College on 16, Boca Secondary School. Just beautiful to see Boca Secondary School in the hunt on 14, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George in 6th place on 13. In 7th, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School on 9. Hillsborough Secondary School 8 on 8, and tied with J.W. Fletcher Catholic. In 10th position, Happy Hill Secondary on 6 with Wesley College. In 12th position, St. John's Christian Secondary on 4 with McDonald College. 14th and 15th is Wester Hall on 2 and St. Max Secondary on 1. In the boys event, much closer picture here, and which is what we always love. Really tense battles before as we get ready for the start of Heat 2, of Heat 1 of the boys senior. Out front, St. David's Catholic Secondary School on 51 points, Joe. And this is really interesting, but both boys and girls, St. David's Catholic Secondary School. In the boys division, in second position is St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School on 41, and the Tantin outfit, Grenada Boys Secondary School, in third position on 36 points. And then you make up the places going down. Grenada Christian Academy in fourth on 18.5, McDonald College fifth, 15, Boca Secondary in sixth on 12.5, Presentation Brothers College on 11 in seventh, Happy Hill Secondary on 9, and Wester Hall Secondary on 6, and St. John's Christian Secondary on 5. That's the point standing so far into day 1.
Point standing through to event number 62 down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Intercol 2023, the Republic Bank Intercol, that is. We are due for commercial break, but we are going to take it after we go through the race that's about to run off. Event number 64, and that is the boys 1,500 meters run. The record, we're also going to make way for the man himself that's to take us through the rest of the afternoon. Thank you, Davis Adams. Master Antoine is going to be joining us on the commentary team. But there's excitement down here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium as we stretch into the latter part of session 2, day number 1, Intercol 2023. And reminding you that this production is facilitated by TNR Communications. Getting ready, next event on the track, event number 64. Antoine, the boys' 1,500 meter run. The game's record, 3 minutes, 57 seconds, set back by Kendall Simon back in the year 2003. We'll see how this one pans out. We got a little taste of update on the point standing. Your thoughts?
The girls competition is not as competitive as we thought it would be, because St. David's Catholic Secondary School is way out front with 64 points. However, in the boys category, it's a little closer, 51 points against St. David's Catholic Secondary School, and SAS is on 41. These points can be caught up quite easily with one victory here, one victory there.
So it is yet early days, but certainly I think folks are probably going to have to measure and gauge their excitement as to how they go through the expended as we go through day 1 and even on day number 2 of Intercol 2023, Republic Bank, that is. We get a set for next event on the track, event number 64. It's the boys 1,500 meters run. We got Philip, Joseph, Alexis, Linton, Fabian, as for some reason, you notice there's a lot of jitter, the anxieties, but races that traditionally you don't find, they tend not to be false starts. For some reason, we're getting a few of those today, though. There is Alexander, Hilaire, Bernard, James, Williams, Blackett, Alexander, to make up a field of 15, Antoine, for the boys' 1,500 meters.
Yes, this, again, very well represented here, and this has been a feature of today's running.
And they're off. They do 4 laps around the track, 1,500 meters, and the boys' 1,500 meters. Early days yet. You making any early predictions?
No early predictions in this one. The last race actually turned out to be a real doozy at the end. So
indeed.
No predictions here, and it's PBC up front, followed by looks like Boca Secondary.
The numbers you can't make, but it seems to be Boca Secondary in the person of Desron Williams at Presentation Brothers College. Out front quite early, Antoine Blackett And we'll see how the rest of the field pans out as they continue on the little Tuesday afternoon trek around the Kirani James Athletics Stadium. Boca out front quite early in the person that's of Blackett. That's Williams, sorry. PBC out front making it early. Blackett out there. And he, of course, the rest of the pack trailing behind. Sass is there as well. Devontae Hiller, he's also in there. Let's see, 1,500 meters. It's the boys. And if reminding you, these are final events, so as you can start tallying them as you go ahead. But in case you're just joining us, it's St. David's Catholic out front early in both of the boys and the girls division.
So it's PBC followed by SAS and GBSS, Happier Secondary.
Yes, it's Blackett, Hilaire, out there right there for J.W. Fletcher, represented by Nicky Bartholomew. So that's the top three. Although PBC is Antoine Blackett is sort of pulling himself away, but it's Blackett, Williams, Bartholomew.
Yes, he has opened up about 25 meters lead right now. Blackett has.
The question is, how deep is his resolve? Does he have the strength and what it takes to carry him home? 1,500 meters as we stretch late into the afternoon. A few events left on the cards, and I guess by virtue of the late start, we'll see exactly how we progress through the rest of the evening. But
McDonald College in fourth position looks quite strong. Nice, steady strides as he has overtaken the athlete there from Happy Secondary. So and now here comes Sass.
Sass, Devontae Hilaire. He's slipped. He's just, of course, overtaken the lead from PBC's Antoine Blackett. So Hilaire, Blackett. GBSS now coming into the view. Colin Alexander. Also in there, McDonald College's Nathaniel Fabian. That's the top four. As they take the bell lap. As they head to the 300 meters, it is still Blackett. Blackett is in there. As they continue to throw down the backstretch, Devontae Hilaire.
Here comes Westerhall Secondary.
Westerhall Secondary trying to make a surge. That's Elon Alexis. Who has enough depth and merit. They have the mettle to dig deep, to pull this one out. Presentation Brothers College, that's Blackett. But coach inching up on his shoulders as they head towards the 200-meter mark. It is Nathaniel Fabian. Fabian from McDonald College. Alexander. But it's a toss. Let's go. It is Presentation Brothers College, GBSS, McDonald College. Antoine Blackett trying to make a pullback on it. McDonald's College, Fabian is easing up. He seems to be suffering some sort of injury, but pulling up as may have nipped him on the line. There from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, Colin Alexander. But unofficially, it's Blackett from the Presentation Brothers College. And there's a question to ask on the line. That's between Fabian and Alexander on the line. Excellent run there.
Quite a good run, and very tactical, it seems to, from Antoine Blackett. We would have had quite a few lead changes in this one. Again, testimony to what has been happening all day. There's no clear favorite right at the start in some of these races, and this was one of them. Antoine Blackett did start in the lead and he finished first position, but twice within that race he was in second position.
Well, we can promise the audience that the seesaw is going to make its way deep into day number 3. In case you're assuming it is just something that's prevalent only on day 1, there's going to be no shortage of it, as we're going to wait to the official results.
So it's 4 minutes, 28.3 6 seconds, some way off from the game's record of 3 minutes 57 seconds flat, like Kendall Simon, and that was in 2003.
So officially, it is Blackett, Antoine Blackett of the Presentation Brothers College, in a time of 4 minutes 28.36. Colin Alexander from the GBSS, 4 minutes 30.62, and Nathaniel Fabian of McDonald's College, 4 minutes 30.64 seconds, rounding up the top three in event number 64, the boys 1500 meter run.
And that was the first of 2 sections. So that was in section 1, and now we get ready for section 2.
We're going to get section 2. It's going to come up in just a bit. Let's just give you the lane assignment. Well, not the lane assignments, but the principles for section 2. Forsyth from St. John's Christian Secondary, Holas for PBC, Smith for Westerhall Secondary, Charles for St. Rose Modern Secondary, Lane for Hillsborough Secondary, Felix for GBSS, Matthews for Bishop's College, Happy Hill Secondary, represented there by Rennie Frederick. St. David's Catholic is in the mix. Jadon Williams. Morel represents J.W. Fletcher. Sass is represented by Zaid Douglas. There's Nickel John from McDonald's College. St. Mark's Secondaries, Alex Bartholomew is in the mix. And for Grenville Secondary, Joshua Cadet. A field of 14.
14, and again, great representation right throughout all afternoon, all day, in fact. Great representation. So our section number 2 of the 1500 meters boys, 1500 meters boys senior, section 2.
Let's see how this one pans out. Section 2, day 1, Republic Bank Intercol 2023, coming to you live from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, and the place that we call home. Others just call it the Isle of Spice. We call it Paradise. Thanks for those of you just joining us via the live feed, facilitated by TNR Communications.
Always one of those showcase events, the 1500 meters, boys or girls. And in 2003, the record was set in this event, as I said, at 3 minutes 57 seconds flat. Let's see how they're doing this one.
Indeed, Antoine. We'll see how this one pans out as we stretch into the evening right here at the Kiwana James Athletic Stadium. We see the feather banners, they fly in the wind in the back, not excessively, but just, of course, reminding you that of the sort of breeze and sort of environment that exists here. Presence of the boys of the Presentation Brothers College St. Judas Convent section of the school contingent that we anticipate is going to grow as we head deeper into the games.
Well behaved today too, I might add.
No, not much to misbehave about.
There are no clearly identified favorites in this one coming in because there are no real times given here. So on paper, all equal. Let's see how this one goes.
We'll see how it goes. Again, keep in mind St. David's Catholic Secondary, they've made the early surge in both the boys and the girls division in 64 and 51 points.
If we go with tradition, and Joseph, we would look at McDonald College, Nickel John. McDonald College usually represents very well in the middle and long distances.
Middle distances. We're ready to start. It's official, the start of the boys' second batch, 1500 meters, 14 athletes, 4 laps around the track. The first section was won by Blackett of the Presentation Brothers College. We see McDonald College's Nickel John taking the early lead. We'll see whether or not your reference to tradition holds through or somebody is going to throw a spanner into the works. But early days yet. McDonald College, GBSS. Happy Hill is in there. Wesley College is in there. Hillsborough Secondary is in there. Represented by Gushon Lane. Let's see how this one pans out. We've learned to be quite modest and moderate in our callings. These middle distance races takes a combination of speed, tactic. The question is, Antoine, it's not just about having a game plan, but it's also being able to execute. Execution.
St. Rose Modern Secondary is doing a good running in this one. They have been quiet so far for the day.
A quiet storm.
And they are also known for the middle and long distances. So it's McDonald College followed by St. Rose Modern Secondary.
Intercol stretching deep into the evening. Session 2, day number 1. The Republic Bank Games for 2023. It's into its 55th year.
In third position is Grenville Secondary. All three schools traditionally do very well in the middle and long distances. McDonald College and Rose Modern Secondary and Grenville Secondary. SAS is in fourth position, and now coming up in fifth position is Westerhall's Secondary School.
We'll see how it pans out as they continue to motor along gingerly, conserving energy, maintaining positions, keeping the stride and the form in place as they make their way down the backstretch again. Let's see, we're approaching the 200-meter mark. It is McDonald's College Nickel John that has taken the early lead. Also in there with him from St. Rose Modern Secondary.
It's Roman Charles.
If you're just joining us, we say thanks for being part of today's event, day 1, session 2 of Intercol 2023. We feasting our eyes at present on the boys' 1500 meters. How does this one pan out?
Now,
that's the bell lap, Antoine.
Here comes Grenville Secondary School at the bell, taking the lead.
That's Cadet. Cadet moves into first place. He's followed by St. Mark's Secondary, Alex Bartholomew. McDonald College Nickel John is there. Cadet, John, Bartholomew. Following in that order, Grenville Secondary. St. Rose Modern Secondary. That's Romel Charles, my apology. They continue to play that tactical cat and mouse interchange of positions. Yeah, but as they make way for the 200 meters mark, the 100 meters mark, that is, it is McDonald's College Nickel John. John separating himself from the rest of the pack. St. Rose's Charles is there. And GBSS, that's Javon Felix is coming into the mix as they head home. McDonald College is almost saying, catch me if you can. Catch me if you can. But quite a decent run there. We saw what we've seen there is a question of execution, tactics. We'll await the official results.
A very strange way to end a race at McDonald College. Now someone need to pull this young man one side and tell him finish the race, run through the line.
You have to. I'm not sure exactly what the intentions were. Complacency, I'm not sure. I haven't really. Maybe he was suffering some form of discomfort. Now that wasn't obvious to us, but he came to the top of the 100-meter mark quite comfortably. He started to accelerate to make his final thrust. There's a bit of a grimace on his face, and he sees the pack is coming. He's looking back, and I thought it was more initially that of catch me if you can. And you would think maybe, I'm not sure, he could get onto the line. Well,
just about.
So victory there for McDonald College in the person of Nickel John. Second place on officially was the Grenada Boys Secondary School. And Romel Charles for St. Rose Modern Secondary. Taking the third spot. Joshua Cadet for Grenville Secondary in position number 4. Jay Smith for Bishop's College. For Boca Secondary in a time of 4 minutes, 38.38 seconds. So that was Section 2?
Section 2 of the boys, 1,500 meters run.
Of the boys, 1,500 meters run.
Senior.
I'll getting a look at a cross-section of the... It's always good to see the mixed expressions as you look through the arena. Always a mix of expressions and body languages. Yes, but reminding you that simultaneously there is also action in the discus as well as the javelin, and that's taking place. So I hope you, of course, you were getting an appreciation of the coverage that's being brought to you, multifaceted coverage, and allowing you to get the appreciation of the different events that's taking place here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Kisses being sent, mixed faces. I can well imagine. What I'm happy to see, though, as well, is the strong presence of the Royal Grenada Police Force on day one. It is obvious that they've left nothing to chance in terms of ensuring the safety of the students and the patrons. They have been quite visible.
They have been quite visible, and the visibility sometimes is probably the best deterrent.
Yeah, there they are. They continue to make their presence felt and certainly want to maintain the high standard and quality. It's because safety, certainly. And the Games has a rich history of, while they deliver on the track, of ensuring the safety of the patrons and each and every one that attends the game. The only thing I remember a bit is a bit of a bother in my mind, though. I've seen a lot of the athletes, not just at Intercol, from a few of the other sports meet, where they seem to collapse at the end. Yes, I know a lot of the meets are 1,500, they're tiring, but you'd assume reasonably that they're prepared for it. But I'm not sure.
It's a question of regular competition, really. I think that's what it is, regular competition. It's not as easy as riding a bike, as they would say. With more competition, one becomes more ready,
right,
and able to cope with the stress and strain of training is one thing.
Right.
Competition is a whole different. It's a whole different sphere that one enters into. A lot of it has to do with this psychological intent, really, in competition, and sometimes that in of itself would add to the tiredness, add to the fatigue, and so forth.
But you want to say, of course, the weather has been gracious to us in terms of sufficient cloud cover, so they don't have the direct assault of the sun.
It's another beautiful day in paradise. And if you are looking at us pay-per-view, if you are looking at us away from the Caribbean, this is normal weather for us. So this is good weather. This is good weather, and it has been like this all day. In fact, because there was somewhat of a cloud cover earlier, the intensity of the heat was not as it was forecast to be. And so you could have seen, even on the bleachers, the young people who were on the bleachers, there were no visible sign of stress and strain and much umbrellas and so forth. So we have had a good day.
We're going to take our attention down to field side. We'll be getting ready for the start of another medal presentation ceremony.
5 minutes, 28.21 seconds. Silver medalist, Shania Nelson, Anglican High. 5 minutes, 26.81 seconds. And your gold medalist, Annalisa Brown, Boca Secondary. 5 minutes, 07.62 seconds. Event 60, boys, 1,500 meters, sub-junior. Bronze medalists, Rogel Cummins, MacDonald College. 4 minutes, 53.20 seconds. Silver medalist, Robinho Philip, SAS. 4 minutes, 51.33 seconds. And your gold medalist, Keith Charles, Grenada Christian Academy. 4 minutes, 36.72 seconds. Event 61, girls 1500 meters, junior. Presenting your bronze medalists, Keisha Williams McQueen, Bishop's College. 5 minutes, 47.85 seconds. Silver medalist, Rihanna Smith, the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. 5 minutes, 44.42 seconds. And your gold medalist, Alian Gidhari, St. David's Catholic Secondary, a time of 5 minutes, 39.31 seconds. Event 62, boys 1500 meters junior. Presenting your bronze medalists, John Tia Noel, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 4 minutes 35.04 seconds. Silver medalist, Nicholas Frederick, Boca Secondary, 4 minutes 28.64 seconds. And your gold medalist, E.J. George, St. David's Catholic Secondary, a time of 4 minutes 26.62 seconds. Event 63. Girls 1500 meters senior. Presenting your bronze medalists, Kadonna Mark, Boca Secondary, 5 minutes 41.48 seconds. Silver medalist, Francesca Henry, MacDonald College, 5 minutes 37.84 seconds. And your gold medalist, Maya Samuel, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. 5 minutes 27.68 seconds. We can back up to event 27, girls shot put sub junior. Here's your bronze medalist, Soria Charles, SAS. 8. Actually, we moved to event 20. We moved to event 20, boys discus throw senior. And your bronze medalist, Ashad Date, representing SAS. 32.55 meters. Your silver medalist, Elisha Williams, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 33.58 meters. And your gold medalist, Tyron and Twine, also representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, 36.52 meters. We move now to girls high jump senior. Bronze medalist Jemmy Neptune, Anglican High. .45 meters. Silver medalist Kayla Williams, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, 1.48 meters. And your gold medalist, Aaliyah Gidhari, St. David's Catholic Secondary, a height of 1.56 meters. We can move now to boys 1500 meters senior. Announcing your bronze medalist, Romel Charles, St. Rose Modern Secondary, a time of 4 minutes 30.51 seconds. Silver medalist, Kyle Victor, GBSS, 4 minutes 29.38 seconds. And your gold medalist, Antoine Blackett, PBC, 4 minutes 28.36 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you so very much. The Honorable Andy Williams, Minister for Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation.
So we just came to the end of another medal presentation ceremony being facilitated by the Minister of MIT, Andy Williams. And certainly we can see, Antoine, the excitement, the joy, the expressions of, just appreciation of having come. They came, they participated, and they have been rewarded duly.
Oh, most definitely. And the evidence that we have seen today, the medal presentation just now would have demonstrated that in part. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, they are doing quite well, both the boys division and the girls division. In case you would have just joined us and you need to have an idea of how the points are scored, here they are. For first position, it's 12 points. For second position, it's 8 points. Third position is 6 points. 5 position for fourth. For fifth is 4 points. 3 points for sixth position. 2 points for 7. And once you make the final, you get a point for your school. So it goes from 12 for the winner to 1 point, the 8th position.
So the points are stretched down the table. So it means what needs to be done is understanding the points table and continue work with the strategy of continually picking up points as you progress.
Absolutely, and there comes the importance of, we talked about that this morning, the importance of finishing the race. Once you're into the finals, in an 8-person final, you finish the race, you get a point for your school.
Indeed. You have to make sure that you take the fight right to the end, to ensure that you give your team, yourself, the best possibility of winning the goal, and give your team the best possibility of amassing maximum points.
The last point standing that we had, I wanted to point out how well this small school is doing, the Greater Christian Academy. The last point standing, we had said, this is in the male section, we had St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School on 37 points, and St. David's Catholic Secondary and 33, and GBSS on 30. But in the 4th position was Greater Christian Academy at 18.5 points.
Well, we're gonna dissect our way through the points table in just a bit, but we're looking at action has continued on the track. Let's just make sure we put this one into perspective where we are as you take the lane assignments.
Hillsborough Secondary School. Lane 2, Keshwana Rogers, SAS. Lane 3, Leticia Williams, SAS. Lane 4, Andian Courtney. Lane 5, Destiny Langang, AHS. Lane 6, Shamari Joseph, SJCSS. Lane 7, Denisha Scott, St. David's Catholic. And lane 8, Talia Descent, St. David's Catholic.
So
those were the lane assignments for event number 33, the heptathlon girls 200-meter dash open.
So the lane assignment for the event number 33, the 200 meters dash, and persons need to appreciate that these are multiple discipline events, and the athletes, they amass points as they go along. So the strategy, some athletes, they have their strengths and weaknesses. So there is always a question of course, where they are in terms of points. They amass it in areas of strength, and they allow themselves to ensure that they at least compete and make it through. So the girls 200 meters dash open.
Absolutely.
Bristol, Rogers from SAS, Williams, Courtney, Langain, Joseph, Scott, and Descent as they await the status orders. And they are off. Nice, clean, even start. As we look at Descent, they're from St. David's Catholic, running out of lane number 8. Of course, trying to make an early pull at it to both athletes from St. David's Catholic. But it's Anglican High in the middle of the pack in terms of Destiny Langain. But it's from out of lane number 7. It is Scott running out of lane number 7 that's going to run away with this one for St. David's Catholic Secondary. That's Denisha Scott for St. David's Catholic Secondary. Crossing the finish line in the first position. And certainly, and again, as you said, while she's won in the hep, appreciated athletes, they amass points. So as you look at the replay, they took the 100 meters bent quite nicely. Scott out of lane number 7, Anglican High out of lane number 4. You also had Bishop's College, they went out of lane number 6, but it was an eventual win, putting away for number 7, Scott.
On lane number 6 is the St. John Christian Secondary School. The HEP, for those of you that are not fully informed, it's ran over, or it's competed for over 2 days. It's a multi-discipline event, 7 disciplines over 2 days. And as we wind down for day number 1, I think this is the last event for the day for the HEP. They would continue. They would continue into day 2.
I think we have Sherry somewhere down on the field. Are we trying to make her and link up with her? There she is. Go ahead, Sherry Ann.
Okay, so we're live here now with Amaya Samuel. Amaya is the winner of the 1500 meters senior girls. We did it in a time of 5 minutes 27.68 seconds. Speak to us about your strategy for that particular race.
It was just in that way, okay, start off good, get a good couple of times, and then know when to kick off, time the race properly, do what I needed to do.
Prior to running the race, you told me to look out for you in that particular event. You ran, you kept close to the first 2 positions, and at the last 100 meter, you just separated yourself.
Yes, that was a plan going in. It was just to keep a good pace, time the race well, kick out when I needed to, and execute fully, I guess.
5:27.68. Is that your best time in the 15?
No, miss. It was 5:23, 5:25. That was my best time. I mean, I could have done better in this race, but it's okay. I did well.
Is it that if you had more of a competition, you thought you may have get 5:23 or less?
Yes, that could be the case. Yes.
So, what's next for you on the tracks in day 2 and 3?
Miss the 800, the 3000, the relays, just to go there and do my best. Yes, in those distance races.
Thank you very much. We are speaking here with the winner of the 1500 meter senior girls, Amaya Samuel, the student out of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's.
Thank you, Sherry, and congratulations to young Amaya. She has quite an active schedule, to fulfill there. Antoine.
You tend to get an overload when certain institutions, when the participation among the students is not as it should be. So you get one or two good athletes and they are just scattered. But she coped well. Actually, that was a pretty good run by the young lady. It was a very good run. It seems to be tactically done.
Well, what we just see there, shot put, and that's in, yes, the girls' shot put. It's quite a large field that they have to filter through. But certainly, we would hope for the purpose of time management that we could get through quite a number of those events.
So the next event on the track would be the 400 meters for boys, and in lane number 2, Caleb Lane. In lane number 3, Rhonda John, Jerry Stafford. In lane number 4, Aviel Junior Williams. In lane number 5, and Cade Lewis from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in lane 6. 5 athletes in this one.
We're looking at the shot put athlete from the Anglican High School. The Anglican High School, they have 2 athletes in there.
Ladies and gentlemen, 2 points.
Girls' shot put is loaded.
Quite loaded.
It's 29 athletes registered here.
In the male division. 49 points. Second position. 51 points.
And we can only assume, Antoine, that for the purpose of managing time, as to avoid any wastage, unnecessary, that is, delays, that you would see quite a pickup of speed advancing by the officials in the field, because we've gone past, it's almost nearing 6 o'clock as it is.
So we await the start of the 400 meters for boys in the as well. That will be heat 1 or section 1 of 2.
Yes.
There are 2 sections in this one here. And whilst that is happening, we have the high jump for senior boys. That's ongoing. And we are looking on screen now. We are looking at the shot put for sub-junior girls.
For the girls.
Not sub-junior, but junior girls.
Junior girls. And I think once we do that, I think that would interest closer to the end of play, the end of the events of day 1. But certainly, we continue to monitor the events right here and say thank you and welcome to those of you that has been an active participant in today's exercise, the 55th edition of the Republic Bank Intercol Games, coming to you live from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium from downtown St. George. And indeed, we enjoy and bask in the glory of what we call home in the picturesque Kirani James Athletic Stadium. We've become an envy among many. Who would have imagined?
We have, and it's not a bad position to be, especially as a small island nation. When you are being envied for good qualities, it's actually quite a welcome thing.
It is indeed a welcome thing. So we're looking at the discus. Shot put, sorry, that's the girls, that's the juniors, shot put. We also have in the oct for the boys, the 400 meters dash. And we have the boys and the girls. So certainly that's the lineup. That's the lineup. So the 400 meters open in the octathlon for the boys, and then there's the individuals 400 meters dash in the junior girls and in the junior boys.
We are going to close the day today with these 400 meters with probably a bang. Finishing at 400 meters.
So we are getting ready for action on the track. And we look at the lane assignments. Lane 2. Caleb Lane for the Presentation Brothers College occupies lane number 2. Rondell John. Boca Secondary is in lane 2. Jared Stafford, GBSS. Williams for SAS occupies lane 4. And nestled in lane number 6. It's Kale Lewis for St. David's Catholic Secondary. PBC, Boca, GBSS, SAS, St. David's Catholic Secondary. That's your lineup for the next event on the track, event number 34. And reminding you that's in the octathlon for the boys. We'll see how this one prevails. And I know most of the athletes, they're probably just going through the motions because indeed it has been a rather long day for them.
Grueling day.
But they've had the luxury, though, of the blessings of nature, the cloud cover. So at least they have not had to endure the direct blast of the sun. Because we know that by itself can, of course, will take the wind out of you. We just saw their successful jump. We're going to give you the details. But before we do that, we go into the boys, the 400 meters boys octathlon, as they continue to pick up points as they go along Antoine. PBC, Boca, GBSS, SAS, St. David. Let's see how this one pans out.
He section 1 of 2.
Section 1 of 2. Let's see how it pans out. As they get a clean start indeed, as they motor down the backstretch. Running, we see an early lead there by SAS, Aviel Williams, out of lane number 5. He's motoring away, literally going licks and bite, all full throttle as he heads down the backstretch. GBSS is there, biding his time. That's Jared Stafford. But is the athlete from SAS, Williams. That is literally as he approaches the top of the 100 meters bend. It is Williams. Williams is being chased by Stafford. Stafford from the GBSS. And stretching him also is Rondell John from Boca Secondary. Let's see how this one pans out. Williams, SAS, Jared Stafford, GBSS, Rondell from Boca Secondary. SAS, GBSS, Boca Secondary. And that's the final call from it. It is Williams, Stafford, Rondell John of Boca Secondary.
Fine run indeed. From start to finish, that race was ran with particular intent. The young man from SAS, he must be conscious of what his score is going into this race, because he was determined.
He was
to finish in position number 1, or rather to get a good time. So and it's the last event of the day for him,
yes,
for today. So he laid everything on the line. So that was Ariel Junior Williams of SAS.
So we see the official time, 54.45 seconds for Ariel Junior Williams from SAS. Jared Stafford from the GBSS, 54.61. Rondell John, Boca Secondary. Lewis from St. David's Catholic, and Caleb Lane from the Presentation Brothers College. I think what has this done for him, it gives him in his mind, because we're not sure exactly where he is, we confirm that, but it gives you sort of an emotional edge. You tell yourself, it's the last event of the day. I want to go into my slumber tonight being appreciative of the fact that I gave it all on the final event of the day.
Let's go trackside for the lane assignments of section 2.
We do the lane assignments. Let's take it in. So we have another 5 athletes as we do the lane assignment. Edmund, Hillsborough Secondary. Fleming, Bishop from Boca Secondary. Newton from GBSS. Cox, St. David's Catholic. Lewis out of SAS in lane 6. And we have for Happy Hill Secondary, Sheen Lett. The lane assignments for the upcoming event. Happy Hill, Boca, Bishop's Boca Secondary, GBSS, St. David's Catholic, SAS, Happy Hill Secondary. Section 2 of event number 34, the boys 400 meters dash in the Oct. That's their final event of the day, and certainly they want to be able to go into second day having a pretty good appreciation that they have done, they have represented, and they have given it their all, Antoine.
Yes, come back and take a good rest tonight, come back fresh tomorrow, and start it all over again.
Start it all over again, indeed. As you stretch, you see the shadows starting to stretch across the face of the arena. But lane assignments. Hillsborough, Bishop's College, GBSS, St. David's Secondary, SAS, Happy Hill Secondary. Your lane assignments for event number 32, section 2 of that event, the boys 400 meters dash in the octathlon. It's their final event of the day, as they, well, the applause that you're hearing is, it's for let's get ready for the next event. So is the heat 2 of the 400 meters, the boys Oct, and they are off quite an even, clean, even start. Let's see how this one translates itself as they make their way down the backstretch. Let's see, SAS is in there, GBSS is there, Happy Hill Secondary is there, SAS is also in there. Let's see how this one pans out. Again, it is heat 2, the boys 400 meters dash, final event of the octathlon for them. As we continue to monitor them, Happy Hill is on the outside and that of Lett, but as they make it into the home stretch, out of lane number 6, it is Lewis from SAS that is motoring away. Hillsborough Secondary is trying to make a comeback out in lane number 2. So too is Fleming from Boca. It is Fleming from Boca that is literally he came out of nowhere. Fleming, he came in there. Fleming came in there from Boca Secondary School to nip it on the line. We await the official results, but what we just saw there was the completion of heat 2 of event number 34 in the boys octathlon, and which is in fact their final event of the day. Yep.
You could actually sense the stress and the strain in this last and final day's event for these young men. But that's a pretty good run by Boca there.
Pretty good run. So we look at...
That is Fleming, Sherman Fleming.
Fleming.
53.05. And again, a respectable time.
Quite a respectable time as they continue to pick up points on this final event on day 1. And going into the day 2, I mean, having an appreciation that they have literally extended themselves well on day 1 as they go into an evening of rest. Intercol day session 2, day number 1, and certainly has been a really, really, really great day thus far. We've had the threat of rain and has presented itself at random times, but
nothing to be alarmed about.
Nothing to be.
In fact, I don't think anybody moved.
He tried, but we called it bluff. we called him bluff.
The next event on the track would be event number 47. That's the girls 400 meters sub-junior. Event number 47, 400 meters girls sub-junior. We are getting into a series of 400-meter finals now. First it will be the sub-junior girls, followed by the sub-junior boys, the junior boys, the junior girls, followed by the junior boys, and then the senior boys and girls. That series of 400 meters that's coming up to bring the curtains down on the track for the day. We still have one or two field events ongoing, so that will continue to their completion.
But we provide you the lane assignments. Bishop's College, out of 1. Convent, St. George is in lane 2. Olive, McDonald College, occupies lane number 3. Brown for Walker Secondary runs out of lane number 4. Henry for the Anglican High occupies lane number 5. Nestled on the outside in lane number 6 is Modeste for the Anglican High School. 2 there, that Anglican High in 5 and 6. And Walcott for St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, is cradled in lane number 7. And on the outside in lane number 8, it's Shamara Noel for St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. The lane assignments for the upcoming event number 47, Antoine, the girls 400 meters dash.
It should be a very competitive one. The athlete coming with the best time into this event is in lane number 4 from the Boca Secondary School, Anisha Brown with 59.29 seconds. She's wearing a black bottom and a gray top. So look for the running in lane number 4.
That's Brown for Boca Secondary. Again, as we await.
And we seem to have had a scratch in lane number 5 for Henry from Anglican High School. That lane is vacant at this time.
Indeed, the lane's vacant. So, they await the status orders. Event number 47. The girls 400 meters dash. As we continue deep into the session 2 on day 1 of Intercol. All eyes as we look in Brown of lane number 4. Happening simultaneously is the high jump. The shadows continue to stretch. And what has been a relatively cool day. Nothing to worry ourselves about in terms of that the hot sun bearing down on us, on them that is. But we await. The girls 400 meters dash is a final. Bishop's College, Convent St. George, McDonald College, Boca, Anglican High, Convent. And they are off. It's a nice clean start. So the girls 400 meters dash. These are all final events. So let's see how this event, how it pans out. We're keeping our eyes on Brown in the middle of the pack. Also in there, you have Anglican High School is there, Convent St. George. How is this one going to play itself? Convent St. George is also out at St. Andrew, running out of lane number 8. That is Shamara Noel. But here comes trying to reel things back in, running out of the middle of the pack and she went in there with the best time as we continue to monitor, see how the race unfolds. It is Brown from Boca Secondary as she hits at the top of the 100-meter mark, quite comfortably and in charge with it. On the outside in lane number 1 from Bishop's College, it is St. Bernard. But we continue to watch the race as it unfolds down the middle of the pack from Boca Secondary. Literally a race all by herself as she running away as she hits the tape right now. It is young Brown, as we anticipated. You called it right, Antoine?
With the form book, Brown did a slow time this in the finals here. She ran at 59.29, getting into the finals, but it was relatively easy run. not much of a competition from about what 80
meters
80
or so.
meters out.
Disappointing though? You thought it might have been a little bit more competitive?
I thought it was going to be much more competitive based on the time that everybody came in with. But of course, it's late in the day. The young ladies are obviously tired, exhausted, and some would have had a number of events, not just this one race. So that in itself can be expected. But with the form books, it's brown.
Officially, it is brown, and she wins the gold medal, and she goes into day 2 with the bragging rights of having won her final event on the day, and that she has won the 400 meters. We look at the time, brown, a minute 01.11 seconds. St. Bernard from Bishop's College, a minute 03.18, and Chamara Noel of Convent St. Andrew that ran out of lane on the outside lane, 1 minute 03.24.
And up next on the track with the boys' version of this race, the 400 meters sub-junior boys. Coming in with the best time is from PBC Ethan Auguste. Ethan Auguste at 54.75 seconds. We expect this one to be pretty close. Pretty even Stevens after Ethan Auguste 54.75. All the other times are just there and there about 57s and so forth.
So the lane assignments: Albert from McDonald College, Jaldo from McDonald College, Keston Bailey from St. David's Catholic is in 3. Ethan Auguste from the Presentation Brothers College occupies lane number 4. Cradle in lane number 5 from the GBSS. Kamal Joseph. Deleron John sits next to him on the outside, his outside shoulder, in lane number 7. For SAS, Christoph Kellis. That's 2 for SAS, that's in there. Occupies lane number 7. And Keon Jackasal of the Presentation Brothers College is in lane number 8. 2 from the Presentation Brothers College, 2 from SAS. This one sets itself up as quite a mouth-watering, appetizing one, and we'll see how it pans itself out as we go deep into the evening. Session 2, day number 1. I get the sense that Adams has his own take on that. Jason is probably trying to measure himself, not to get a little bit too overly anxious. Yes, but we called it quite early when we saw the qualifiers that we did say that the 400, the finals,
this is going to be good.
A real cracker.
Yes. This one especially, the times are so close in hand. This is going to be a good one.
McDonald College is in 1 and 2. St. David's Catholic is in 3. PBC is in 4. GBSS in 5. SAS occupies lane 6 and 7. And PBC also runs out of lane number 8.
2 McDonald College, 2 PBC, 2 SAS. Let's see how this goes.
Well, it's literally St. David's, PBC, SAS, GBSS. That's the way it's going to unfold.
And we get some predictions from Joseph here. Let's see if the form book actually stays true.
Let's see. There's a gentle hush, that sense of anticipation. As they get the final instructions. Albert, Jaldu, Bailey, Auguste, Joseph, John, Kellis, Jackasal. Boys 400 meters dash. Event 48. It's a nice clean start, and everybody's up and off as the final event. Of course, final 400 meters dash in the sub-junior boys. As we see them as they motor away down the back stretch, there is John from SAS, Christoph Kellis from SAS as well. Let's see how this one pans out from the Presentation Brothers College. Running out of lane number 8, Jackasal is there. Let's see how the race unfolds as they head to just about the 200-meter mark. As they come through the top of the 100. We're looking at the outside. McDonald College, Jaldu is on the outside. We have from SAS. Christoph is on the inside. But of course, you're looking out of lane number 2. It is Javid Jaldu. But of course, look here, PBC's O'Geese is trying to make a pull. Oh, well, there on the outside. I think when all may have probably forgotten that he was participating in the race. SAS, that's Delaran John, came in there on the outside and
very quietly
he crept up on them. We'll wait for the official times on this one. I mean, we did say it was going to provide some excitement, and there was no shortage of that.
No shortage. The race for some time was just in the middle of the track, and then SAS moved up so nicely on the outside.
Well, there you have it, the official time. Christoph, as you say, literally snuck up on him, snuck up on them. Christoph from SAS, 55.44. Jaldu from McDonald College, 55.64. Auguste from the Presentation Brothers College, 55.73. Joseph from the GBSS, 56.92. And you have Jack Asal from the Presentation Brothers College, 57.32. Then you have John Bailey and Albert taking up the rest of the position. 1 minute 01.23, a minute 02.53, a minute 09.25. Disappointed, or did it live through?
No, this is. We thought it was going to be close. We thought it was going to be competitive. It was all of that and more, because it was a surprise.
I got the sense, though, it seems to have a bit still befuddled.
And with that, Joseph, I'm going to hand off to Adams and listeners, viewers. This is where I take my exit for the day. I'll see you tomorrow. God's willing. So we just saw the final there of the boys 400. We continue. We move to the opposite number now. That's the girls 400 meters dash in the similar distance. We look at the lane assignments as provided for us. McIntosh, Anglican High, runs out of 1. Abigail Williams from McDonald College is in 2. Kamali Phillip runs out of 3 for St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. In the middle of the pack, Shaphonia Houston for Anglican High School. Noel for St. John's Christian Secondary occupies lane number 5. Sabina Lewis for Grenada Christian Academy. Peter Spanchu for McDonald College. And Kamaya Telesford for St. David's Catholic Secondary Adams. The lane assignments for the upcoming one. This one,
it's going to be good, Joe. I can assure you it's going to be good. I saw Shaphonia run 4x4 relay leg, and she destroyed the competition at national champs in a relay. And should she bring that form with her, I believe it's going to be an excellent race. And should she come first, I would not be surprised. But should another one beat her, they would have brought the best, which is what we want anyhow. So it's going to be a good race, and I'm looking forward to excellent time.
Well, the anticipation is ripe. The atmosphere is ready. We are ready for it. For those of you that's home, I know you're probably sitting at the edge of your seats as you wait for the unfolding of this event number 49. All focused as it gets into the pre-race rituals. Anglican High, McDonald College, Convent St. George, Shaphonia Houston out of lane number 4, Noel, Lewis, Panchu, Telesford. And they're off. Nice clean start. Nobody's willing to call it yet too early. It is yet in early stages in this one. St. David's on the outside. You have Panchu from McDonald College, Christian Academy, as they make their way down the back stretch. Too early yet to call it. Who is it going to be? But of course, everybody's keeping their eyes on the middle of the pack out of lane number 4 for Shaphonia Houston as she gets ready for character games. Is she going to hold true to form as Adams has predicted, or is there yet another twist in this plot? But from all ends of what we've seen, it's an easy one. It is Houston from the middle of the pack. That is just holding her own. Not much of any competition for her. I think it's an easy walk in the pack. Well, we can probably decide to throw up a coin toss for. It's for second, third, and fourth. And quite an easy win. Good 70 meters win there for her. We're looking at Phillips from Convent running out of lane number 3. And you had Noel for St. John's Christian Secondary, taking in position number 4. But unofficially, it is your girl,
Shifona
Adams?
Hurston. Yep. Not surprised, actually. I looked at her run in the past, and she looks pretty good. She has the power, she has the speed, she has strength. Once she gets a form doing better than what she's doing at this time, then I suspect Shifona has a world ahead of her. Her time is just, she just blew them out of the waters, 57.50. The next person is 61.53. And that's an excellent time for Shifona. It shows you that she's head and shoulders above her competition at this time in the 400-meter dash girls junior. And we're looking forward to great things from Shifona.
Indeed we are, as we go to the official timestamp, 55.50 for Houston. 1 minute, 01.53, second place for Philip from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. And we had a young Noel from St. John's Christian Secondary, 1 minute 03, completing the top 3. And it's always happy when you see schools, some of the non-traditional school perennial contenders like St. John's Christian Secondary and those schools making their way into the mix, Adams.
Yes, for me, those are the things I like to pay attention to. Those Davids, as we would call them, who have been just there or thereabout. And so when you look at Grenada Christian Academy, Boca Secondary, St. John's Christian Secondary, when I see them, I feel pretty good about the fact that these schools can also produce St. Mark's Secondary. And so that is why I am very happy when I see those smaller schools coming forward and really showing that they've got the same talent. As we move to the boys 400-meter dash, and we have in the finals, in lane number 1, Cornell Pear, GBSS, Aiden McIntosh, PBC, Killon Moses, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Ethan Sam, GBSS, Nicholas Frederick, Boca Secondary School, Anson Aberdeen, St. Mark's Secondary School, Randy Jones, Bishop's College, and Jurel Clement, Hillsborough Secondary School. So we see 2 schools from Carriacou, Petit Martinique in the finals also. We've got to look out for athletes like Ethan Sam of GBSS, who has been doing a tremendous amount of work and running really good times over the last couple of weeks that we have seen him. So we're really looking forward to seeing those guys do their best, and we're looking for good times. So Pierre, McIntosh, Moses, Sam, Frederick, Aberdeen, Jones, Clement, Bishop's College, Hillsborough Secondary School.
We'll see how this one pans out. Event 50. As they await the status orders. Pierre, McIntosh, Moses, Sam, Frederick, Aberdeen, Jones, Clement. This one promises to be a cracker of an event. The boys 400 meters dash. It's final. And it's a clean start. Guns loaded and off, and we see, look at how this one unfolds. Boca Secondary, St. Mark's, Sam, Moses. Let's see how this one is going to unfold. We have Aberdeen in there from St. Mark's Secondary. Running out of lane number 8 from Hillsborough Secondary. We have Clement. But we look at the middle of the pack. Let's see how this one unfolds. And this one we did say is going to really create a bit of some serious turns and twists as they hit the 100-meter mark. They come down. It is Ethan Sam in the middle. St. Moses from St. David's Catholic Secondary. But of course, it's almost like separating the men from the boys. It's an easy win there from Sam running out of lane 4. Moses from St. David's Catholic took the second place. But this one,
it's a sub 50, Joe. I mean, it's a brilliant time. I mean, it's a wonderful race by Ethan Sam.
Let's just take in a replay. Let's just take in a replay here. Quite ease, poise, confidence as the race unfolds. I mean, being able to appreciate your positions, knowing where you are. Folks, he's ready for character.
He is ready for character. I mean, if there's one thing I can critique in the race, Joe, is the fact that he allowed on the final bend for himself to be caught behind and then having to make up the ground on Moses in front of him, which I think is a slight strategic error that he made. Because should he run his bends well, I think the time would be even better. So there's some bits and pieces to work out for him in terms of his training, understanding his finish. But I can tell you, Ethan Sam looks good, sub 50 as a junior, an excellent time return on time for him, and really, really looking forward to see Ethan Sam continue to grow and become what we would want him to be.
Victory there for young Sam from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Sub 50, as we said, 49.52. Moses from St. David's Catholic Secondary, 50.15 seconds. Aiden McIntosh from the Presentation Brothers College, 50.36. You have Quanell Pear from the GBSS, 50.85. We continue down as Bishop's College. Randy Jones, 52.91. And you have St. Mark's Secondary, Aberdeen, 59.47, and we can only assume that Clement did not complete the race.
But it's good to see Bishop's College, Randy Jones, really doing well. Boca Secondary doing well, St. Mark's doing well. But once again, the star of the race, Ethan Sam, GBSS, sub 50, and we just hope that he will continue to grow and do extremely well. He ran a controlled race. He ran a really brilliant race. As I said, if there's any one critique we can make, is allowing himself to be caught on the final bend and then having to press to get to the front. Once he walks out those little kinks in terms of strategy, the sky's the limit for Ethan Sam.
Sky's indeed the limit. Delivering a sub 50 here in the final. We ran number 50, the boys 400 meters dash, 49.52. Congratulations. GBSS St. David's Catholic, Presentation Brothers College, and GBSS in number 4 as we completed. So there you have it. We continue, of course, as we wind down the evening for you for the next event on the track. It's the girls' 400 meters dash that is on its way.
That would be the 400 meters senior girls. Let's see.
But certainly we await the particulars on it on screen in just a bit.
It's the 400 meters senior.
Indeed, it's the senior girls. Let's call it. Lane assignment. Rhea Flanders occupies lane number 1. Henry, MacDonald College, runs out of 2. Gihari, St. David's, occupies lane 3. Dominique, for St. David's Catholic, out of 4. Shante Augustine occupies lane number 5. Roberts is cradled next to her in lane number 6. Harris, Happy Hill Secondary, lane number 7. And running on the outside of lane number 8 for the Anglican High School is young Philip. Who wants to call it? Are you big, bold, brave enough?
This is going to be an excellent race. We know the quality of Shante Augustine, but the St. David's outfit has been doing extremely well, both Dominic and Githari, and I suspect that this is going to have a pretty good time coming to the end. I'm looking forward to seeing that race. We know Shante has been one of the athletes that have excelled at both primary level. Of course, we had the COVID interference, and now we're back, and I'm hoping she's healthy. Let's see if we can get the best out of her. But Aliyah Gidari and Kenisha Dominic will have something to say in this race. They're going to challenge. They're going to run. St. David's outfit, they don't give up one single bit. They're well coached. They're well managed. They're well advised. They have it on the track. That's St. David's outfit. So let's see how it's going to pan out at this time.
We get it. It's a clean start as it's the start of the seniors girls 400 meters dash. Flanders, Henry, Gihari, Dominic, Augustine, Roberts, Harris, Philip, as they make their way down the back stretch, taking an early lead out there. You see Dominic from St. David's Catholic Secondary still in the mix. Shante Augustine. How does she respond? You have Roberts from MacDonald College also in there. Let's see how this one pans out. 400 meters dash. Is this one going to be a taste of a tale that brings a different twist to it? Well, you have out of lane number 4. It is from St. David's Catholic, it is Dominique that is literally running away with it. She's also chased down. It almost seems, but here we come. Is there another twist to this one? Is there another twist out of lane number 5, Shantae Augustine? And there's a hush. There is a hush. Now, somebody wants to tell me, what did we just witness here?
Just a brilliant race, Joe.
Antoine still seems to be in a daze.
Yeah, and actually, I'm not surprised.
Let's just take look at the replay. I mean, just under 80 millimeters to go. You would have thought at least that Dominic had this race all but covered. Steady, composed, and she just shifted into a different gear. Grenada, I think Intercol. I think this is what is special about this meet. So we look at the official time. At the official time, Shantae Augustine from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. She stopped the clock at 58.82 seconds. Harry from St. David's Catholic, 59.14. Flanders, that's Rhea Flanders of the Anglican High School, a minute 03.12. And you had Henry from McDonald College, a minute 11.81. Shantae, she seemed at one time as though she lost her way, and then as though she got a touch by a magical wand, and there she was. She just powered her way from about the next 50 or 60 meters.
But Joe, I mean, Shantae ran a controlled race, and I think that's what stood out for her. She didn't exert herself too much, so she had enough to come through to the finish. I think what happened, Gidari and Flanders, Gidari and Augustine, Gidari and Dominic, they really pushed it out, and I think they knew who they were running against, and they thought that they would run her out of the race. But she came back, she controlled the race, and she produced the finish. I mean, the times compared to the record, not what you would want. You'd want it to be a bit lower, because in record at the 400 for that race is still 54 plus by no other than Kishara George all the way in 2001. But nonetheless, it shows that Shantae still has it. She still has the potential to do extremely well, and with more training, more coaching, I suspect those times will go down. And maybe we may just see Shantae going much further than Grenada as she continues her career in track and field.
We're getting ready for some more fire on the track. Let's see as we stretch late into session 2, day number 1. It's the boys, 400 meters dash, seniors. Lane assignments, lane 1, Kyle Victor of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. DeAndre St. Louis, J.W. Fletcher occupies lane number 2. Elisha Williams from St. David's Catholic, he runs out of lane number 3. Sylvester for SAS is in 4. Alexander for Grenville Secondary. Peterkin, that's Tegan, Thomas, and Hostin, the final lineup. GBS, that's J.W. Fletcher, St. David's Catholic, SAS, Grenville Secondary. Another one, Peterkin, McDonald College, Happy Hill Secondary.
Yeah, this race is going to be good too, because we know the quality of Peterkin. We know he has excellent 400-meter quality, but the athletes from SAS and St. David's Catholic, they are going to do well, and they're off. It's a nice, clean start. Peterkin in lane number 5, followed by Elisha Williams of St. David's Catholic Secondary School. But it is Victor in lane number 1. It is St. Louis, J.W. Fletcher, Elisha Williams, St. David's Catholic. Let's see, going down the back straight, the athlete from GBSS, it is Tegan Peterkin. He's looking pretty good, but the athlete in lane number 3, that is Elisha Williams of St. David's Catholic, is also doing the running. So it is Peterkin. It is Peterkin straightening up around the bend, and he's in 3rd place. SAS in 2nd. It's Peterkin. It's the athlete from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. That's Elisha Williams that's going to win it. He's going to run through to the end. So it's St. Elisha Peterkin, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Tegan is in 3rd position, and the athlete from SAS, that is, can't recall the name, he's in 2nd position. But a good run from the athlete from St. David's.
You know, if I had my own way, it would have been easy for me to call it a school. But following through from what I saw at national champs, how in Williams, Elisha has been delivering. I mean, certainly, he ran an excellent race, and I'm not surprised. The guy's a monster.
He's just big and strong, and he's running extremely well. When I looked at him at national champs, I saw the quality, and knowing that Partygrenada is no slouch, I actually am not surprised as to the result that the athlete from St. David's Catholic has won. That's Elisha Williams. Well, this gentleman has tremendous potential, and I'm looking forward to see him doing well. 48.05, 48.32, 48.84. Tremendous time for seniors here in Grenada, and we are looking forward to them dropping those times, Joe.
Well, as they grow and they develop into their craft, you certainly would appreciate as time progresses that they become better at their trade. So it's a goal for Elisha Williams. I don't think many would have any issues with that. It's goal for Elisha Williams for St. David's Catholic Secondary. Sylvester in SAS from SAS, 48.32. Tegan Peterkin from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, 48.84. And we continue to highlight the fact because if persons, Antoine was sharing on that, understanding the point system and how you gather points accumulatively as you go through the meet items.
Yeah, and in the individual events, it's 10 points.
Right.
And that's quite a lot of points. And I think second position is 8 or 6 for the...
Antoine is going to finish. But yes, it's important when you watch, you look at the dynamics. And sometimes you can see it. So you may have, Antoine is going to furnish us with it. But if you get athletes into the final, it is possible that while you may not necessarily at any given time win an event, if you continue to pick up points as you go down with two athletes, you pick up a second place.
Correct.
A fourth place.
Correct.
You would realize that, okay, how is it? I can't remember him winning a race. I can't remember them winning gold medals. But the idea is that participation, get your athletes out there, mass participation.
So that's 12 points. 4 more than in second place is 8. Third place is 6. So and then you have points go right down to number 8, the 8th position. So once you come 8th, you get a point. So once you make the final, you're guaranteed. So the more you have into the final, you are guaranteed to have points. But we cannot lose sight of the fact that Elisha Williams has done a tremendous job. 48.05. We would have liked to see it go under 48. Nonetheless, there is the potential. He's big, he's strong, he has form, he has speed, he has all that it takes for a tremendous 400 athlete. Look at his size. He reminds you of Rondell Bartholomew. He reminds you of Kirani James. He reminds you of Dylan Felix. The size, they're big and strong.
Indeed, quite an excellent performance from him to wrap up events on the track. There's still action on the field. We have the long jump that is still in action.
The high jump?
High jump, sorry. It's about just about 6:30, bordering 6:30 here, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. I think, all things considered, and we probably looking to get out of here by at least maybe the next half an hour. We'd probably hope. But your thoughts on how the day one was managed?
Well, let me say it this way. First and foremost is the product. The fact that Intercol Athletic Championship is back. So the fact that the product is back, I am happy. I'm also very, very happy with the quality of broadcast that's going out from Grenada to the world. That, for me, again, is another tremendous achievement, a plus for Grenada, the quality that we're able to produce. And then let's go to the competition. Having not been there for the last couple of years, what we are seeing is the athletes are slowly, with repetition, they are coming back. And I believe better times will be in store for better times next year. The organization has been pretty good from what I see. Again, what we have available, replays and slow motions, and we're having everything that we think that the outside world alone will have, Joe. So, all things considered, Intercol Athletic Champ 2023 is indeed a success.
We anticipated we'd go heading down to Sherry in just a bit with an interview in the waiting, but what we've fallen to be looking at here now is the high jump. That's into the latter stages. We'll get confirmation from the team at the bottom, Sharon and others, as to exactly where exactly the competition is positioned. A failed attempt there.
St. John's Christian.
And more and more, I keep saying, we've seen the presence. I don't want to say the emergence because they've always been there, but you've seen the presence of some of the non-perennial contenders that's making their way to the fore. We've seen St. Mark's. We've a couple occasions. We've seen St. John Christian Secondary. McDonald College has been a perennial contender. We've always known that the GBSS, the SAS, the Presentation Brothers College. It would be just good to see day one as it is. We'll go through the summary later on as we go. We look at an attempt here. Quite a decent, excellent attempt here from the GBSS. As I said, it is late into the evening in Adams, and you know that the GBSS contingent, all schools always comes out in support, but there's some schools like they walk, it's like the English, the cricket, they walk with the army.
It doesn't matter, Joe. Win, lose or draw, GBSS is there with their support squad, with their contingent, with their whatever you call them, they are there no matter what. So come win, lose or draw, we expect GBSS to be loud, to be energetic, to be excited. And that's what I enjoy about the GBSS outfit. Of course, the other schools, St. David's and the Anglican High School, there's a pride that goes with following, and so it's really nice to see them even coming to the end of the day in such high energies.
Indeed, the energy has been there and continues to exert itself late into the evening. And that's day one, session number 2. Again, we continue to see the presence of the Royal Grenada Police Force providing excellent exemplary service in terms of security. I'm not sure if that was... It's almost like he went
back old days, old school, the scissors.
But I got the sense though that he opted for it at the last minute. You got the sense.
Yes.
He opted for it at the last minute.
Yes.
But it's good to see these athletes, these young athletes, as they are plying their trade. We have an attempt from the athletes from McDonald College. We will attempt to get the height for you that they're attempting. But these athletes, certainly, it's been a long day as we're getting ready for another medal presentation ceremony that's somewhere in the making. And Sherian also has an interview as we get ready to pull the curtains down on day one, Intercol. Excellent.
And that's the athlete from the Westerhall Secondary. So far, we've seen 2 athletes go over the height, GBSS and Westerhall Secondary. So we can say they can rest until the height goes up again. The others would have to make another try.
And it's interesting, these sort of track events, field events, it can take quite a while, if athletes, when they get into the groove. But what we're getting ready for, it's a medal presentation ceremony that is in train right about now. And the presence there of Olympian Aline Francique to assist.
Double Indo 400-meter champion. And, of course, coach of world champion in 100 meters. We back up to event 4, boys long jump junior. Bronze medalist Randy Jones, Bishop's College. 4.10 meters. So that's bronze medalist. We move to silver medalist Kyle Ned, SAS. 6.22 meters. And your gold medalist, Micah Campbell, GBSS. A distance of 6.33 meters. We move now to event 22, boys javelin throw, sub-junior. Bronze medalists, Roy Sean Charles, Hillsborough Secondary, 39.70 meters. Silver medalist, Caleb Alexander, PBC, 46.76 meters. Your gold medalist, Delron John, SAS, 51.69 meters. Event 47, girls 400 meters sub-junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Samara Noel, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. 1 minute 04.71 seconds. Silver medalist, Montisha St. Bernard, Bishop's College. 1 minute 04.85 seconds. And your gold medalist, Annalisa Brown, Boca Secondary, 1 minute 01.11 seconds. Event 49, girls 400 meters junior. Bronze medalist Maya Noel. St. Joseph's Convent, St. John's Christian Secondary. 1 minute 02.04 seconds. Silver medalist Camille Phillip, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, 1 minute 01.53 seconds. And your gold medalist, Shaphonia Houston, the Anglican High. A time of 57.50 seconds. Event 50, boys 400 meters junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Aidan McIntosh, PBC, 50.36 seconds. Silver medalist, Keelan Moses, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 50.15 seconds. And your gold medalist, Ethan Sam, GBSS. A time of 49.52 seconds. Event 51, girls 400 meters, senior division. Presenting your bronze medalists, Rhea Flanders, the Anglican High. 1 minute 03.12 seconds. Silver medalist Aliyah Gid-Harry, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 59.40 seconds. Now it's time for your gold medalist, Shante Augustine. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, 58.82 seconds. Event 52, boys 400 meters senior division. Bronze medalist Tagon Peterkin, GBSS, 48.84 seconds. Silver medalist Josham Sylvester, SAS, 48.32 seconds. And your gold medalist Elisha Williams, representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, 48.05 seconds. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Lean Francique, OBE. Mr. Francique, double Indo 400-meter champion. He's also the coach of a world champion, just saying. Congratulations and thanks for being here today. Just to back up to event 47, girls 400 meters sub-junior. Bronze medalist Samara Noel, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. Samara Noel, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, a time of 1 minute 03.24 seconds. Silver medalist Montisha St. Bernard, Bishop's College, a time of 1 minute 03.18 seconds. And your gold medalist Annalisa Brown, representing Boca Secondary, a time of 1 minute 01.11 seconds.
So there you've had it, the end of another medal presentation ceremony as we go late into day number 1, Jason, and certainly as we're getting ready to wrap, it has been a really, really exciting day. Highs and lows, the mix and the unfolding of what is going to be a really excellent 2 more days of Intercol.
Yeah, well, I think the stage was set from earlier on, from jump. Yeah, we had a late start, just about 62 minutes. But really and truly, it turned out to be an awesome day. We had 1 record being broken. The conditions were absolutely perfect for more records to be broken, especially in the track events, the longer distance events. That didn't happen. Some of the times were really pedestrian. But I think a lot of it also had to do with the anticipation and the excitement of day 1 of the return of Intercol Games in its full glory. So I think a lot of that had to do with it. And then, of course, the fact that these athletes are still, excited about, getting in and getting into the competition. Many of them, it would be it would have been their first Intercol championships.
Right.
So it's not that they were here before, So, but generally, I would tell you that all things considered, we had a really good day. We had our challenges, but you wouldn't know because we got through it and we got through it smoothly. Yeah, so that kind of sets the stage for what is going to come on day 2 and day 3. We look at the point standings and we noticed the more dominant schools out there in front as usual, but with the points that can be gained from events as you go through the next couple of days, it's still really wide open. It's still too difficult to call, to say, well, this is going to happen or that is going to happen. It's still too early to call.
And you continue to see that sort of seesawing in terms of position. The day started off one way. But before we get to that, though, let us, if we can, just spend the time on the multiple disciplinary events, the HEPT and the OPT, and the reception that it has received from most of the schools on island.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, these events in particular, folks are growing to learn and growing to love these events now because With Grenada being placed on the map and what we're hearing a lot of Kurt Felix and Lyndon Victor, it has brought some level of awareness of these longer events, so to speak. Yes, so the anticipation is there. Folks know about it now, and then the younger ones are more eager to get involved in it. And that augurs well for the development of sports. The disadvantage that we may have here in Grenada is that we're a smaller nation, so we've got less people participating, which means the competition pool is going to be a little bit smaller, which means it's not going to, have as much push from athletes. The competition is going to, be compromised just a little bit. But when you do get one or two coming through, it is going to be a good one or two. So generally, these longer events augurs well for the competition, yeah.
We talked about the anticipation, and it is ripe. The excitement is rich in the air. It is rich in the air. But do you have any concerns? I have a hint of it regarding some of the fitness, where these athletes are in terms of their fitness and preparedness.
Yeah, well, we've seen fitness being an issue with the junior and some of the senior athletes in particular. And you could understand why. Being a senior athlete in Intercol means that you've got to balance athletics and academics, right? Because now Form 4, Form 5, you're studying CXC, preparation for CXC and all of that, and you have to balance that with training. So fitness will always be an issue. Taking into consideration as well that training was not as on the front burner as it should have been, especially coming out of the COVID-19
So we are
pandemic
here
and all
now with Jonel. Michelle Jonel is the meet director. We're just about wrapping up day one. In terms of the events, we saw some 27 events thus far. We still have the high jump and so on the field. How did you think today went, day one?
Despite the minor hiccups that we've had, I believe that we've seen some good performances coming out from our athletes, both on the track and on the field. One of the challenges, though, we've noticed, and I believe it is something that we have to look at moving forward, is to probably doing heats for some of our middle distances, like the 1,500 meters. We've noticed that we had in some cases, 40-something athletes registering. But because of our set schedule that we've already made and the deadline for our entries, that in itself kind of hindered us in early preparation for that. So moving forward, it is something that we're going to look at. We were able to finish, yes, just within an hour or so of our time. Expected, well, maybe about an hour thereafter the time we wanted to finish with the track, but I believe that all in all we've had a good day, and I'm expecting greater things tomorrow on the track and both on the fields.
We saw earlier in the day the breaking of the record in terms of the senior girls I'm discussing. So one of the concerns though was the run sheet in terms of how the events were placed. Are you satisfied that the way the events were structured for today, that it ran off the way that you wanted it to?
I believe we did. Outside, as I said, of some of the minor glitches that we've had, what we need to, as I said, look at is putting a number of measures in place next year, please the Lord, because there's nothing that we can really do about it currently. So when it comes to probably setting standards or entry or having a qualification mark, so all of these things we will lessen on the numbers going forward. So we'd have top 12 qualifying after they've made that standard mark. So it's a number of things that we have to look at. I believe the way the program was set, that things were executed well. It was in the benefit of the athletes and the coaches themselves. They were in tune with what's happening, and they complimented the fact that most of the athletes were getting enough rest between events. So I think it is something we have to consider going forward as to how we best structure to get better gains in the meets.
And as we wrap though, just a quick note on what to expect in day two.
So on day two, we have the finals of the 200 meters. We have the 800 meters. That's on the track. Also, we have a 3,000 coming up. Likewise, we continue with the octathlon and the heptathlon and some other major field events coming up in all of the categories. So we anticipate a good day of events tomorrow.
Thank you very much. We were speaking there with the meet director, John L. Mitchell, giving us a little insight as to what happened in day one and what's to come in day two. However, we're going to go back up to our commentary team who would, take you through the final events and wrap today's program.
Well, thank you, Sherry, and thank you there to the director of the games. Your thoughts, you've listened to him. I think they've done relatively well, barring what we highlighted, the delayed start. I think day one, Jason, went relatively okay. I give them a 70.
I can't say anything more than what Mitchell has said. I think Mitchell really said it all.
Quite excellent, sets the tone. So here we are. Day one is almost but ended. We're waiting for, of course, the athletes, just the final wrap. But your general thoughts, though, in terms of the highs and lows and some of what made day number one, Jason, what it was.
No lows, if you ask me. All highs, really and truly. The athletes came out. The restart of Intercol, as we know it, 3 days of competition, all highs. Athletes coming forward, giving their best, all highs. A syndicated broadcast, a pay-per-view broadcast, all highs. So I have no lows on today's event, really. All highs. And I think from tomorrow, God's willing, moving forward for the next 48 hours, we will go higher.
Give me your appreciation. 27 events today, 1 record. But let's touch on the addition of the para events. An excellent addition to the meet.
Of course, always. I mean, para events are taken over. They're getting their rightful place. The Paralympics, again, showing that, they're right there, even with the Summer Olympics and the Winter Olympics. So they've been getting their fair share on the international scene as well. So I think what we're doing here now by making sure that they have a spot to at least showcase their talent at the Intercol Games, it is something that is long overdue, if you ask me.
Any athletes, male, female, that's standout athlete, breakout athlete in your mind for day one?
No, not really, not just yet. I think it's too early to call. Day one, not really, unless somebody does something really exceptional out of the way. But generally, I think we're going to see standout and breakout and the true definition of that from day two.
Your thoughts? Set the tone, anticipation in full gear for us for an early start tomorrow?
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, and I believe, weather permitting, we're going to have that. No real threat of rain from what I gathered when I looked at the 3-day forecast. Yes, a little drizzle here and there. We may have some overcast conditions, but I think tomorrow is going to be a little bit hotter than today. So tomorrow is going to be a challenge for the athletes. Staying hydrated is going to be of paramount importance.
As we go into the rest mode, what do you think is some of the conversations that can be coming from some of the camps?
Go to bed, get a good rest, replace those electrolytes, and come ready for tomorrow.
Go replace some electrolytes, come ready for tomorrow. Certainly it has been a really, really great day number one. We say thanks to Republic Bank. We can't overemphasize, Jason, the role that they have played in ensuring the success and continuity of Intercol into its 55th year.
Yeah, well, there's nothing more you could really say after that, because Republic Bank, they have shown their commitment, they've shown their continued commitment, and of course we've got some other sponsors as well, some other partners as well, Georgia Huggins and Company, the National Lotteries Authority, Grenada Breweries Limited, we have Sol EC, TNR Communications, so Flow. So a lot of corporate Grenadians really showing up and showing out and showing off.
Not just for the individual sponsorship of the games, but even for the different schools. They've established their presence.
Of course. Yeah.
Indeed, they have. It shows it only augurs well for the growth of the game, and it shows that corporate Grenada persons are getting an appreciation and understanding that in order for a track and field to grow, there must be some level of capital injection from corporate Grenada to ensure the success.
Well, you said it all.
Well, folks, there you have it. The wrap on day number one. We're looking forward to an early start tomorrow. On behalf of the entire team, boy Joseph Cadeau, Jason, and the rest of the team, Mr. Adams and Mr. Antoine, we say so long from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, the home of Spice Country, Kirani James and others. Until then, so long, everybody.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think of Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenience. Think Republic.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Republic makes home easy.
Wow, that was such a breeze.
Own your home with ease.
So whether laying that first brick or purchasing an existing home, we've got you covered. Republic Bank will get you those keys hassle-free in no time.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Apply for a Home Easy Loan today for a chance to win a cash prize. Getting your new home is easy with Republic Bank.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Terms and conditions apply.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Have your family